Good morning. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, staff, central staff. Good morning to all. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication is now called to order. Recently, on November the 1st, we celebrated D. Hamilton Jackson Day, also known as Liberty Day, which is one of the most important days in our calendar, as it is a milestone in the struggle for freedom of the press in the Virgin Islands. Today, we think of freedom of the press as a concept that applies mainly to our commercial media. It is easy to forget that the right of the free press was and continues to be one of the most important freedoms that contributes to the existence of a democracy and a democratic society. It is a right that enables community organizers and political activists to communicate with the public and to ensure that the public debate is now improperly dominated by vested interests, and as such, it is vitally important for us to commemorate that day and to maintain the safeguards that allow us to even have a concept of government of the people, for the people, by the people. And we are also honored and thankful to have this opportunity to wish a happy Veterans Day to the brave men and women who serve or have served in the armed forces of our nation. Not only should we thank these heroes and sheroes on Veterans Day, but we should thank them all throughout the year. As Americans, we have the right, which we often exercise, to agree or disagree with the decisions that may place our service members in harm's way. But to my mind, there is no room for disagreement on this fact. Those men and women who willingly lay down their lives to protect the lives and freedoms of those of us at home deserve our undying support and respect, and we owe them a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid. So, on Veterans Day, which is tomorrow, and all days, on behalf of my family, staff, behalf of the members of this committee and of the legislature, the 34th legislature, we say thank you. Thank you, thank you for all who have served in our nation's military. While tomorrow is Veterans Day, in which we honor all who have served in our nation's armed forces, it is important to recognize that today, November the 10th, is United States Marine Corps Day, in which we celebrate the birthday of the Marine Corps, which was established by the newly established Continental Congress on November 10th, 1775. As such, we wish to give special recognition to this branch of our military, which, like the U.S. Army and the U.S. Navy, are even older than the Declaration of Independence. Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Agenda, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, Wednesday, November 10, 2021. Block 1, Bill number 34-0069, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 9, Section 134A, relating to the Department of Public Works, Division of Capital Improvements, by adding subsection C to define capital improvement project, and amend Title 31, Chapter 1, relating to the functions of the Commissioner of Public Works, by adding a new subsection B and C to direct the Commissioner of Public Works to maintain a master contract for providing gubernatorial entities with architectural and engineering services for construction, expansion, renovation, major maintenance, rehabilitation, and replacement projects that cost less than $500,000 over the life of the contract. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works, the Honorable Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. Block 2, Bill number 34-0087, an act providing for a complete streets policy and creating a complete streets task force within the Department of Public Works to aid in the development and implementation of strategies to increase the usability of all streets for all modes of travel for citizens of all ages and abilities in the Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works, Mr. Julian Henley, ADA Coordinator, Office of the Governor, Mr. Troy Schuster, State Director, American Association of Retired Persons, Virgin Islands Chapter. 12 o'clock to 1 p.m., lunch break. Block number 3, Bill number 34-0029, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Subchapter 2, Section 945AI, relating to the Virgin Islands Affordable Housing Program to provide for a set-aside of affordable housing for first responders. Invited testifiers, Mr. Darrell Griffith, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, Mr. Andre Dorsey, President, IAFF, Local 2125, Mr. Melbourne Adams, President, IAFF, Local 2832, Lieutenant Aaron Krieger, President, Virgin Islands Law Enforcement Supervisors Union, Sergeant Hadea Casimir, President, Police Benevolent Association, St. Thomas, St. John. Block number 4, update for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority on the status of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Invited testifiers, Mr. Darrell Griffith, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Mr. Chairman, that is the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication stands in recess for 5 minutes. We are back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, present. Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr. Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr. absent. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Janelle K. Saru absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Kurt A. Viale absent. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker present. Mr. Chairman, you have 4 present and 3 absent.
Thank you. Are there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Letter dated November 9, 2021. The Honorable Marvin Blyden, Chairman, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands 00804. Dear Chairman Blyden, I will be late in attending the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications meeting scheduled for today, Wednesday, November 10th, 2021 at 9 o'clock a.m. in the Fritz E. Loetz Conference Room on the island of St. Croix due to flight limitations. I am kindly asking to be excused until my arrival. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Stephen D. Payne, Sr., Senator at Large, Member, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, please mark Senator Payne as tardy. And also Senator Viale, call he's in transit. Please mark Senator Viale as tardy. Thank you. We have an ambitious agenda today, as we will be hearing 3 bills that seek to have a positive impact on our roads and sidewalks, to facilitate the procurement of architectural and engineering for certain capital improvement projects of the government, and to create certain set aside for first responders in the territory's affordable housing program. Additionally, we will be receiving an update from the VI Housing Finance Authority on the status of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. I see that we have the testifiers on Teams standing by. But before I go there, I want to recognize Senator Donna Fred Gregory, non-committee member. Good morning, Senator, Madam President. I believe we do have the testifiers for the first bill. Before I go to a mic check, let me ask who introduced bill number 34-0064, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 9, Section 134A, relating to the Department of Public Works, Division of Capital Improvement by adding subsection C to define capital improvement project, and amending Title 31, Chapter 1, relating to the functions of the Commissioner of Public Works by adding a new subsection B and C to direct the Commissioner of Public Works to maintain a master contract for providing governmental entities with architectural and engineering services for construction, expansion, renovation, major maintenance, rehabilitation, or replacement projects that cost less than $500,000 over the life of the project. Who introduced this bill?
I do.
0069, yes, Madam President.
I do.
You're recognized for the introduction of your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the United States Virgin Islands, and good morning to the testifiers that are here today. This morning, I asked my colleagues to support Bill number 34-0069. It's an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 9, Section 134A, relating to the Department of Public Works, Division of Capital Improvements, by adding subsection C to define capital improvement. And I'm not going to read the entire short title. I will just go further to say that the purpose of the intent of this legislation is to ensure that governmental entities are provided with architectural and engineering services for construction, expansion, and renovation major maintenance, rehabilitation, or replacement projects that in the bill it says cost less than, but it should say up to $500,000 over the life of the project. Now, one would ask, why are we doing this? So, of course, we know that we have received significant funding from FEMA, from HUD, and now we've received significant funding through the Build Back Better. We are slated to receive significant funding from Build Back Better, and we have received significant funding from the American Rescue Plan Act. And of course, we continue to be concerned that our projects in the Virgin Islands aren't moving as fast as they should. And Mr. Chair, you're going to have to bear with me because I really have to explain this. And of course, I don't know that the powers that be have done that good of a job with explaining some of the challenges. So a lot of the challenges are discussed behind closed doors. However, it is important that the community understands why projects in the territory, in many instances, outside of slow receipt of those dollars coming down from the federal government, why things take so long. And one of the reasons is because we have a number of government entities who do not have internally the procurement and the division that will take care of the capital projects, meaning the large projects, the architectural and engineering services. So once their funds become available to them, they now have to go out and secure at minimum 3 bids to ensure that they are able to move forward with their projects. And we know how long that takes in this territory, right? So that goes through that entire process. You go through the bidding process, then you have to take it to property and procurement, and then you get the vendor gets a notice to proceed. By the time you look around, we're 6 months in. And I'm speaking from experience. I actually worked for the Department of Education and experienced that on many, many occasions while I served as a CFO and then commissioner. This bill seeks to remove that challenge in instances where projects are $500,000 and less. So it basically requires, and this is not rocket science or anything new. This happens throughout the country, where the Department of Public Works will be required on an annual, or they can decide whether it is that they want to have these master contracts over a 3-year window, whatever they decide that they want that relationship to be with these vendors, where they would have master contracts in place to provide the necessary supports for the architectural and engineering services. And you really call them task orders. And those task orders, so I think in the bill it says master contract, but it should say master contracts. So you have to make a technical amendment. So the Department of Public Works will be the holder of these master contracts for architectural and engineering services for capital projects that are $500,000 and below. And when a department and agency needs that service, they will make contact with the Department of Public Works and say, listen, I need an engineer or I need architectural services for my project. Public Works will say, this is a master contract. We have vendor X, vendor Y, vendor Z, and that vendor, that department will say, well, I would like to use vendor X, and they will make contact, process their purchase orders, and move on and get their projects moving instead of having to go through that entire bid process. And of course, these departments and agencies do not have the technical assistance in many instances to do the A&E work. So this bill seeks to move forward to help us to get our projects off the ground in the territory so we can really finally be able to see the development, the work that's being done around the infrastructure in the Virgin Islands. So I think it seeks to expedite the process. Department of Public Works will not be responsible financially for any of the expenses associated with this once it's not their department, the departments and agencies will be responsible for the design services, for the front-end engineering, for the construction management and inspections of their projects. And the Department of Public Works should establish a policy around the legislation that clearly delineates for the departments and agencies what it is, what the expectation is, what they're responsible for doing, what percentage of their dollars they should be setting aside for these specific purposes. So, colleagues, I look forward to your support. I look forward to the dialogue around this legislation. But again, the intent is only one, to define capital improvement projects in the territory, and two, to ensure that we are able to expedite the projects that we have, the road projects, all of the infrastructure projects that we have before us, and we know it's billions of dollars. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory, for that basically explanation, because it basically clarifies some things for me, and I'm sure for the testifiers, because that key amendment, contract to contracts, that's critical, and that's why I was hesitant. But nonetheless, I'm happy to hear that. We have our testifiers, the Honorable Commissioner Derek Gabriel, Department of Public Works, and the Honorable Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Public Procurement. Can you please do a mic check before we move forward? Commissioners, Public Works, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Good morning. Property and Procurement.
Good morning, Senator Blyden. Thanks for having us.
Very well, and your support team there with you? Mic check.
Good morning, Ruben Jennings.
Good morning, Mr. Jennings.
Good morning. Good morning, Jomo McLean.
Good morning, Mr. McLean. We're good to go. I will let the Commissioner for Property and Procurement go first. Commissioner Anthony, please proceed. You are muted, sir. Please turn off your mute and start over.
Yes. Good morning to the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Senate President, sponsor Bill number 340069. The Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. The Honorable Genevieve R. Whitaker, Vice Chair, Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication. Other members of the committee, Honorable Samuel Carrion, Honorable Frankie D. Johnson, Honorable Stephen D. Payne, Sr., Honorable Corte Valley, and Honorable Janelle K. Sorrow. Other senators of the 34th legislature present, fellow testifiers, persons present online, listening and viewing audiences. I am Anthony David Thomas, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. Thank you for the invitation to appear before the committee and offer testimony on Bill number 34-0069, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 9, Section 134A, relating to the Department of Public Works, Division of Capital Improvements, by adding a subsection C to define capital improvement project, and amending Title 31, Chapter 1, relating to the functions of the Commissioner of Public Works, by adding new subsections B and C to direct the Commissioner of Public Works to maintain a master contract for providing government entities with architectural and engineering services for construction, expansion, renovation, major maintenance, rehabilitation, or replacement projects that cost less than $500,000 over the life of the project. The Department of Property and Procurement supports the bill. The department understands through Section 1 of the bill that Title 3, Section 134A will be amended to define a capital improvement project and set a threshold of at least $500,000. The Department of Property and Procurement sees tremendous value in adding a definition to the statute. It will minimize differences in opinions and facilitate government efficiency. The department further understands through Section 2 of the bill that Title 31, Section 1 of the Virgin Islands Code will be amended to require the Department of Public Works to procure the services of a master architectural and engineering contracts for architectural and engineering services valued under $500,000. The department also supports this proposed amendment to the statute. We believe the change will serve the government well in augmenting the staffing at the Department of Public Works. The department also sees the benefit for greater support and improved operational efficiencies by having a standard and centralized mechanism to support various government agencies in acquiring architectural and engineering services for various construction projects. This proposed change will take away the need to solicit services on a department-by-department basis every time a need for architectural and engineering services arise. I thank you again for the invitation to appear before the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications to offer testimony on Bill number 34-0069. The Department of Property and Procurement supports the proposed amendments to Title 3, Section 134A, Title 31, Section 1 of the Virginians Code. Both changes are in line with the Brian Roach administration's goals of streamlining government processes and achieving greater efficiency in the delivery of services. Mr. Chair, this concludes my prepared testimony, and I remain available for any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Novell E. Francis, Vice President. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Commissioner Gabriel, you recognize for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Before I begin, I'd just like to take a moment to also wish our veterans in the territory a happy Veterans Day tomorrow. Thank you for your service, and we really appreciate you. Good morning, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairperson of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, committee members, all other senators in attendance, as well as those in the listening and viewing audience. I am Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. With me today is Mr. Ruben Jennings, Deputy Commissioner of Administrative Services, and Mr. Jomo McLean, Program Manager for the Office of Highway Engineering. We are here to testify on Bill number 34-0069, which seeks to define the term capital improvement project, as well as to implement a master contract maintained by DPW for the purpose of providing government departments and agencies with architectural and engineering services for projects with a total cost of less than $500,000. We support the intent of the legislation as drafted. It gives our Capital Improvement Projects Division the tools to assist agencies. Oh, excuse me, sorry, I skipped it. Oh, no, yeah. We support the intent of the legislation as drafted. It gives our Capital Improvement Projects Division the tools to assist agencies, specifically on smaller projects. Oftentimes, we see where smaller projects are lost in the shuffle because agencies do not have the resources to allow for proper management and execution. The DPW Division of Capital Improvements supports the Governor's Capital Improvement Program and provides for the renovation and construction of public facilities as prioritized by the Governor, and delivers administrative engineering support to the various executive branch agencies as required. Simply put, our in-house engineers, architects, and project managers do not have the capacity to manage smaller projects with tight schedules and timelines. This proposed legislation gives user agencies a conduit to make sure smaller projects under $500,000 have the management resources they need to be successfully executed in a timely manner. We are grateful for the additional language outlining the definition of a capital improvement project, as any new construction, expansion, renovation, major maintenance, rehabilitation, or replacement project for an existing facility or facilities which has a total cost of at least $500,000 over the life of the project, as it has not been previously delineated. The Master Services Task Order contract will allow us to provide engineering, design, construction management, and inspection services for those projects that fall under the newly implemented $500,000 threshold set for capital improvement projects. This tool will aid government agencies in getting the support they need once they have the necessary funding to dedicate. It is important to note that user agencies will still be responsible for identifying funds to pay for these front-end engineering, design, construction management, and inspection services. Recommendations. As stated above, my recommendation surrounds funding. All user agencies undertaking projects both over and under the threshold, should allocate 15 to 17% of the estimated project costs for the following services: 4% for front-end engineering, 6 to 8% for design services, that's depending on the size of the project, and 5% for construction management and inspections. This allotted funding will be used to pay contractors selected under the task order contract managed by DPW. In closing, this bill falls in line with the governor's new mandate underway at the Department of Property and Procurement to serve the people of the USVI and our sister agencies, partner with the private community, and create an environment for best practices that will improve and enhance the way business is conducted for the government of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony today on behalf of the Department of Public Works. My team and I will remain to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Gabriel. Colleagues, those are the two testifiers stated for that bill. We're going to have a 5-minute round. It's going to go in this order. We first have Senator DeGraff, then Senator Carrion, Senator Whitaker, and then Senator Francis. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, all of you listening and present. Happy Veterans Day to my fellow veterans and all the veterans around the world. Also, congratulations to Madam President in regards to NCSL accolades. We mentioned another time. I do support this bill 100%. But a couple of questions I'd like to ask in regards to Public Works. Commissioner, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
What do we have capital improvement projects? We have capital projects. Is there a difference between a capital project and a capital improvement project?
No, I mean, we typically use them interchangeably.
Okay, so can a capital improvement project be more than $500,000?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so is there a different process for something over $500,000?
No, so I mean, the difference is just that when you have a larger financial threshold, we try to put, depending on the size of the project, we put more resources around it. If it's under 500,000, then typically it'll be one project manager for the duration of the life of the project.
Okay, and in regards to your recommendation that you mentioned in regards to funding, would those departments put that money aside in an account established in Public Works for those things, or they would just keep it in their departments to allocate for those projects?
No, they would keep it in their departments. And what we would do is similar to like ODR. We would manage the contract. We review the invoices as they come in from the contractors, and then we turn that around. Once we approve it, we provide it to the user agency to sign off, and then we use that to process the payment.
Okay, and finally, basically, any changes in the contract that takes it over 500,000, would there be any additional process that you would have to put in your policy or procedures, or would it be on the department again to address that?
So right now, I think what you're saying is like if you start off, let's say at 450, and you have change orders that take it over to $500,000, I think that's what you're saying. No, no. So it would just be, we would be responsible for managing them. I think through this process, you would also have a design firm that could really help you with those change orders and determine if they're going to be necessary. So they would review them as like as an arm of the department. We determine the prudence and then move forward from there.
Okay, and would you need any additional employees to make this happen?
No, you know, I'll always tell you. I mean, so I think right now the good thing is once we set up, and the Senate President mentioned it, once we set up the mechanism to manage the overall program, it'll be on the engineers and project managers to then manage their task orders, if you will. As this balloons though, and Senator, the Senate President mentioned it, we do have more projects. I do see a need for adding more project managers and more administrative staff, particularly for these two areas, engineering and CIP. Okay,
thank you. Again, I stand in support of the bill, and at the appropriate time, I will cast my vote. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Graff. Madam Clerk, can you please mark Senator Vialli as present? Thank you. Commissioner Gabriel, I know during the budget season, you spoke to procuring more engineers to come on board in order to assist with the workload. And I know I did have a bill 34.0033 that tried to appropriate $700,000 for the first 3 years in order to onboard 7 to 10 engineers in your department to assist to accomplish the same goal. Based on this legislation, which is very important, and it's a good piece of legislation, the staffing at Public Works, I know during the budget markup, I believe we spoke and we tried to put some of that money in the budget. Do we see your department, when it comes to engineers, more engineers coming on board in short order?
So I'm happy to say, I think since the last time I've appeared before this body, we've hired 2 additional engineers. So we now have a chief engineer that is really, she's heading up a lot of our disaster recovery efforts and our major projects. And we've also added another engineer here in the St. Thomas district. And then we have a number, we're interviewing some other positions. I think we recently approved a CAD technician as well. That should also help out. So we've been bringing in more technical resources.
Okay, very well. Good to hear that. And also, Commissioner Thomas, you said you support the bill, as was that with the technical amendment or before? Because I know the sponsor made it very clear that it's not just one, but several, in order to fast track the project, the process, and assist in our recovery, because as we know, we have hundreds of billions of dollars coming on board, and we have a lot of projects waiting to go through the pipeline. So I just want clarification from you in your response. When it came to your testimony, you spoke to in support of the bill as was, but was that before or after the technical amendment, as stated by the sponsor?
I support the bill, Senator, with all the technical amendments attached to it.
Very well. Thank you so much. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the great people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I, too, want to join my colleagues in saying Happy Veterans Day, and to all veterans, especially those that are part of this body that serve as veterans. So I want to thank you for your service. I also want to wish, send my prayers and well wishes to Senator Gittins as he continues to recuperate. With regards to this bill 69, 340069, I really think it's much needed, given, like we'd heard the testifiers mention, the high numbers of different capital improvement projects that we have. And most of the times, as we heard, those smaller projects sometimes fall on the sideline because of not having the necessary assistance to be able to manage through these projects. So I think it's much needed. I do have a few questions. I am a co-signer to this, co-sponsor, I should say, to this piece of legislation, because I think it's needed to be able to move along different projects in the territory. Commissioner Gabriel, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
I do have a few questions. I know you, in your testimony, you said that, let me see so I could say exactly what you said. We support the intent of the legislation as drafted. So I just want to be clear, you support the legislation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because sometimes the intent is one thing and the piece of legislation is something else. So I just want to make sure that you're in full support of the legislation. Let me ask you, what is the composition of your current division of capital improvement?
I am going to ask Mr. Jennings to speak to that. I don't have it in front of me. Sorry.
Ruben Jennings, Deputy Commissioner of Administration, Department of. You asked for the compensation.
Yeah, your current composition of the Division of Capital Improvement.
Okay, so we have two project coordinators, each on one on St. Croix, one on the island of St. Thomas. We have a acting CIP administrator. So we currently have a composition of 3 employees.
So only 3 employees at this moment.
Yes, Senator.
And so are there any architects or engineers that are part of the Division of Capital Improvement?
So the commissioner has he has allocated resources from our local engineering pool, so they work as a team. So even though there's 3 employees focused on CIP, we have resources from our local engineering unit that we allocate resources to the CIP administration, CIP division.
Okay.
So Senator, carry on. Let me just also to clarify, our acting CIP administrator is an architect.
Is an
And
architect?
of course, yes,
Okay.
our acting CIP administrator is an architect.
Okay, so then the Division of Capital Improvement then uses other resources from other divisions within the department. That's correct?
That is correct.
So what
That is
resources do you have available at your disposal?
correct. So we have, right now we have 4 engineers in St. Croix. We have 2 additional architects on St. Thomas. And then if you add our chief engineer, as well as focusing on disaster recovery, that's another engineer, and she's territorial.
So a total of 5 engineers and 2 architects, that's what you have in general?
Yes, I think
right.
so. Oh, no, I apologize, and we just added a mechanical engineer a few weeks ago. So he's on board as well. And then, like I said, we are bringing on a CAD technician.
Mechanical engineer, okay. And 2 project coordinators, if I'm not mistaken, that you mentioned, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and based on your knowledge and the demand that we have currently and what's coming down the pipeline, what would you require in order to carry out the job load that you have?
Meaning like in-house resources?
Yes, in-house resources.
So I mean, we've been going back and forth on this a lot. And just outside of highway engineering, I would probably say we need like another, or like a total of like 15 to 20.
15
and that's
to
a
20.
combination of architects, engineers, inspectors, project managers. That's what we think we would need to meet the need of what we see coming down the pipeline in-house.
And how many contracts you have currently or that you have outsourced to be able to provide these type of services currently?
So right now it's on a project by project basis, Senator. So a lot of our road projects, we go into a design phase. And we have a number of design contractors. Mr. McLean can speak to that. But right now, as it relates to for vertical construction, we depend on the Office of Disaster Recovery's task order contracts for A&E services.
I think my time has been called. The other question I have, Mr. Chair, if I may, how many master contracts do you think you would need then in order for this to be successful and carry out the intent of this piece of legislation?
Yeah, that's not good. I think like 3 to 4. I think 3 to 4 should be sufficient based on what we see our need being.
Okay. Commissioner Thomas, you have anything to add?
No, this has always been in the purview of Public Works. The master contract design, we use it as a task order all the time. That's what we do to manage the disaster responses. So it's basically in the purview of Public Works, and we are just here to support and carry out that need when the time comes. Thank you.
Just wrapping up, Mr. Chair. So you said 3 or 4 master contracts, and that's what you're referring 3 or 4 firms, correct? Which would have
Correct.
a capacity of what you're estimating each firm.
So when you say capacity, meaning like how many projects each one can handle?
Yes.
I mean, so I'm thinking we would be looking for firms that would be able to carry 5 to 10 projects at a time. Because I mean, if you have the 4, so then that gives you a range of between 20 and 40 projects that they'll be able to administer all at once.
Okay.
If we went that route.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrier. And Commissioner Gabriel, let me follow up with that in respect to the task orders. How would that process work under such a master contract? How would that look? Can you explain it to us, please?
Yeah, sure. So, of course, we put this out. My thought process, like I said, is we would select 3 to 4 firms, and then we make those firms available to our sister agencies. So let's say, and I always use this example, let's say DHS decides that they have a project, the Department of Human Services, has a project and it's under $500,000. We would go, we would visit the site, and based on that, we would work with the user agency to determine which of the firms had that specialty in-house. And then we would assign that task order contract to the firm, but the firm would act as an extension of DPW, meaning we would still assign an in-house project manager to manage that project along with the firm that's selected.
And in addition to that, I was seeing it as in terms of the workload, whether and the workload and the time frame of the contracts, whether it be, you say 3 or 4, but it could be 5 or 6 depending on the workload, correct?
Yeah, depending on what we have. So right now, based on what we see, I mean, I think the 3 to 4 firms, because the last thing you want, Senator, is to contract a firm and they're just sitting around waiting for work.
Correct.
So based on what we see right now, and then remember the legislation calls for us to reevaluate it and go through the process every 2 years. So right now, at least for the first 2 years, I think that we should be able to survive with 3 to 4 firms.
Okay, very well. Senator Whitaker, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the central staff. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to our testifiers. I too join in recognition of Marine Corps Day. Also, of course, tomorrow being Veterans Day as we honor the members of our military. And so I join in expressing the importance of recognizing and honoring all of our persons within the military corps. So I'm going to go straight forward. First off, I also want to commend, I'm going to begin by also commending the prime sponsor of this measure. I have signed on as a co-sponsor in support of this, and I look forward to the hopeful implementation of this law. Commissioner Derek Gabriel, on page 2 of your testimony, and you and I, of course, have had these conversations routinely concerning work, capacity issues, right? So as you indicated that there will be capacity issues in implementing this measure. What efforts have you made or will you make as it pertains to developing and raising the level of capacity of your employees within the department in order to execute this measure if passed?
So thanks for the question, Senator Whitaker. So far we brought on, since the last time I appeared, we've added, like I said, we've added 2 engineers. 2, right, Ruben? 2, right, Mr. Jennings? Sorry. Yeah, we've added.
Yes, 2 engineers.
Yeah, we've added 2 engineers, and we've been reassessing each of our project managers and inspectors' workload, and we've been more aligning it with their area of expertise and their area of experience. So, we've gone through that realignment, and I kind of slowed down things a little bit. But since we've come out, I've seen Project 10 moving forward a little bit faster, and I think that's significantly helped. And now with this measure, you'll have our project managers being able to have basically resources at their hands to do a lot of the field work, to review plans, to come up with plans, develop scopes, especially for smaller items, review change order requests, do requests for information. This would now give them, it would just overnight multiply the resources they have available to them.
And I want to drill down on that because, of course, that's a good thing. You're hiring people, but when we talk about it's one thing to hire folks. There's another element of professional development. So how will you ensure there's a strategy, proper project planning? Because we know there's oftentimes the case where we dole out funds to a department. Yes, the person have the capacity, but when it comes to a more structured approach, how just being sure to support them going forward. Do you have a professional development plan overall for the department, which will support ensuring that it's the strategy in this going forward?
Yeah, so I'm a big proponent of professional development. Since I've been on board, any professional development, any credible professional development opportunity that presents itself, we try to make sure that our staff is, made aware of it and make it available to them. But Senator Whitaker, we've also been, especially since we got a chief engineer on board, we've really been getting on the front end with our user agencies, particularly for these large projects, so that once we're involved in the design programming phase, and we provide our chief engineer as like as an owner's representative, we see even within the user agencies, we see those light bulbs turning on, and now they are becoming more of an active participant in the project management process. So I think that's been helping as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Anthony Thomas, can you please explain the current procedures being utilized for soliciting a department by department basis? If you're going to provide that.
So Senator Whitaker, could you repeat that, please?
What are your current procedures in solicitation? How do you see this measure with your current procedures? How would that change if any changes would be made? Would need to be made?
Well, the current process includes the engineering and design before you can actually do a RFP for solicitation. So, for instance, if I have a construction project, if I do not have access to an engineer or architect, then that would be the first request. So that would go out for 30 days. And then that work would be done. And then we'll use that information to solicit for construction of the project. I think what's unique here, I think the Senate President pointed out, this is not something that's unusual to us, nor has it been. It has always been an issue in the pipeline, because the Department of Public Works is responsible for all engineering work and all construction work within the territory. We as a territory has not really put the funding and the type of support in public works that's necessary to kind of support the central government. So this particular act or this particular bill, it eliminates some of the nuances that has to happen before procurement is done. So architectural and the engineering service and those kind of things are not procurement functions. Those are functions of the Department of Public Works, which becomes challenged if that particular department does not have the type of support necessary. So this bill helps to create an environment where that portion of it can be done much more efficiently. There is no need to be involved with going out and getting the engineering services and then going back out for the construction. That part is taken care of, so this cuts out a step that has always been challenging for us as a territory to manage.
Chairman, if I were just have one more question. And still to you, Commissioner Thomas, and how do you see this measure needing for you to augment your staff? How will you need to essentially hire up? And as you and I also conversate about processes, and I'm big about timelines and the like, so I just would like to see how you plan to hire more staff in this endeavor. Would you need more funds?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for that, Senator Whitaker. I think like every other commissioner that manages support agency in the central government, we're challenged with staffing. I made a request to the legislature for 13 positions that was subsequently denied. So I am trying to balance my way through the process. The disaster recovery, just for your information, I have $604 million sitting in my shop for 2022. That's just disaster recovery. I have another $200 million that I process regularly between disaster response, supply needs, and just the regular processes pertaining to a person's budget. So for me, I need at least 13 more bodies to help me manage the process, because it's going to be difficult for me to have these disaster recovery projects as a priority in the territory with the staff I have. So right now, I try to process contracts at 100 days, 130 days. That's including the solicitation. But I can see me pushing that back to like 250 days, because we also had a executive order 493/2019 And that was supposed to develop the procurement division in each department, which again has not been done. That's part of the staffing requirements. So I could see it being pushed back to 250 days if I don't get those bodies to kind of support the overall needs of the territory.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Madam Clerk, can you please record Senator Payne as present? Thank you. But Commissioner Thomas, didn't we increase your budget? Commissioner?
Initially, when I came for the supplemental budget, but no, you did not approve the positions that we requested. You actually cut the budget.
Point of information, Senator Viale.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your budget that you received last year and your budget you received this year, you're saying that the budget you received this year is less than last year?
No, I'm saying that the increases that we needed to manage the personnel that we asked you for were not approved. That would have increased the budget.
So
we got, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So the amount that you received this year is more than the amount you received last fiscal year?
If you're not including the request for the personnel, yes.
So hence we increased your budget.
But it did not cover the personnel needs. That's what Blinded question
Right,
was.
it did not. No, his question was overall. It did not cover all of the vacancies, but we also need to remember that vacancies were funded at 50%. So if you're looking for the entire amount in the budget, it's not there because it takes at least 6 months to onboard certain individuals. So vacancies were funded at 50%. Secondly, I know that with disaster recovery, you're allowed administrative costs. And what administrative costs are being passed on to personnel to be able to expedite the process?
I have been attempting to get that. I'm going to follow back up again to see where we are in that process. But again, the staffing requested. The staffing we requested to ensure that we could support the territory's disaster recovery needs were not provided.
Mr. Chair, one more. I remember a discussion now, everything is coming back to me, a discussion that the president had, in which there were concerns about how we're funding certain positions, if we're funding positions that we think are going to be permanent and continuously stay on the payroll versus using administrative costs and funding positions for a time certain to deal with disaster recovery. Once we put a position onto the payroll of the government of the Virgin Islands, it stays there. So we got to be careful because then you're saying that the government need X amount of people, individuals, which perhaps won't be the case 4 or 5 years from now. So there needs to be a meeting with disaster recovery personnel and the other, your entity, procurement, to be able to coordinate how we spending monies. We have millions of dollars in federal recovery, COVID, etc. We have a lot of money we're taking out for administrative costs, but the money ain't going to the right place. Administrative costs was just utilized for a little trip to Puerto Rico to discuss disaster recovery, but administrative costs can be utilized for positions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't remember going to Puerto Rico, Senator, but I could say this to you that in the discussion over the budget, I did ask to have a standard 43 positions for procurement, not because of the disaster, just because of the amount of work that comes into my department. 43 bodies would help me to apply myself more appropriately. Right now, I have 20 people. It just is not enough people to manage the normal processes of the central government. And I made that clear in our discussion for the budget. I'm not asking for any positions that's going to be eliminated. We just we don't have the capacity to manage the government's work as it is. And with 43 positions, I can balance that much better than not having any added positions. The 20 positions is what creates the cumbersome nature of the procurement process, because it just doesn't have enough people to process to go through the processes much more efficiently.
Commissioner Anthony, just for the record, no one stated that you took 3 trips to Puerto Rico. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Commissioner, I need to ask this question. I need to ask this question not only of yourself, but also of the Commissioner of Public Works, because of the discussion that was had earlier with the chair of the Finance Committee. So, of course, in the 2022 budget and previous years, the salaries for employees or new employees or vacancies rather were not budgeted at the entire 100%, in some instances 75, 50, etc. Is there communication that has been provided to your department from the Office of Management and Budget advising you how the personnel should be handled, let's just say this fiscal year or in previous fiscal years? Because it is important that the CFOs for the respective departments and agencies understand how their personnel is budgeted. Because hearing that conversation, and that's not the first time I heard it, about the fact that you did not receive your entire personnel resources or appropriation levels, that's not really the case, because we know, as going back to what the chair said, that positions are not filled on the day on October 1. As a matter of fact, it is my understanding that the budgets or the system for FY 2022 didn't open until November 1. So help me to understand what communication you all receive from the Office of Management and Budget, which is the entity that should be providing that information to help the departments and agencies to understand what happened in the budget process, because they are involved in that process with the legislature every step of the way. So I need to understand if there's communication coming to you so we could clear that up, because to say that you did not receive your full complement isn't really a reality. So I want to hear from Public Works as well as, that's my inquiry, Public Works as well as Property and Procurement, as far as information being pushed down, up, whichever way you want to call it, to your respective departments and agencies.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Senate President. So for us, not only did we talk to OMB, but we also did our own internal analysis. And my understanding was, just as you said, a lot of the positions, when you looked at what shook out, some of them just weren't funded for the full duration, but that was because people wouldn't be joining. So we did have that understanding. We're still, kind of analyzing it, but we've had those discussions and we've been proceeding accordingly. So like, for example, we've been putting certain positions online. We've been doing them slowly but surely, tripling them out to be able to, realize what we need.
For me, I am not disputing the 50%. The question was, do I have enough staff? We had a request for an additional 13 staff members that was not provided. The regular
Commissioner Thomas?
I only had one vacancy.
Commissioner Thomas? I don't want to cut you off, but what becomes frustrating when we ask questions is questions are asked, but they're not answered. I think my question was very direct. I could be a little long-winded sometimes, but my question was, did you receive direction from the Office of Management and Budget around what your budget looked like, particularly in the personnel category, so all of the CFOs can understand what it is that took place? I'm not debating what's happening internally in your office. I want to know if policies are being sent out so people can understand what they're doing. That's it.
I received communication that I had to cut 1-point-something million off of my personnel needs. That's
when did you receive that? Before the budget was passed or after the budget was passed?
After the budget was passed.
Okay, so I would like to really have a conversation and sit down with you and look at your budget, because I am not understanding that discussion. And let me just say for the record, because, and Mr. Chair, bear with me, because a lot of misinformation will go out. Bear with me on this, please. Let me just say for the record that as we worked on the 2022 budget, the Office of Management and Budget was very involved. When the information came down to the legislature, the Office of Management and Budget, or the government, the executive branch, or the financial team, or whatever that information is that came down to the legislature, said to us, cut these budgets by X amount. If they did not share that information with y'all, that's what came to us. While we are the final decision makers, because we're going to admit that we are the final decision makers, we do take direction from the department, from the executive branch as well, because the executive branch is a day-to-day responsibility, right? They're responsible for ensuring the day-to-day operations of the territory when it comes to the central government. But OMB sent to this body those reductions right before they had the exit conference or the exit hearing for the 2022 budget. So I want to make sure I put on the record, because this is not the first time that I've heard this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam President, for putting that on the record. Point of inquiry, Senator Veely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fiscal year 2021 personnel services, property and procurement. For personnel services alone, $1,854,430 appropriated pursuant to Act 8474. $2,582,353, an increase of some $727,000 in personnel services alone for property and procurement. We increase fringe benefits from $8,879,615. We increase it to $1,239,709. The original budget that was sent down from the Office of Management and Budget was prior to Lime Tree Bay being closed. All right. After Lime Tree Bay was closed, they sent down a revised budget that had actually trimmed a number of departments because the projections were decreased. And in certain departments, we still went and increased the monies they get in. I mean, personnel, we increased like almost 35 to 40%. The increase, the first recommendation was that personnel wanted $3,358,000 to the budget. So they wanted to actually double the procurement budget. We gave an increase of $700,000. So I think the legislature have done this part. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Veely. Senator Novel Francis Senior, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues. Certainly good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to extend my best wishes to my colleague, Senator Gittins, for him and a speedy recovery, and also to extend condolences to all of our recent COVID deaths as well. I think we're up to 83 at this time, and I want to offer my condolences to the family of those individuals there. Happy Veterans Day, and we look forward to that tomorrow, and of course we'll be doing ceremonies commemorating Veterans Day tomorrow. So I want to commend the bill sponsor for Bill 34-0069. I think is certainly a step in the right direction. And the Property and Procurement Commission have indicated that, in fact, this is a practice that they have done for some time now by having a master contract, and certainly now we are codifying it. Commissioner of PMP, Mr. Thomas, would you agree that obviously having the master contract and having this legislation in place will actually save time, save money, and expedite processes?
Yes, Senator, it will.
And tell me, with those master contracts, because obviously it's plural, public works, you said that you're unable to do this in-house, so obviously all of this will be outsourced. And I just wanted to ask you, how do we ensure the quality of service will be provided to ensure that we're not just allowing for one entity to be able to reap this benefit, but rather that there'll be some form of a lottery system or spreading the wealth, throughout, so that certainly others will be able to benefit from this contract agreement.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Senator. So, I mean, like we said earlier, we tried to align the issuance of the task orders with the contractor's expertise. So, like, say, if you have something that's a school repair, and we have a contractor that specializes in school repairs and design, we'll be able to give that to them. But moreover, just like you said, in order for it to work, we have to spread it across the table to all the contractors so you maintain that timeliness. And then, of course, our in-house project managers would be managing it from an overall perspective.
Very well. Thank you for that. And, one of the criticism that I often hear regarding legislation or comes from our small contractors who a lot of times complain about not having a seat at the table, and they continue to be left out because of bonding issues and others. How do we see an opportunity here, or do you see an opportunity here where our small contractors will be able to benefit from some of these smaller contracts in less than a $500,000?
Yeah, so on the design side, because it is a soft service, we don't require bonding. So that'll be good. The smaller contractors will be able to go out for this without having to do bonding. And then, and I think Commissioner Thomas can also speak to it. I think we're also looking at doing something with the threshold for construction services, so that smaller projects, the smaller contractors don't necessarily have to do bonding, but we'll do some, because we do maintain retention for those projects. So I know there's been some discussions there so that we can make sure that these dollars trickle down to the smaller contractors.
Commissioner Thomas, can you indicate how do we best address that particular issue? Because every time I go into Home Depot, I hear it from contractors that approach me and said, what are you guys doing for us? We're being left out of the loop. All these big contractors continue to eat up from the crumbs all the way to the big projects. How do we work to at least get them a seat at the table?
For me or Commissioner Thomas?
Oh, that was Commissioner Thomas. I'm sorry, Commissioner Thomas.
Sorry about that, Senator. Can you repeat your question, please?
Oh, man, I was just passionate about it. I don't know if I could reenact that one.
Got this.
But what I was saying is that every time I go into Home Depot, right, I'm always approached by our small business contractors that know me by first and last name, right? And I know them by first and last name as well because they live in this community. And, they often ask about what are you doing, what are we doing for them in regards to getting them a seat at the table. That we have the big contractors that's obviously reaping the big contracts, but they're also eating the crumbs. They're also certainly bidding for the smaller contracts. What can we do to make sure that they have a seat at the table?
Time.
So Senator Jackson passed a bill, an act, not too long ago that we're working out those particular kinks. I would say to you, we were able to reduce the need for bonding up to $150,000. That's equivalent to the federal government laws. However, we keep running into some challenges with the federal money, but we're working to find ways to solve that problem. Additionally, there is a need for a board to be established to determine the status of a particular entity, whether they're considered a small business or minority business, which will be done by the EDA, EDC. So we're in discussions and we're working diligently to help our small businesses because you're right, they don't have a seat at the table, especially when you get into the larger contracts. However, I would say that most of our local companies do most of the subcontracting work. So a lot of our team, our small businesses do get jobs, but we agree that there needs to be a cutout for those small construction projects, especially what we're talking about today. I think these it could work well between the $150,000 to $250,000 threshold. But that's something we're diligently working on.
Very well. Thank you for that. And I'm hoping to work with my colleagues to probably take that up to $350,000 because I think that in this current market, I think that our small businesses and our small contractors will be well suited to at least be able to get a seat at the table, one, and two, to be able to feed their families and hire locals as well. So I'll be working with my colleagues to probably try to take that up a little bit. But again, I'm definitely in support of this piece of legislation. And, kudos again to the bill sponsor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. And let me add to that in respect to the small contractors here in the territory. Commissioner Gabriel, and based on your response to me earlier, in respect to the different amounts per contract, and would you say it would actually assist small contractors in being and having a seat at the table when it comes to the many contracts that's coming through the pipeline, whereas there's a time frame allotted and you need to get the work done within a certain time frame? Would you say that would assist those small contractors, or would it affect them in any way? How do you see that working moving forward?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think a lot of it is really depending on the project and depending on the firm's expertise. And the other side of it is that sometimes the firms have to look for subcontracting help, right? So if you have an engineering firm, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have surveying expertise. That doesn't necessarily mean that you can do geotechnical surveys, that kind of stuff. So you still won't be depending on some of your small contractors. I think for the most part, though, as far as timeline goes, I think, truthfully, when you're in a time crunch, it lends to larger firms because they're able to spread it out over their resources. But the way I envision it is, and you see it, a lot of the smaller firms still have the flexibility and the ability to be nimble to move between projects and execute them quickly. So I think there's always going to be, that bucket for our smaller firms that have that expertise. And then, of course, as you kind of get to the top, the larger firms start to know they're able to spread it out over the resources that they have available and throw a lot more at it. So it really depends on a project by project basis.
And I do see that way too, and I do agree with you, but let's also go into the area where, as you spoke to earlier, in respect to bonding and those who do not have the bonding capacity. How can you expound on how they can be part of this process and be able to, as my colleagues say, feed their family and be involved in the process?
Yeah, so again, because Design A&E is a soft service, we don't require bonding. So it just does make it available to them. Now, I do want to caution you because the smaller firms will still have to, like I said, partner with other firms, and which it just creates a little bit of it creates some uncertainty there, if you will. But I do think, and like I said, and as a government, because we're seeing these smaller projects be stymied by the bonding on the construction side, we're trying to be creative. And as Commissioner Thomas talked about, we're exploring ways to really raise that bonding threshold by policy. I know that the legislature has talked about doing it by law as well. And then we've been exploring ways to really use the retention, that 10% that we keep, to secure that service. So we're trying to be as creative as possible because, as everybody said, we have so many projects. We're just trying to get them through the pipeline as efficiently as possible, while keeping in mind that the federal government does have their requirements that we have to adhere to.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Gabriel. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Thomas, is the threshold too high, the 500,000?
No, I don't think so. But I think it's only, we have to remember that it's only going to encompass certain projects, because in this time we are seeing projects well beyond $10 million easy. So it's going to only be a certain type of project. And I think the legislation was good in laying out what those projects are.
Okay, so regular maintenance like AC, overhaul, that type of stuff wouldn't necessarily qualify.
So it all
I'm just thinking
depends
you
too.
have an issue with a building. You need to overhaul the AC units. It's going to come to $140,000 for an entity that don't have individuals that could do that scope of work at A&E. That would have to then go through a longer process because the threshold is 500,000.
No, not it should be able to fit into this particular threshold. It's either from 0 up to 500,000. The issue is going to be what does the project encompass, right? If it's a building like a hospital building with air condition problems, then I could see that. But
Right,
if it's
but
just
I'm reading the
one-
language. I'm trying to make sure we have the language right. The language says of at least 500,000. So the total
Correct.
cost of the project over a span of years must be at least 500,000.
Though I read it, they read go up to that amount, not necessarily that it just includes that amount. It goes from 0 up. Again, it's going to be one of the challenges with the master contract and the task orders for public works to determine what fits into that particular criteria. We have supply contracts.
Okay.
and
Okay, no,
maintenance
you're good.
contracts.
I'm reading it again. I'm realizing. So section 1, and kind of talking to the chair now. Section
Okay.
1 just deals with the definition. So it removes all of those major maintenance, et cetera, out of this particular threshold. And then section 2 puts all the contracts under $500,000 for this master contract.
Correct.
Okay, so that wording is perfect. Is the Department of Education still doing their own procurement?
Up to 250,000, yes, but not construction.
Okay. So this is going to be, and you already have a number of master contracts with individuals, so debris removal and that type of stuff, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm good. This is a good bill, Mr. Chair. I'll support it.
Thank you so much, Senator Veely. Senator Payne, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I just have a few questions, 1 or 2 questions for the Commissioner of Public Works and 1 or 2, maybe just 1 for Commissioner Thomas. Commissioner Gable, you stated in your testimony, you mentioned that in-house engineers, architects and project managers do not have the capacity to manage smaller projects with tight schedules and timelines. How are the architectural and engineering services for these projects currently being handled?
So right now, it's in conjunction with the user agency. In construction, we refer to it as like a quick burn rate. So a lot of times these smaller projects, by the time you get the contract executed and the user agency gets mobilized and we do like the first inspection, you're already to substantial completion, because a lot of these are really like $100,000, $200,000 projects. So it requires like a daily, it literally requires a daily involvement that our folks just don't have the bandwidth for. And especially when you add in the projects that are over $500,000, they begin to get lost in the shuffle. And sometimes, between inspections, you will come back and find that, like I said, our project is substantially complete. And now you're going back with the contractor to analyze how we got here. And especially when it comes to change orders, you want to make sure that you're managing that daily.
Okay, thank you for that. And also, do you believe that this legislation will cut costs and increase efficiency regarding the execution of these services? And if so, how?
So I think so overall, because I think just being able to have the master contract available to task order it out, you're going to be saving time, like Commissioner Thomas said, instead of each user agency having to procure their own. So right there, that's about a 3 to 6 month time frame that you're saving. As far as costs go, that's a little bit more, it's a little bit tricky, because you're going to have these firms, and the more they get familiar with our projects, you're going to see more efficient unit pricing. But my thought process is the first time that you see this go out, firms are going to have, and I mean, remember now, we're competing in a very inflated construction market. So firms are going to make sure that their unit pricing for the different positions is able to carry whatever that project is. Because as Senator Viale said, it could be anything from a AC replacement, it could be retrofitting a room, roof repairs. There's such a wide gamut of what that under $500,000 could be. They're going to see firms give you unit pricing that kind of is able to accept whatever that project is.
Thank you for your response. Commissioner Thomas, you mentioned in your testimony that the legislation creating a centralized mechanism to support various government agencies in acquiring architectural and engineering services for various construction projects, as opposed to soliciting services on a department by department basis every time a need for architectural engineering services arises. Please share the advantages of having a centralized mechanism to administer these services versus a department by department workflow.
So that's thank you very much for the question, Senator. The process allows us to avoid the normal challenges that departments face by not having the skilled personnel or having to go through the processes before it gets to the procurement structure. That step, like most of our disaster response projects, the task order manages the disaster recovery as you see today. So you have various advantages by not having to actually conduct that part of the process before it gets to the procurement. It also speeds up the time because there is no need for a 30-day to a 60-day solicitation just for A&E services and then to go back out for contracts again. So you have in a regular process, you have at least a 90-day window just for putting out solicitations for the A&E services and then for the construction.
So in your opinion, may I ask you, in your opinion, do you see any disadvantages or challenges that having a centralized mechanism may manifest?
No, I think that's the way the government was designed to work for public works, procurement, so on and so forth.
30
I
seconds.
think this fits into it. What I do like about this particular action, it's that no one could come back and change it except the legislature. And basically, while we have these standards available to us, it's usually up to the agency head to make a determination as whether to or not to go into this type of relationship. But by the Department of Public Works and the chair, the president of the legislature with this bill and its co-supporters, the advantages now require that this be done, and it's always going to be available. And so that makes it excellent for our environment that we're in.
Thank you both for your responses. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair, and I too am in full support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Payne. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize the sponsor of the bill. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I've listened to the conversation regarding this legislation, I have to ask, so in the language of the bill, under Section 1C, it speaks to engineering, architectural, planning, and construction services. But as I listen to the conversation, it makes me beg the question, should we include and project management services? That's for Public Works.
So I interpreted that it was all inclusive because I think project management is a part of your construction services. It doesn't help though, just so you have it and it's explicitly there so that there's no question.
Okay, so construction, planning and construction services. You're right. Construction services is tied to if you ask the engineer or the architect to serve as the project manager as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
correct.
so
That's correct.
All right, so that's not necessarily necessary. But let me ask you, so you indicated that you brought on 4 engineers, 2 architects, and 1 mechanical engineer. And I know that in the 33rd, of course, you were not before us at that time, but we discussed a concern that we had as it relates to why the Department of Public Works could not attract engineers. And that was because of the salary. So have you addressed the salary of the starting salary for engineers coming into the Department of Public Works?
So we've been, the answer is no. What we've been doing is we've been trying to, all of our salaries are commensurate to experience, right? So we brought on a chief engineer that was very experienced, and we were able to raise her threshold, and we brought her in through the Public Finance Authority. And again, as you mentioned, Senator Fred Gregory, especially on the disaster recovery, we have money available to us on these PWs that can reimburse the department and pay for some of the...
No. See, that's what y'all do. Why do y'all do that to me? I ask a direct question. Have you addressed the starting salaries of engineers coming in to the Department of Public Works? Is either yes or no?
No.
Why?
I mean, the people that we brought on, they've been real green, so it hasn't been where we needed to raise or we need to pay them more, except for, like I said,
what's your starting
one
salary?
person that we've... I'm sorry?
What's the starting salary?
I think it's 66,000.
That's a problem.
Ms. Dennis,
And
can you
they're
confirm?
green, but
Sorry.
let me explain you something. We are not preparing ourselves for continuity. So the issue here is, while they may be green, they're going to stay with you for 2 years, and then they're going to move on. And that's why you're unable to maintain your engineering personnel. You all have to raise the salary of the engineers. You can't sit as somebody green. The salary must be addressed. That's the problem. I know of a young man living in some place in Virginia who's been trying to get an engineering job in the Virgin Islands. He is a Virgin Islander. He traveled all the way to Atlanta, very excited about the recent trip that the government took to attract Virgin Islanders for the workforce. And when he got there, he was told that the salary was $60-something thousand, not only for Public Works, but for WAPA and the like. It's a problem. We could take all the trips we want, all the trips that we want to take, but if we do not address the salary to attract the young people that we are talking about, then it's a problem. I don't care how green we are. I don't care how green they are. And I'm speaking because I am the mother of an engineer, so I get it. And my son worked for, what a construction company name called? We got something in common. Turner Construction in New York. And his salary was not 66. So, and the entity that he went to, he left when he came back to the Virgin Islands. If you want to keep them, you have to pay them more, because what they're going to do is start their own businesses, which we want to encourage that too. But if you want to keep them in your organization, that's what you have to do. So I do not agree, and we talk about this. How do you attract them? You have 4 engineers. Something wrong with that picture, Commissioner. Let's try to definitely work on that. So let's talk about the threshold, because as I listen to the conversation, do you believe that the threshold, based on all of the federal dollars that we have coming into the territory, is sufficient? It's high enough?
Time.
I think over that, we need to be careful, and we need to make sure that we're, like I said, putting the right resources around it. At least this gives us the ability to evaluate and get the smaller projects out the chute and done. So now we can use our resources to focus on the larger projects.
Yeah, you're talking a little fast. I don't understand what you're saying.
So right now, I could tell you in our CIP division, right now we have 114 projects that we're managing through the 2 districts. And you see about, I would say like a 60-40 split, if you will, as far as active projects. We have 41 of those projects that are under $500,000. So if you're able to use this mechanism to get those projects going and done, then at least now we can focus on the other 58 that are over $500,000 with the resources that we have in-house. And then, like I said, don't forget, we have the task order contracts available through the Office of Disaster Recovery.
So what prevents us now, even if my colleagues were to say they're not in support of this measure, and I know my time has been called, but just allow me to wrap up, Mr. Chair. What prevents us now from moving forward with master contracts. Everything don't have to be under disaster recovery. There is a government of the Virgin Islands that will exist long after all these federal dollars that's coming into the territory. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I heard specifically that the commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement indicated that he doesn't have the requisite support as far as moving these contracts forward. But innovation says that we should recognize that in order to address that shortage issue that he's indicated, that we have to do things a little different. So absent of this, we should not be waiting for the Office of Disaster Recovery to work for yourself and the Commissioner of Public Works, the Commissioner of Property and Procurement to work together to put those master contracts in place. Because clearly it's in your face. And this is not going away, and the community is complaining about us moving our projects forward. So what prevents us from doing that?
So, Senator President, I think we have been, like we talked about before, like Senator Vielle had mentioned, we do have the task order contracts available for road repairs. We've worked together to raise that threshold to be $1 million, so we've been able to address a lot of our smaller road projects. Right now, our engineering brain trust in-house is working on a scope of work and an RFP to do for construction management and construction inspection services, specifically for our disaster recovery projects. I think a lot of it, though, is that, quite honestly, the user agencies they don't have the funding. Prior to the disaster recovery, they didn't have the funding to allocate for something like this. Because if as you know, as a bill author, we're requiring the user agencies to allocate that 15 to 17%. So you're still depending on them to bring that money to the table to fund the task order contract. So again, Commissioner Thomas and I have been talking about it. I've been specifically engaging with those user agencies that have several projects to get letters of commitment so that we can get the funding commitment to do contracts like this.
Well, the funding commitment from my perspective should be based on if they bring a project forward, they need to process their PO, whatever it is processed, to set aside their resources to support their respective projects. So a task order does not have money attached to it. What it has is a project attached, and as the need arises, then the payment is set aside for that purpose. So that one is a little fuzzy for me, but you guys are the ones that's running this. So I want to thank you for the leeway, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the Department of Public Works as well as the Department of Property and Procurement for supporting this measure. And of course, I want to thank Senator Whitaker, Senator Johnson, Senator Carrion, and Senator Payne for signing on this measure, as well as Senator Blyden for signing on the measure. And I just want to say that this is not something that I decided to do 3 months ago. I've been working on this piece of legislation since the 33rd. I worked at the Department of the Property Port Authority, and that's why Port Authority is successful. Port Authority establishes task orders for their Marine Division as well as for their Airport Division. So that's how they're able to move their projects along, and we in this government should be no different. I want to ask my colleagues to support this measure, and thank you in advance. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. I believe we have exhausted our time for this block. Any burning question from any of my colleagues before I release the Commissioner Thomas and have them do a closing 30 seconds closing statement? Hearing none. Okay, Senator Whitaker, you recognize for your question.
And this goes to Commissioner Gabriel. Just based on what has been expressed today, especially when we're speaking about workforce development and shoring up your staff, what would be your next steps in after this hearing, not only contemplation of this law, but just overall efforts to address some of our gaps as we brought out? What would be your next steps to address this?
So I think the first step, and we've been talking about it, really is just to kind of solidify what the process for administering this contract looks like, making sure that we have that in place so that when there's no slippage in time once we have this this tool available to us. But I also think, we consistently do it. We just need to reevaluate the resources we have in-house. To the Senate President's point, and I know it's not the first time it's come up, we probably need to look at the salary situation. I know Mr. Jennings and I have been talking about that. Probably need to engage with like the Office of Collective Bargaining as well. And then finally, just to keep the dialogue going with our user agencies, because they'll be critical to this effort as far as daylighting the projects that they have as soon as they're on the horizon, so that we could get it in the pipeline and get it the resources it needs up front.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Gabriel, for response. I'm going to allow you 30 seconds, Commissioner Gabriel and Commissioner Thomas, to give a closing statement before I excuse Commissioner Thomas before we go to Block 2. Commissioner Gabriel, let me let you go first.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Senator Blyden. And of course, I just want to thank everybody for continuously being willing to work with the department so that we can address all of our needs, all the issues that we have. Of course, I've spoken to each of you off the record, and as you say, the Virgin Islands will go as a Department of Public Works school. So I do thank you for your continued support. I do want to thank the bill's sponsor. I knew that she had been working on this piece of legislation even before I came to the Department of Public Works. So thank you for not only engaging the department, but also for following through on your commitment to get us the resources that we need to be successful.
Thank you so much. And please, for the next round, please slow down. Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Again, I'd like to thank the bill sponsor and the other supporters of the bill. I'd like to thank you for having us. Again, this bill is in alignment with the Brian Roach administration goals of streamlining government processes and achieving greater efficiency for the delivery of service for the people of the Virgin Islands. So thank you all very much. I appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Thomas, you're released. We're going to stand and recess for 2 minutes. We are back on record. Do I hear an amendment? Technical amendment, Senator Cardion, you recognize?
On page 2, section 2, subsection B, technical amendment to remove A after maintain and add S at contracts, remove on file, and also technical amendment to remove less than after projects and add up to. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Carrion, second by Senator Payne and Viale. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Carrion.
I move that bill number 340069, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 9, Section 134A, relating to the Department of Public Works, Division of Capital Improvements, by adding subsection C to define capital improvement projects, and amending Title 31, Chapter 1, relating to functions of the Commissioners of Public Works, by adding this new subsection B and C to direct the Commissioner of Public Works to maintain in master contracts for providing governmental entities with architectural engineering services for construction, expansion, renovation, major maintenance, rehabilitation, or replacement projects that cost less than $500,000 over the life of the project. As amended, is act favorably in this committee as amended and moved to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 34.0069 was properly moved by Senator Carrion and seconded by Senator Payne and Senator Viale. Roll call. Madam Clerk.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yea.
Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Payne Sr., yea. Senator Janelle K. Sorrow. Senator K. Sorrow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Yes. Senator Kurt A. Viale, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yea. Mr. Chairman, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you. Motion carries. Bill number 34.0069, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 9, Section 134A, relating to the Department of Public Works, Division of Capital Improvements, by adding subsection C to define capital improvement project, and amending Title 31, Chapter 1, relating to the functions of the Commissioner of Public Works, by adding a new subsection B and C to direct the Commissioner of Public Works to maintain a master contract for providing governmental entities with architectural and engineering service for the construction, expansion, renovation, major maintenance, rehabilitation, or replacement projects that cost less than $500,000 over the life of the project have been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Madam Clerk, can you please read the next item on today's agenda?
Bill number 34-0087, an act providing for a complete street policy and creating a complete street task force within the Department of Public Works to aid in the development and implementation of strategies to increase the usability of all streets for all modes of travel for citizens of all ages and abilities in the Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works, Mr. Julian Hanley, ADA Coordinator, Office of the Governor, Mr. Troy Schuster, State Director, American Association of Retired Persons, Virgin Islands Chapter.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to this bill? Senator Payne, you recognize for the introduction of your bill.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I introduce bill number 34-0087, an act providing for a complete streets policy and creating a complete streets task force within the Department of Public Works to aid in the development and implementation of strategies to increase the usability of all streets for all modes of travel for citizens of all ages and abilities in the Virgin Islands. But before I begin, I want to wish a speedy recovery to my colleague and lifelong friend and 87 Senator Gittins. Your 1043 is only at 10-5 away. All right, 42. Also, I would like to wish a speedy recovery to another lifelong friend, the 80A coordinator, Mr. Julian Henley, who spent countless hours working side by side with Team AARP, Mr. Troy Schuster and Pamela Toussaint, and my team crafting and tweaking the Complete Streets Act Bill of 2021. Colleagues, as each of you know firsthand, the roads and streets across the entire territory is in serious disrepair and definitely not in a position to serve the needs of all of its residents or all modes of travel. The roadways in the VI suffered severe damage as a result of the 2017 hurricane season and a massive influx of heavy equipment trucks and increased traffic during the ongoing recovery process. However, as part of the recovery process in the VI, as a part of the recovery process, the Virgin Islands has a unique opportunity to make use of recovery dollars to incorporate the repair, upgrade, and enhancement of its streets and roadways. The results of the Virgin Islands Department of Health 2016 EPI AIDS study confirmed the need to revamp our streets and roadways. Its findings demonstrate that in the territory, 87% of our street length has no sidewalks. 47% of street length has no lighting. 79% of streets have no walkable destinations, such as shops, restaurants, or parks. And only 53% have a mixed use of residential and commercial properties, and a mere 4.8% having public transit stops. Over the past years, the Virgin Islands has historically spent a disproportionate amount of transportation funds to accommodate streets designed only for vehicular traffic. This practice has seriously disenfranchised a significant number of residents, especially the most vulnerable, who cannot afford vehicles, are physically unable, or choose not to drive and must rely on a combination of walking and public transportation. Colleagues, this piece of legislation seeks to consider the needs of diverse modes of transport, including but not limited to walking, biking, driving, wheeling, rolling, riding, public transit, car sharing, paratransit, taxis, freight carriers, and emergency response vehicles. Implementing a Complete Streets Act task force will ensure a safe, convenient, and context-sensitive transportation system for all modes of travel and for users of all ages and abilities. The task force will be composed of 10 members, 4 members from St. Thomas, 4 members from St. Croix, and 2 members from St. John, all appointed by the governor for a term of 6 years. The governor is charged with the responsibility of ensuring that the most knowledgeable and experienced personnel are appointed. Let me repeat that. The governor is charged with the responsibility of ensuring that the most knowledgeable and experienced personnel are appointed, and he must consult with the commissioners of the Department of Public Works, Property and Procurement, Planning and Natural Resources, Human Services, Health, Sports, Parks and Recreation, Housing Finance Authority, and the Disability Rights Center. Colleagues, this almost feels like deja vu, as this bill came before the 33rd legislature and was voted on by all of the members. But the governor vetoed the bill because we didn't identify funding for the task force. However, the governor has graciously agreed to provide a funding source for the task force, as he agrees that the Complete Streets Act bill is a win-win for the entire community. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair and colleagues, and I look forward to your full support at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Payne. I see we have Commissioner Gabriel there and Mr. Schuster. Mic check, please.
Yes. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. Good to see you. How are you doing?
Likewise, great to see you. Thanks.
Okay, very well. Commissioner Gabriel, you still there?
Yep, I'm here. Good morning.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Gabriel. Let me have you start first, Commissioner Gabriel, and then we'll close with Mr. Schuster.
Sure. Good morning, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairperson of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, committee members, and all other senators in attendance today, as well as those in the listening and viewing audience. I am Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. With me today is Mr. Jomo McLean, Program Manager, and Mr. Peter Gajewski, Project Manager, both from the Office of Highway Engineering. I thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill 34-0087, an act providing a complete streets policy and creating a complete streets task force within the Department of Public Works to aid in the development and implementation of strategies to increase the usability of all streets for all modes of travel for citizens of all ages and abilities in the Virgin Islands. We support the spirit and intent of this legislation as it is one that provides aspirational models for our highways, streets, corridors, and thoroughfares. The Department of Public Works, in conjunction with our federal highway partners, are already making strides within the department to bring several segments of this bill to fruition. However, there are a few sections that are concerning. Task Force. We believe our current design review process allows for most of the policies, standards, and future needs being considered in this legislation. Right now, we have implemented a design review process where the government's territorial ADA coordinator is involved at the appropriate design review intervals. The department also has trained architects, engineers, and project managers that are reviewing these plans at the various stages to ensure all applicable laws, policies, rules, and regulations are followed. Subsequently, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources reviews these project plans as part of the permitting process. Yes, the personnel involved in the review process are mostly technical, but they are taking into consideration all aspects concerning walkability, alternative and future uses, as well as mitigation, resiliency, long-term maintenance, and sustainability. It is important to ensure the task force does not become an additional layer of bureaucracy and instead functions as an advisory committee representing portions of our underserved population during the initial phases of the design review process. I also suggest reducing the task force to a 7-member body to allow for more flexibility and better chances of consistently establishing a quorum. Funding. There was no funding allocated to cover the costs of this initiative in the proposed legislation. The section of the bill pertaining to annual reporting lists numerous measurable tasks that must be demonstrated and documented on a yearly basis to meet the annual reporting requirements. These tasks would require a designated employee, which of course requires additional funding. Without providing an appropriate funding source, this bill is another unfunded mandate that the department cannot sustain. We are willing to work with the committee to find a funding source as well as an amount that can sustain this program. Land use. We have additional concerns regarding land use. There are several areas of our territory, particularly our historic towns, districts, and sites, where there is a high improbability of implementing complete streets in these areas. As islands, we have limitations due to our landscape and topography. For instance, if you build a road to our current federal standards, that's already 16 feet at minimum for 2 lanes of roadway. That does not include the additional 2 to 4 feet for drainage or 5 feet for sidewalks. Taking it a step further by adding bike lanes makes the width even larger. As residents of this territory, we all understand how narrow many of our roads are, especially in the historic districts. In addition to the possible financial burden, it is a question if we would even have the space. In some instances, the land is unavailable to acquire, again, as is the case in our historic districts. Needless to say, we will not be able to include all requirements stipulated in this bill on every road project. However, I do appreciate section 55, subsection D, allows for context-sensitive design. I recommend this body consider funding a program spread over years to bring our historic towns into compliance with current codes. This will take significant effort and coordination between many of the agencies and groups mentioned in this proposed legislation. If funded and implemented properly, this legislation could be the conduit for such a program. Two projects we would like to highlight are our Spring Gut Road on St. Croix and the Dunu Bypass on St. Thomas. Both projects include pavement reconstruction, asphalt paving, new drainage crossings, paved waterways, striping, and signage. The Dunu Bypass project will include sidewalks as well as bus stops, and the Spring Gut Road project will include bike lanes. The department recently participated in a workshop spearheaded by the Office of Disaster Recovery, where we discussed comprehensively addressing communities throughout the territory in conjunction with our disaster recovery partners, such as the VI Housing Authority, VI Housing Finance Authority, Water and Power Authority, and Waste Management Authority, among others. We have a unique opportunity to comprehensively address several of the areas delineated in the proposed legislation through proper phasing and sequencing. I feel confident saying that soon we will have a comprehensive community plan, and as a government, we are moving towards proper programming instead of addressing issues on a project-by-project basis. I believe if implemented and executed properly, this legislation can enhance our programming efforts to ensure all segments of our community have their needs addressed for the long term. In conclusion, as I stated in the beginning of my testimony, I support the spirit of the bill. Based on the CDC recommendations of a healthy community design initiative, complete streets are streets designed and operated to enable safe use and support mobility for all users, including people of all ages and abilities, regardless of whether they are traveling as drivers, pedestrians, bicyclists, or public transportation riders. Quote, the concept of complete streets encompasses many approaches to planning, designing, and operating roadways and right-of-ways rights of way, with all users in mind to make the transportation network safer and more efficient. We do have examples of complete streets in St. Thomas, such as Veterans Drive Phase 1, which provides a highway and a corridor that is walkable, accommodates bicycles, and has bus stops. It is located near two underserved communities, Paul and Pearson Gardens and the Oswald Harris Court. In St. Croix, we have the Christiansted Bypass, and on St. John, we are currently discussing comprehensively rehabilitating Center Line Road. Again, thank you for allowing me to provide testimony on Bill 34-0087. My team and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Gabriel. State Director Schuster, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chair of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, Infrastructure, and Telecommunications, and members of this committee and the senators of the 34th Legislature, persons present and those listening via radio, television, and the internet. Again, thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony on behalf of AARP in the Virgin Islands. I'm Troy Deshabert Schuster, State Director for the Territory. And I'm pleased to offer this testimony on behalf of our 22,000 members living in the Virgin Islands in support of a complete streets policy for the territory. The U.S. Census projects that the population of the Virgin Islands over the age of 50 will increase from 41.4% to 41.4% to 44.1% by 2030. The percentage of Virgin Islanders over 60 will increase from 27.6% to 32.9% of the territory's population. As people age, we must adopt policies that support successful aging and create more livable communities. At the center of a livable community is the ability for people of all ages and ability to get where they need to go, whether by car, public transportation, bicycle, wheelchair, or foot. However, many streets are designed primarily for the motorists, with the aim of providing vehicles ease of way to traverse through the roadways. A complete streets policy offers an opportunity to improve the travel options for all users. It encourages safer streets through policy adoption at the state and municipality levels. In total, over 1,600 complete street policies have been passed in the United States, including those adopted by 35 state governments, as well as the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia. Presently, the designs of the streets in this territory continue to make mobility difficult for our residents. It is difficult for non-drivers of all ages and abilities to navigate many of the areas as a result of poor sidewalks or complete absence of sidewalks. Furthermore, many lack accessible thoroughfares that connect residents to common areas like government services, shops, and offices, making it difficult to navigate due to broken streets and sidewalks blocked by lights, posts, etc. The Complete Streets policy will allow the Department of Public Works to change policies and procedure to ensure that accommodations for multimodal travel is incorporated into project development. According to a recent report published in the Virgin Islands, over the past 12 years, there have been 1,102 pedestrian-related accidents in the territory. That's an average of 91 per year, with 669 pedestrian-related accidents on St. Thomas, 387 on St. Croix, and 48 on St. John. Most of the injured or killed pedestrians were older people, our senior citizens. According to the Federal Office of Highway Safety, the national rate is 1.85 per population of 100,000. According to the Virgin Islands Office of Highway Safety, the number of pedestrian-related accidents is more than double that of the mainland. We need complete streets policy in the VI. One aspect of the bill that is of particular interest to AARP VI is the accountability and measurement aspect. It also encourages community engagement in the planning, designing, and implementation of street projects with the assistance of a multifunctional task force. This coalition of community partners will provide the first phase assessment and basic plans for implementation. Furthermore, the coalition will provide a platform for ensuring that the lead planning agency, that is the Department of Public Works, follows the guidelines set forth in the policy in the planning for all modes of transportation. Again, a significant provision of this bill is the establishment of a complete streets task force within the Department of Public Works. This task force is not a governing body. Hence, there may be no need for establishing a quorum. It is not a governing body. It will be convened and directed by the Commissioner of Public Works or his designee. It'll be composed of concerned and often disenfranchised persons, including the disabled. It gives them a voice. While the task force will not be composed of engineers per se, it gives the people of the Virgin Islands an opportunity to state what features they would like in a repaired or newly constructed road, and allows them to converse with the engineers of the department. To oppose the development of the Complete Streets Task Force would be in direct opposition to the voice of the people. Furthermore, AARP, in partnership with Senator Payne, has conducted several community stakeholder meetings in the development of this legislation. These meetings included engineers from the Department of Public Works, Peter Geiske, Design Program Manager, and also Joma McLean, Highway Program Manager, was consulted. And former Commissioner Nelson Petty was in favor of this when it was unanimously passed by the 33rd legislature. This legislation has also received the endorsement of the Disability Rights Center of the VI, Julian Henley, the ADA coordinator of the territory, and many other community organizations. Complete Streets policy is also the culmination of the work of the Walkability Institute, conducted by the VI Department of Health and made possible by a federal grant from the Department of Health and Human Services. This Complete Streets legislation received the unanimous support, once again, of the 33rd legislature and was vetoed by the governor on a technicality, which has been corrected. In summary, Complete Streets improves the livability of a community, easing transportation concerns for residents while improving public safety, health, and the environment. With your support, Virgin Islanders from 8 months in a baby stroller to 80 can enjoy a livable community because of this policy. Accordingly, we urge you once again, vote in favor of this bill to make Complete Streets the rule, not the exception. AARP in the Virgin Islands applauds sponsoring Senator Stephen Payne and co-sponsor Senator Genevieve Whitaker for making the safety and convenience of Virgin Islands residents priority, and for crafting a bill that places the Virgin Islands ahead of the livable communities curve. Members of the 34th Legislature, AARP strongly urges you to listen to the voice of the people of the Virgin Islands, including AARP's 22,000 members and the wider community. Take action and approve this bill. Your kind support will be greatly appreciated. Now, let us take a look at a video produced by the Department of Health's Walkability Institute, in which Commissioner Encarnacion, Commissioner Petty, and I talk about walkability and call for Complete Streets policy in the Virgin Islands. May we see this video?
The walkability project that we are embracing is very important to the people of the territory, and not just the older generation, but we have to start bringing our children and our loved one into the picture. Walk with us, talk with us. Let's see not only what we do in terms of walking, but what we do in terms of eating and how it makes a difference in our lives. Much like the mainland United States, the Virgin Islands faces an epidemic of chronic diseases associated with sedentary lifestyles. Let's make a difference. The Department of Health encourages you to join us in walking at least 30 minutes each day.
To support such active transportation, communities need 4 attributes: mix-up land uses, variety of destinations, quality connected to network for walking, cycling, and transit, functional and inviting settings for people not in a car, and safe and accessible designs for people of all ages, abilities, disabilities, and backgrounds.
1 minute recess in order for them to refresh and deal with the video. The committee stand in recess for 2 minutes. We're back on record. Mida, please proceed with a presentation.
The walkability project that we are embracing is very important to the people of the territory, and not just the older generation, but we have to start bringing our children and our loved ones. Walk with us, talk with us. Let's see not only what we do in terms of walking, but what we do in terms of eating and how it makes a difference in our lives. Much like the mainland United States, the Virgin Islands faces an epidemic of chronic with sedentary lifestyles. Let's make a difference. The Department of Health encourages you to join us in walking at least 30 minutes each day.
To support such activities need 4 attributes. Mix-up land uses, variety of destinations, network for walking, cycling, and functional and inviting car. Safe, accessible designs for people of all ages, abilities, disabilities.
System. Tell you complete the premise. Every time we touch a road, we should take into account users. One element will make people take transit more, but put these all together and we'll create a more livable territory with environment.
We're having technical difficulties. We're going to try this one again. We're going to take another quick break. We stand in recess for 1 minute. We are back on record. We're going to try one more time. If it doesn't work, then we have Mr. Schuster explain exactly what the video was about, and we'll move on. Thank you so much. Go, proceed, media. Proceed, media.
The walkability project that we are embracing is very important to the people of the territory, and not just the older generation, but we have to start bringing our children and our loved one into the picture. Walk with us, talk with us. Let's see not only what we do in terms of walking, but what we do in terms of eating and how it makes a difference in our lives. Much like the mainland epidemic of chronic diseases associated with sedentary lifestyles. Let's make a difference. The Department of Health encourages you to join us in walking at least 30 minutes each day.
To support such active transportation, communities need four attributes. Mix-up land uses, variety of destinations, quality connected to network for walking, cycling, and transit, functional and inviting settings for people not in the car, and safe and accessible designs for people of all ages, abilities, disabilities, and backgrounds.
Change the system. Tell your legislators you want complete the USVI. The premise is simple. Every time we touch a road, we should take into account all users. No one element will make people walk, bike, and take transit more, but put these all together and we'll create a more livable territory with a healthier population, environment, and economy.
I sorry about my brother and Joe. Man, I shame. When I call them, they go back. When I go take them where they black, them I treat where they dead. How long that security?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mr. Schuster, you wanted to wrap up with a statement, or are we good to go?
Yeah, just very briefly, I'm sorry we couldn't see the video well, but I think people got the gist of it in the end. It is it was done in partnership with the Department of Health. Actually, they spearheaded it. It's part of the Walkability Institute. Complete Streets is the culmination of walkability, right? Walkability is part of Complete Streets. They go hand in glove. And so the Virgin Islands Department of Health did this really phenomenal study. They did up this Walkability Institute, which still continues to this day, made possible by a federal grant. And so when they did their initial body of work, I said, okay, now it's time for us to institute Complete Streets policy. So again, that's the connection, that's the flow of this whole piece of legislation here. And so we look forward to successful passage of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schuster. I have so many questions for you. Of course, ARP does tremendous work. To the United States and here in the territory, you are doing a great job spearheading efforts here in the territory. When it comes to Complete Streets and the task force, it makes sense. But at the same time, as we know, we live on an island. It's very unique. You know, many times when I travel to the States, I'm kind of jealous because of the space they have, the walking lane, the bike lanes, and everything else in between. And especially in my district, the St. Thomas St. John district, it's so mountainous and hilly. You know, many times you have to drive way around because you cannot cut through the mountain because of how the terrain is designed. That's just nature. You know, so the bill as written, I love the intent, it makes sense, but the bill as written, we need a lot of tweaking to the bill because of the way our DNA is in terms of the territory and how it's structured, you know. So when they say Complete Street and it talks to 664 miles of sidewalks at $1 million per mile, etc., you know, we really have to really do we really need to get together and see how we can complete the Complete Street in terms of where it can work. Let's make it work, because it cannot work throughout our territories, as we all know. Would you agree with that?
I fully agree 100%. And the intent of this is not to make sure that every street is complete, right? We understand that there are certain streets where a sidewalk is not feasible or not even needed. There are streets, so again, where bicycle lanes and so forth are not feasible or not even needed. So no, the intent of this was never, 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 never to mandate that every single street in the territory is 100% complete. And that's where the task force comes in, right? Of concerned citizens who can give their input and have a back and forth dialogue. So often we hear of town hall meetings, and we all know that town hall meetings are not very successful here in this territory. Not many people attend town hall meetings. So the task force is a more streamlined way to get the voice of the people, right? The voice of the community, especially those who are disabled and older and so forth, and to work together to see where feasible we can have complete streets. Again, keeping in mind that it's totally impossible to have every street paved with the sidewalks.
And you saying, speaking to the task force, what are the powers of the task force, and basically to who can a task force give directives to, and what steps are dependent on task force approval? Exactly what is mandated? So these are some of the things that needs to be clarified. Sure. There are many questions, that need to be clarified.
The task force is completely advisory, and the analogy I use is like, okay, if you want to build a house, right? You go to an architect, but you don't just go to an architect and say, build me a house. You tell the architect what you want in your house, how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, the size of the living room that you would like, the basic position of your dining room, etc. You tell the architect all of these things that you'd like to see, and the architect sees how this can all work. Sometimes the architect will say, well, you can't do this on this piece of land, or structurally it doesn't make sense to put a window here, it can't work. So no, the task force is not a governing body. It does not dictate exactly how roads will be designed. It's solely advisory and works hand in hand with the Commissioner of Public Works to, again, listen to the voice of the people on what they would like to see in certain streets, right? But then it comes to the engineers with their technical expertise to see if it can or cannot work. But the task force is completely advisory.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, because that was my next question. Who are the members of the task force? What are the expertise, etc.? But I'll let my colleagues go and I'll get back to you because I have many questions. But thank you so much for your responses.
Sure, thank you.
Senator Carrion? Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Graff, are you there? You recognized for your 5 minutes. Sorry, but that's
right here. Thank you.
Sorry, Senator. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. For me, I vote yes. I support the bill 100% because, again, I didn't want to engage in a conversation of the part about the territory and the size of the roads, and because it's a fact, we know it. So, to me, that's a no-brainer. We put sidewalks, those streets we could put them on, and we don't. We just clear those that are smaller. I grew up in Savannah, Commissioner. Gabriel, Regerian's got it for how small a road it is. They have a sidewalk. So again, these are things that are no-brainers. But again, Commissioner, you mentioned in terms of that a funding source or cost wasn't attached to it. What type of cost are we looking at to achieve this bill?
So we've been analyzing it. I've been talking to the sponsor of the legislation as well. Right now, I don't have an approximate cost. I can't give you that. We need a little bit more time to do more research. I will tell you that right now we're thinking it's going to take we're looking for about $16 million to do walkability and bike lanes across the territory. One of the things that we saw with COVID was that people need an outlet to get outdoors and do exercise. Just as the executive director of AARP mentioned, we do need to promote more wellness and better health. So right now, that's kind of where we've been looking for federal funding sources to get that money to start to, improve our sidewalks, include bike lanes, etc.
Okay, so for our road projects presently, are there any projects that don't meet ADA standards that can be built where they're just roads and no sidewalks?
That's a good question. I mean, there's a number of them. I know we had some discussions with the ADA coordinator, the government's territorial ADA coordinator, about some recent projects, particularly here in St. Thomas at the Niski Center, Crown Bay area. We had some outlets, some of the curb cuts that didn't meet the standards. So we're going back, and that's one of the things that we've been doing is making sure that he is involved in the appropriate design interval reviews, so that he can give us that information as well. Because to Mr. Schuster's point, more perspectives just offer different points of view.
Okay, good. And Mr. Schuster, would someone for the task force would have a representative of ARP and as an advisory part of that committee, task force?
Yes, definitely. We would hope that AARP would be included in the task force, as well as other general concerned citizens. We're not looking for fancy experts here, right? We're talking about a mother who has a young child in a stroller. We're talking about an older person who uses a cane or a walker. We're talking about somebody who's blind, And at AARP, we see ourselves as being the faithful friend and fierce defender of all of these people, especially the older population. So we would like to have a seat at the table.
Okay, I could also remember here in St. Thomas when I was a police, there was a gentleman, I think his name Mr. Malpena. He lived, I believe, over the Harris Court area. He rode around in his wheelchair, where he used his mouth to drive it, and he actually drove around. He would leave Payson Guard by himself and go. So that's the standard I'm looking for somebody who may be in a disabled capacity to say, hey, I want to go, not because of the situation I'm in. I'm a human like anyone else. So I think in terms of the red tape and the putting all the bureaucracy into it, let's see if we can put some of that aside and make this happen. Because again, if funding was an issue before, and the government is talking now about providing funding for this, let's get a cost, and then we could go from there. So if things need to be eliminated or added, let's do that. But I think it is high time to get it done versus, and Commissioner, I'm not saying you making excuses, but I'm just talking in general, in terms of, let's make this happen, because again, it's much needed, and there are people who want to get out and walk, because that was how we grew up. In the neighborhoods, you walk and get to know people. So again, I do support the bill 100%. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you, testifiers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. And again, I want to make it clear, of course, I do support the intent of the bill, but when it comes to bill, we need to make sure that the bills have clarity and we are all on the same page. For instance, it speaks to streets. Okay, it speaks to streets, but at the same time in the bill, what the definition of streets? Because as was stated, there's over 750 miles of public roadways in the territory, and 664.5 of them are unpaved. So my question is, right, when it comes to streets, as you said, Director Schuster, of course, we are not talking about all areas, which we cannot do. Yes, you're correct. But in the bill, we need to be clear. You see what I'm saying? So you just need to be clear in terms of the language. I'm speaking to the language of the bill, that we need to make sure it's on point when it comes to making sure that the bill passes the muster. But nonetheless, I'll go to the next senator. Senator Payne, I'm going to let you speak last. So I guess I'll speak at this time. Okay. So Director Schuster, walkability is important, and before I go any further, I too want to put send on my prayers for many of those who are sick at this time. I know my colleague, Senator Gittins, I send our prayers to him, and I wish him a speedy recovery. Also, Mr. Henley, I send our prayers for him also at this time. It would be nice for him to be here so we can hear his input with this most important piece of legislation, because he's a strong advocate for those with disabilities, and I commend the work that he does on a regular basis and his advocacy. Let me ask, in respect to what I'm speaking to Mr. Schuster, when it comes to sidewalk requirements in the bill and it being effective immediately once the bill passes. So why I said that, and as I go through the bill, a lot of language I'm seeing that it needs to be tweaked before the bill can actually come forth in a correct manner as far as I'm concerned. Because once that happens, we will be in violation, and the government will be liable. Once it's effective immediately, we know it's going to take time to basically do the work, to have the designs, have all of the proper specs, etc. So what's your thought on that, in that respect?
Well, we didn't want to put too much detail in the legislation because, again, we understand the financial constraints of the government and, again, the feasibility, right? I mean, and roads, I mean, not every road can have sidewalks. But the thing is to establish the basic policy, to keep the policy top of mind, to say, well, okay, every time we touch a road, we're going to look at all of these aspects and to see what we can include in that road. Maybe something like the addition of a crosswalk, simply. It may be the addition of a variety of things, including a traffic light. But again, we didn't want the bill to be too specific because we don't want to put undue pressure on the government or set the bar too high, and we know that it cannot be attained, within a defined period of time. So, it's just to put all of these ideas on the forefront, and again, to have a task force of concerned citizens who can keep this top of mind, right? Because I mean, like I myself, I'm healthy, I'm not disabled, thankfully, but I don't always stop and think about disabled people and what their needs are. And I don't even really know what their needs are because I've not experienced it personally. So I understand that you wanted to see more specifics in there, but we did not want to make it too specific either because that may place undue burden.
Understood, but what I'm saying, Don, I'm going to go to Senator Carrillo next, is based on a bill as drafted. In its present form, it's basically stating some requirements. For instance, like I say, once passed, it goes into effect immediately. So we need to have those not in the bill because then it puts us in a position as a government in terms of liability, etc. So that's all I'm saying. So we're going to have to really sit down and really tweak the bills to make sure that we're all on the same page, because I'm sure all of us in this body supports the intent of the bill. We all do. We all aging, and we all have a love for our elders, but we want to make sure we do it the right way. That's all I'm saying. Okay?
Understood.
Senator Carrion, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Good. Is it still morning? Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers. I, too, along with my colleagues, believe that the intent and spirit of this bill is a good one, as we all know that, unfortunately, the conditions of our roads and sidewalks, those that have sidewalks, are in a state that really need to be repaired, and some roads don't even have a sidewalk. Unfortunately, I was a witness to someone getting hit by a car just last week here on St. Croix on a road that doesn't have a sidewalk. The individual was working on the side of the road, and the truck came by and hit the young man, 27 years old. Luckily, he is doing better, but we have had, like how the executive director for ARP, Mr. Schuster, mentioned, many cases like that where we have had individuals, pedestrians, who have been struck and hit by vehicles because of we're not having the necessary infrastructure in place. So we definitely need to look at what we have and improve. I am in favor of having the community input in the design process. I do have some concerns with the task force. I do think that once again, the community input is necessary as we designed and look at improving our infrastructure, because we need to make sure we have everyone at the table, especially our seniors, our people with disability, to ensure that everyone has something to say and are part of the design and process, to ensure that also it meets the requirements that are established even federally, I think is important. With regards to the task force, though, the executive director mentioned that it's an advisory type of committee. Can you please elaborate a little bit more? Because I did see within the bill that speaks about having the necessary quorum, and I think you testify that that's not necessary. And I'm also concerned about the funding for this task force to be able to cover its expenses if we have members that are from St. Thomas and St. John. So I didn't see any of that within the bill, the per diem and stuff like that. Can you please elaborate a little bit more with regards to that?
Yes, point well taken. The clause on quorum, I believe, should be struck. Because again, it's not a governing body. There's no need, I mean, as far as we see it, to take a vote and go through the whole democratic process or follow Robert's rules and so forth. You know, it is solely advisory. What was the second part of your question?
The funding source for this task force to be able to cover expenses such as maybe traveling or per diem when they are meeting and so forth.
Yes, we went back and forth on that, and there were various opinions regarding the cost of running a task force. I mean, you know, we now live in a virtual world. I mean, even at AARP, a lot of our older people, very senior people, are able to engage in video conferencing with us. You know, at AARP, at least we see a whole bunch of this traveling back and forth between islands for meetings as being very unnecessary and not a good use of public funds. So regarding that, we did see a real need for travel. Also, because it is advisory and convened by, you know, presumably convened by the commissioner or his designee, we did see that there was a need to hire an executive director or an executive assistant to the task force per se. But if that's deemed necessary, then yes, I guess funding would be needed for that.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. Now, what's your position in regards to the commissioner's point of reducing the numbers of members of the task force?
You know, I'm not opposed to that. A number of 7 is fine. Not opposed to that at all. And it would make things a little bit easier. I mean, you know, the less number of people you have to pull together for a meeting, or sometimes it could be like herding cats. So the less number of people you got to pull together for a meeting makes it that much easier. So not opposed to reduction to the number of 7.
Okay, Commissioner Gabriel, what are your main concerns? I know you expressed some within the testimony, but and I do see that in your testimony you agree with the spirit and intent of legislation, but you do have some concerns. What are your main concerns?
Yeah, you touched on it, Senator Carrion. Section 54C does call for a quorum, so I think that is something that, you know, if it is struck, would help us out. I think the least number, or I think reducing the amount of members on a task force does give us flexibility. We talked about the funding. I had the same exact concerns, you know, whether per diem was going to be involved, travel, but also, I mean, for us, and I mentioned it, I think Section 58 is going to require like an administrative person to put together all these biannual progress reports that are required. And I mean, to use Mr. Schuster's point, you know, a lot of it could be like herding cats. So I think you're going to need somebody dedicated just to begin to produce this information, you know, just so we can meet the reporting requirement. Outside of that, I think that's it. Like I said, a lot of the spirit of the legislation, we are trying to implement in-house as policy, but I do recognize the need for codifying that so that it lasts beyond my tenure here at the department.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I do agree with you once again that the spirit and intent of legislation good. It's much needed. I think from my part, maybe just a little tweaking in some areas might be necessary. I am in support of this piece of legislation. We just need to make sure we have all our T's are crosses and I's are dotted to ensure, like how the chair said, that what we have written then doesn't affect. We want this to be something positive and that it would impact positive within what we're going to do and not be a hindrance. Sometimes you find that task forces can be another layer of bureaucracy and make things more difficult in the progress of moving projects forward. I know that this is not the intent with this piece of legislation, so we have to make sure that that the intent really is expressed and written correctly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to our testifiers. Of course, I did join and support as a co-sponsor of this measure as I believe in it. One of the biggest things that, and Commissioner Gabriel, I know, of course, I had meetings over this very matter in terms of a real more strategic approach. And my big thing, as you know, is that the community is aware of what's going on with road building in general. I definitely support this measure. I do also agree with my colleagues about some tweaking, because I also, as I craft legislation, it's always important that we do our best to vet everything and dot our I's across our T's. But this is a very comprehensive legislation and very forward-thinking. ARP Director, Mr. Bishop Schuster. First off, I want to also thank you and your staff for just the method of which you're using to the public. This measure is really a strategic approach of lobbying and advocacy from ARP. So, Mr. Schuster, how do you, in terms of the next steps, in more so, I want to really delve into the component of the task force and what we really, when we put in place a task force, what role would ARP play in that regard, and supportive role in that regard?
Thank you. And just before I answer your question, I'd like to add another point, that this task force and all this Complete Streets policy can also help the government to save money. Because right now we have what I call pop-up sidewalks, right? We have sidewalks that lead from nowhere to nowhere. That's a waste of public funds. Why do we have sidewalks in certain places where there's really no need? And, I mean, there are many examples of that. So we don't want to see, sidewalks where we don't need them either. But as far as ARP's role, as I said before, we would love to have a seat at the table on the task force. We could even be instrumental in facilitating the meetings with our excellent video conferencing systems on St. Croix and St. Thomas. We want to be a good partner to the government of the Virgin Islands as well. That's always been my desire since I became state director, not just to simply be an advocate, but to also be a partner. So I see many ways, from simple to more complex ways in which we could assist with this development and the functioning of the task force. We'd love to do so in partnership with the Commissioner of Public Works. Thank you.
Commissioner Gabriel, so I know that you've rolled out a new notification system. How would the notification system, how would this legislation support that and continue? Because one of the things that I also want to emphasize, we do get the press releases, but I also know there's some gaps there in terms of the follow through. Like, for example, in Troy, road is paved, then there's a day for striping and the like. The residents didn't necessarily get that information. I connect with my constituents, I let them know things, but even to that, how does this legislation, how would it assist with that gap?
So I think when you have a task force or an advisory committee that's at the table for the design and decision-making process, they can then take that information out into the community and disseminate it, right? So they become essentially spokespeople for the different projects. So like right now, we're doing, as you know, Senator Whitaker, we're doing work in Frederickstead and we are coming back and doing striping and adding sidewalks and stuff. So I say that the advisory committee, the members of that committee, would be the ones to disseminate that information to say, hey, no, this project does include striping. They are coming back. Or yeah, I know you see the curb cuts. We are going to come back and include the gripping mats to help with people with disabilities and reduced motor skills.
And I will add, especially the component of person with disabilities. Do you have on your staff, or as you vision, staffing up, would you have someone who has a disability to assist with this project? Somebody employed within the department?
So right now we don't. We have an ADA coordinator in-house. That person is actually in the Division of Transportation. So we've been including her in more projects. But we've been really leveraging the resource of Mr. Julian Henley, the government's ADA coordinator. And like I said earlier, we are including him in the design process. So if there's ever a situation where he's no longer the ADA coordinator, I can definitely see us having someone that has an actual mobility disability being on staff, so that population is always represented.
So yeah, so I would, as we tie this up, I want to put out also, as you mentioned, ADA coordinator. One of the things that we have to do as we build up this ecosystem of ADA compliance has to be more than 2-3 people. What I'm saying is that look to employ a person with disability, and even this is also connected to a level to what's going on with VITEMA and the like, because one of the things that we find too is when disasters come and the access to roadways and the like, this also ties into disaster. And persons with disabilities are also oftentimes a person who are most left out when disasters strike and their accessibility and so on. So I would really like to move forward with this legislation, make sure that we have all of our stakeholders, the entities and the like, and I would like to really encourage the departments to consider person with disabilities to help do the foresight, to do the planning and the like. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Senator VLA, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm reading, and I agree with the concept of the legislation. Let me put that in the record, because I think that we do need to develop sidewalks and bike path and walkability, areas that encourage individuals to walk, etc. However, I'm reading the portion with the task force, and the task force has a lot of responsibility. Sidewalk master plan, territorial transportation, utilizing those, updating those documents. It speaks to equitable consideration of the most vulnerable users, et cetera, et cetera. But there's no qualification for members of the task force. I think that's the only issue that I have. This task force is, they're going to be tasked with making some major decisions, so you need a certain level of skill set to be on the task force. It just can't be 10 individuals named by the governor, 4 and 2, and one that is disabled. I mean, who's going to really understand the engineering, et cetera? So do we need to clearly set some basic specifications for members of the task force, Mr. Gabriel?
Thanks for the question, Senator. I think it would help, but I also think that the intent is to make sure you have lay people. But I do agree with you. We do need to have some members delineated with certain skill sets.
The task force is going to review current design standards, including subdivision regulations. The task force is going to encourage staff for professional development and training. The staff force must have expertise. We can't just utilize this portion and name any and anybody if we're going to take a serious job in terms of making sure that the complete street bill is able to move forward. So I think that particular section, section 54, there should be some clear qualification for members of the particular task force, or else we're going to not necessarily get the kind of advice that we need. Also, I know that the quorum came up with the 6 members, and the number of the quorum hopefully should be an odd number, so that we don't have stuff. But if the quorum is going to be taken over, I support the bill, but my My main concern is the task force, the establishment of the task force. We have to flesh that out a bit more to make sure that the members are qualified to do the task that is involved in this particular measure. Before I sponsor explain, and Mr. Gabriel, a lot of these you should be implementing right now in terms of the rebuild of the Virgin Islands, the roads, etc. These should be basic stuff that you're looking at in terms of swales, sidewalk, bike paths, wherever you have the ability to do it based on land size. Are you already implementing some of this in terms of the rebuild of the island?
Yes, yes, you're correct. You're absolutely correct. We are, especially on the drainage side. I mean, that's important. And then to your point, wherever we're in neighborhoods and communities, stretches of road that can accommodate it, we're looking at including sidewalks and bike paths. But especially the drainage, it's very important to have comprehensive systems.
And in terms of future usage of the monies that we are receiving, I know that the Biden infrastructure plan, we now have access to a bit more than $100 million for roads in the next 5 years. Is that true?
1 minute.
So right now, we're actually, this morning, I received some emails from our federal highway partners, and they are analyzing the bill to see exactly what we're going to get. But to your point, as soon as we have access to funds, we're going to look to use those funds to implement the exact spirit of this legislation: sidewalks, making sure utilities are included, making sure we have bike lanes, the full spirit of the Biden legislation.
Okay, I think it's more than $25 million a year for the next 4 to 5 years, which will give us more than 100. Do we have a specific plan as to how we're going to leverage or use those monies, or is that in the development stage?
It's in the development stage, so we have a good framework. We've actually gone back and looked at a lot of the projects and designs that we have in the TIP, the Transportation Improvement Plan, looking at how we can update those projects to include just what you're talking about. And then any project that we have underway, we're trying to see if we can, when that funding will be available over the next 5 years, so we can make sure it's slated for specific projects to do wellness improvements, bike lanes, sidewalks, etc.
Have we, I know that a number of roads were disallowed. After they were allowed at first, have we been able to add on to that number as to the roads that are covered to be fixed by federal funds? Have we made any progress?
So we had, this week, we had a meeting with FEMA where we made our last appeal. Well, not the last appeal, but our big appeal. I think it went well. It's good to see Virgin Islanders on the FEMA side as well, who actually recognize what we went through in the immediate aftermath. And I think just from the information that we provided, I do think it would be prudent for FEMA to increase those amounts. I'm hoping that we'll have some feedback from FEMA within the next 30 to 45 days, and then we should know, especially for the island of St. Croix, how much additional eligible roads we have.
Can any of those federal monies be utilized to complement this complete street project, where we can utilize the federal funds, assign someone that would be able to implement various components of this particular act?
So I believe so. So because our projects for FEMA are 428 projects, we have the ability, once we know how much funds we're getting, to write to FEMA and say, hey, this is the scope you approve, but based on the funding we have, we believe we can address these areas and change of scope. So for example, as I mentioned, we're looking at mitigation, resiliency, and maintenance in all of our projects. Specifically, we just spoke to, the first project that we're in design right now is a Williams Delight, and we're doing exactly what you talked about, including massive drainage improvements, making sure we have more resilient roadways. Sidewalks, right now, we're looking to see if we can get some additional funding for that. But we're in the process of writing to FEMA to get that change of scope approved.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'll end by saying Section 55, Implementation and Procedure. It reads, in designing and implementing the complete street policy, the task force shall use the best and latest design guidance, standard and recommendation available to maximize design flexibility and innovation. And all must be aware that design solutions should balance user and I think that should be model and modal needs. You need expertise in order to implement that particular section. You need some expertise on the board. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vialli. Point of inquiry, Senator Payne. Point of information, Senator Payne.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Relative to the task force, the inquiry that my colleague was inquiring about, relative to the task force, the governor is charged with the responsibility of ensuring that the most knowledgeable and experienced personnel are appointed. And he must consult with the Commissioner of Department of Public Works, Property and Procurement, Commissioner of Planning and Natural Resources, Human Services, Health, Sports, Park and Recreation, Housing Finance Authority, and the Disability Rights Center in choosing individuals. So he just can't choose any and everybody. He has to consult with all those individuals, and they will have an input in choosing who is a member, becomes a member of the task force. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Payne. Point of information, Senator Viale.
And I do understand the language, but the language still has a lot of loopholes. And it doesn't say that you must have an engineer, a civil engineer on the board. You must have somebody that have certain expertise. Is saying that you give the governor the authority to select the most knowledgeable individuals. Somebody could think that the most knowledgeable person is a person who speaks the most or just talk a lot. And I'm talking about being able to read design plans and be able to understand the scope of what it takes to be able to get this going. And just that particular section, this body could come up with some basic qualification for certain members that you must have X, Y, and Z, whether you have one person in engineering, one architect, but just some basic minimum components for a couple members of this particular task force will strengthen the particular bill and enable it to be successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Viale. Senator Francis? Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
I know that I abused my time earlier today, so I understand, Senator. So in context, I am in favor of the legislation. However, I did some research, and I think that, colleagues, I am speaking. I think that, I think that the bill is encroaching on policy. I've looked at New Jersey, I've looked at some other states, and I see where there is a resolution that speaks specifically to the challenges like that's been laid out in this bill. And then it says, now therefore it be resolved that the U.S. Virgin Islands states a jurisdiction through the Department of Public Works does the following. They adopt, they implement a complete streets policy, and then they do all of that, all that's noted in here. But I think that as the bill is presented, it's very complicated, and to establish a committee for this particular purpose, I believe a lot of this work has already been done, and let me just verify that with, I don't know if the Department of Health is not here, but I know that there was some work done through the Department of Health through a grant by the CDC with regards to the walkability surveys in the Virgin Islands under the previous administration. So I would have liked to ask the Department of Health, or I don't know if the Commissioner of Public Works is aware, or any of the other testifiers, as to whether or not that project was completed. Do you know, Commissioner Gabriel?
I'm going to ask Mr. Jomo McLean to speak to that question.
Yes or no? My time is running.
I think Ms. Sister is actually the better person to answer that if she was involved.
Yeah. Okay, so we don't know if it's completed. Who did he say? Oh, okay.
The work of the Walkability Institute is ongoing. The initial work, the initial study has been completed.
Okay. So,
And so the main body of the work has been completed, but other ancillary work continues. So
correct.
the Walkability Institute is still functioning.
So what prevents us from utilizing the Walkability Institute to complete the work? What is the purpose of what would be the purpose of a task force in this particular instance? Because it just seems like we are duplicating our efforts.
But what we have seen, because AARP has been at the forefront of complete streets policy across the country. We are a charter member of the National Complete Streets Coalition and so forth. And so what we see is that walkability is the beginning of it and just a part of it, right? Because complete streets is not about walkability only. And so walkability will do their studies and they will show where there are gaps and sort of proving the need for complete streets policy. And then complete streets policy takes it to another level.
Okay.
But the walkability is only a part of complete streets.
Okay, so that's fair. But again, from my perspective and all of the research that I've done and what other states have done, I think 21 states has adopted some level of a resolution, but the information isn't as detailed as this because this creates it causes this to be complicated. Like I said earlier, what I'm seeing is the details are more so a policy, and we just need to require, from my perspective and my research, the Department of Public Works to establish a complete streets plan and they establish whomever is it that's going to work on it, get it done. The legislature says they want it done in 180 days, 300 days, exactly whatever amount of days, and we move forward. What's before us seems very complicated, and I think that if we want it really done, it will be much easier for us to draft it could be a resolution, it could be an amendment in the nature of a substitute, just to streamline the bill, to ensure that Department of Public Works gets clear marching orders to establish a plan. And within that plan, they get all of those things done that's outlined in the bill. Because I've looked at New Jersey, and New Jersey has been recognized as a national leader for advancing complete streets policies. So their policies indicate exactly what is required of their Department of Transportation. They completed their complete streets policy in 2009. So hence my concern with the legislation. I do support it in context. However, I am concerned about the specificity that is laid out in the legislation. Just seems to me more of a responsibility as it relates to a policy and not a directive from the legislature. I reserve the balance. Well, I don't have a balance, right? So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
May I reply,
Gregory?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, State Chair. Mr. Schuster, may proceed.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Yeah, so what Senator Gregory, says is totally accurate. Again, note that complete streets policy has been enacted in more than 1,600 jurisdictions across the country, and 33 states, if I remember correctly from my testimony. It's been done in various ways. Sometimes it's through executive order of the governor. Sometimes it's through a municipal council, establishing a law. Sometimes it's through the particular Department of Public Works establishing a policy statement. So, it's been done in various ways. When I saw that it was necessary here after the Walkability Institute study had been done, I asked my subject matter experts at AARP who work on complete streets policy across the country to give us the Rolls-Royce version. Because I don't like to keep coming back to the drawing board. I like to do something once, let's get it over with, move on to something else, right? And so I asked them to give me the Rolls-Royce version, the full rollout of complete streets, with the hope of having it codified in perpetuity here in the Virgin Islands. So that's where I'm coming from with this.
Thank you, Mr. Schuster. Point of inquiry, Senator Whitaker.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Gabriel, in the compilation of your policies, when is the last time a policy has been promulgated concerning roads? And where do you compile them? Do you have, is that available on the website? How, so when's the last policy you've promulgated since you are, and if you have any policies regarding even this, what's connected to this legislation?
So, Senator Whitaker, I don't know the last time we promulgated any rules and regulations within the department. I know right now we're looking at adopting a comprehensive territorial cemeteries policy. Okay. We are working on that. Anything that we have is posted on our website. We make it available for public information. But I know the one thing I can tell you that I am doing is we're looking at all of our handbooks, our policies, our procedures, updating them and getting them on our website for public dissemination.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. So I don't know if you guys recall, in the 33rd legislature, we passed the agriculture plan. So that's very similar. The agriculture plan, I think the requirement was for the University of the Virgin Islands, as well as the Department of Agriculture, to work together to develop this plan. And we are aware that what's happening right now is the farmers were not included in the way they wanted to be included, so that pushed the plan back. But it gives the opportunity to have that wider conversation around the plan itself. It holds not only public works accountable, but it requires them to engage the community if you establish or require them to establish a plan. So I think that we need to try to pattern this off of what we did with the agriculture plan. There are some details you could include in there so they could know exactly what you're looking for, but require them to provide a plan. And I could tell you right now, 180 days is not sufficient, because I think that's what we did for the ag plan, and they continue to ask for extensions. So, I think we should move forward, but we need to do some substituting in this particular measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Francis, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll tell you that we don't lack plans around here. What we lack is execution, implementation. And I truly believe that, yes, this is a step in the right direction in respect to coming up with a complete streets plan. And I wanted to ask, Commissioner, what is your perspective right now in terms of road repairs? What is your expectation over the next 12 months, 18 months in regards to roads? How are you addressing that particular issue and coordinating that effort?
Yeah, so we've, thank you for the question. There's a number of projects that we have. Of course, I'd just like to take a moment to say that this body did appropriate approximately $20 million to the department for local roads. So that's really been our focus over the last few months, getting those roads out and into construction. We've also been focusing on the design for our larger projects. Any of our FEMA projects that have been obligated, we've been pushing those into design, making sure we're designing comprehensive systems specifically to include stormwater management systems. So we have the proper drainage and they're not sitting there. My vision, Senator, is quite simple, really to have a use the money that we have available to us to overhaul our roads, to provide comprehensive systems that are sustainable with proper maintenance. And that's really it, just maximizing on our federal dollars for that simple purpose.
Very well. And in respect to coordination, who are you having this discussion with? Because when we look at all of the component that's indicated in this particular measure, it speaks volume. And I agree too that we don't want it to be top heavy with task force members, because when you have 100 people in a room, you don't get a whole lot done. And I think that needs to be tailored, and that recommendation needs to be taken under advisement. But I look at this bill from a public safety perspective, right, as the chair of Health, Hospital, and Human Services, and the importance of making sure that we have proper sidewalk, make sure that our roads are carefully marked and paved, so that we don't have individuals as dodging potholes that's there now. Again, compromising those vehicles that's traveling in the opposite lane where accidents are happening. So I wanted to ask whether or not there's any coordination with highway safety. Are you talking with the Virgin Islands Police Department? Are you talking with the Department of Health and looking at the ambulance calls that's involved with the motor vehicle accidents in particular areas? How are you coordinating that effort?
Yeah, we've been having a lot of conversations. The conversations with the VIPD is ongoing. Or the conversations are ongoing. Simple things like just figuring out where we need to put signage, making sure that signage is in the proper areas so that not only our visitors, but also our residents are clear. VIPD has been telling us a number of places that need to be restriped. I know a number of you in this body have been telling us places that need to be restriped. But to your point, we've been engaging with DPNR, the Department of Health, Human Services, of course, like I mentioned, our ADA coordinator, to ensure that we're touching all of the issues that they have, but also that as we're letting all these different contracts, we're using them to address those issues.
So who ultimately is responsible for road repairs in the territory?
I guess it would be me. I mean, there's no question about that.
I totally agree with you. It is you. Yes, we as a legislative body assist with providing the funding, but ultimately it comes down to Public Works being able to get our roads done. Street lights. When we talk about cameras in certain areas, again, from a public safety and a public health perspective, those are the things that come to my mind when we're having this discussion, not just the drainage and
1 minute.
and those other areas, but the importance to have all of those components to make sure that we're having safe roadways throughout the territory. Can you give an update on what's going on with our roads? I see that there's a lot of Instagram and good work that's being done by Public Works and Georges and Lorraine and Herman Hill and a lot of those areas that we have funded is starting to take hold. And I would imagine, I haven't been to St. Thomas for a little while, but I imagine that some work is going on over there as well. But, like you said, there's about $20 million that's earmarked to address this particular issue. So is components of this bill, sidewalks and those proper drainage taken into consideration as you do those repairs?
So, Senator, for Act 8454, what we've been doing is trying to repair some of the sidewalks when we go out there where they have existing. And we've been trying to clean out some of the drainage where we have the money. I will tell you, our focus has really been drainage and roadway improvements for Act 8454. Just because you did ask for an update, I know in St. Thomas, we're going to be starting with our task orders on the 15th. So we'll be touching areas like Princeton's Gata, Hospital Ground Road, Estate Frenchman's Bay. And then during the week of the 29th, we'll be looking at touching areas like Estate Hope, St. Peter and Liliendal and Marienhoy, and Estate Mandal. As you mentioned, I just saw while we were in this meeting that our awesome communications group pushed out their latest alert for the St. Thomas area. And as you mentioned, Senator, we've been touching the neighborhoods. We've been in places like Campo Rico. We have strawberry repairs coming up. Catherine's Rest, we did. We have a number of places. I know we're getting ready to, we're gearing up to issue we're gearing up to begin Estate Richmond, which I know is in tremendous need of assistance. And we're hoping to start that in early January. So we're hitting the ground running, trying to make sure that we spend all the money that you've allocated so that it touches the people who need it.
Very well. Again, and let's continue to focus on the public health aspect and public safety aspect of these road repairs. Going down the bypass, Mr. Chair, I'm going to wrap up right now. I heard my time call. Going down on the bypass recently, I saw a unicycle, motorized unicycle, and a guy just riding. All it has is just the seat and just one wheel, and he was able to navigate from the end of the bypass to the next end. You know what I mean? Without having to endure any hardship. I know that he can't do that in the town of Christiansted or Fredericksted, but certainly the bypass allowed him to do that. And I think that those are the type of roadways or sidewalks that we need in other areas as well, because again, it makes good public safety and good public health policy for us to do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Point of inquiry, Senator Whitaker? No? Okay, very well. We go to the sponsor of the bill now. Senator Payne, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. You've been so gracious with the 9 minutes you've afforded to me today. Thank you in advance. But let me first say, this bill is not supposed to address every single road and every sidewalk in the entire territory. No way, no how. There's no need for a sidewalk, and every roadway, every street from Bodo to the Market Square, from Frederickstead to Christianstead, there's no need to have a sidewalk and every single road. It's wherever feasible. Wherever feasible. Now, when my team and I first approached this with ARP and the ADA coordinator, the intent was basically from a law enforcement perspective. Several years ago, on the little big island of St. John, it had an area in Pine Peace where students used to run across the street. There was no sidewalk, there was no crosswalk. To dodge the traffic, calls were made to Public Works about correcting this. They said, well, there's no space, there's no space. However, after a child was struck and killed, all of a sudden, space was found, sidewalk was implemented, crosswalk was stopped, and everything was put up after the fact. I also had a very good friend of mine, we used to call him Fishy. He was visually impaired. He lived in the housing community, Pearson Garden. We used to go to the gym by Gold's Gym. He never wanted us to pick him up. He used to say, I'm going to get it on my own, because he wanted to be independent. When he used to leave the gym and make it out by the housing community, he would just stick his cane out in the street, and eventually the cars would stop and blow the horn to let him know the traffic has stopped, and then he would cross. One day, he left the gym as usual, went to the same area to cross the street, stuck out his cane, cars blew the horn to stop the traffic. He started to cross the street. The car that was behind the car that stopped, who was impatient, decided to speed around and struck him, killing him on the spot. No sidewalk, nowhere for the disabled, for the visually impaired to cross, but there are crosswalks and things. No, there are sidewalks now, after the fact. This bill is supposed to correct all of those things, especially now that we're in the process of rebuilding. We went with task force members. We went with members from the ADA and also ARP. We went downtown, Frederickstead, Christianstead. We did the same thing in St. Thomas and also in Cruz Bay. We walked through, and we saw there was no sidewalks. We saw all the mishaps. We saw when cars were coming, get on the sidewalk, and then they say, okay, let's do it again. This time, we're going to put on blindfolds and give you a walker. Hold up. You're going to put on blindfolds and us to walk through where there are no sidewalks. And we see that when we didn't have blinders and we saw when the cars were coming, we could have moved to the side to get out of the way. Now you want us to traverse through. And that gave life to this bill. To see that the visually impaired, the senior citizens, the persons who use mobile walkers, there's no way for them, no means for them to traverse through our town areas and through a lot of areas throughout the territory. And this is something we've been overlooking for years. And if we weren't overlooking it, then we would not be here today. But it's time, it's time for a bill like this to actually come forward and be implemented for those individuals. There are a lot of individuals. You know how many persons called my office after we implemented the bill to put ramps and beach buggies to carry their senior citizen parents to the beach? Because for years, no one thought about that. A lady to me, I was trying to get my mother to the beach for over 10 years. Couldn't get her to the beach. Now, thank you that you implemented the buggies and the ramps. Now they can actually do that. Well, this is going to create the opportunity for a lot of individuals who are confined to their homes to actually go out and be mobile and traverse. When it comes to road space, I have to make sure every time I travel to the mainland, I rent a vehicle and drive through. When we just recently went to Denver, and I got out to the hotel with my staff, and we walked through town for exercise, walking through the whole town area, and saw the roads. I say, wait a minute, these are bike paths and the roadway, and the roadway closest to the sidewalk, the road wasn't wide enough, so the city placed a strip for the bike walk, for the bikers to drive on the streetway, and put posted signs so the motoring public could be aware this is a bike path. When there are no bikes here, you're free to traverse on this roadway. But when there are bikers here, you need to be mindful and look out for them. So I know there are creative ways, things that we can do right here in the territory. It's time for abilities to come forward. We're going to put on the amendments and all of the stuff, the recommendations from the finance chair. So we're going to add all that stuff. But it's time to move something like this forward for the benefit of for the entire territory. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, once again, I look forward for your support in this measure.
Thank you, Senator Payne. And I remember Fitzroy. He was my classmate and friend. And I must say that when it comes to this bill, as was stated by many of my colleagues and myself, we all on board, you know. Let's not get it wrong. We all on board. We all do support the intent of the bill. We just need to make sure that the intent is clear in terms of the bill itself. Make sure everything is in order. We're fine. We all support the bill. It makes sense. Okay, Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Gabriel, as it pertains to the historic towns, of course, where Frederickstead, and again, continuing to reach out to the members of the community as you continue to rebuild. I'm still not clear, though, the roadmap as it pertains to the Christiansted town, some of the very old roads. The last few weeks, I traversed them consistently. And in one case in downtown Christiansted, one of my constituents, in fact, had to, and their particular case, had to retile their entire flooring because of drilling that was between, I guess, both your agency and also, well, it was more than one agency was involved. So I'm just putting that out. How would you see this legislation assisting you with more strategy concerning the town roads, and especially some of our very old roads where persons are really asking for the status of it, and we don't really, there's not enough information about when they will be repaired?
So I think in the instance of Christiansted, in the instance of Christiansted, we aren't doing any work right now. That work is being done or is under the Waste Management Authority. We're actually waiting for them to be finished to then come in and do our paving in Christiansted. But I do see, like I said earlier, when you have people involved in the process, they can come back and give you that information and say, hey, this may be a creative way that we can maybe include a ramp, a little walkway, a little bridge or something like that over some of the historic areas so that everyone can access it, not just pedestrians, not just people who have their upward mobility or their mobility. So that's the way I see it. But like I said, I just don't want it to be left off the table. There is coordination efforts that are being done not only with our government agencies, but also with the organizations outside of the government to try to get their input.
So I just would really suggest that we see that more, because again, as I said, the person's business was impacted, right? And correct, that's right, Waste Management was actually behind that as well. We really have to, when we talk about information and giving people advisements, execute the MOUs, and because what it is that we have something that was pretty, think about a small business owner and being shut down for a few days, how that impacts their business. So let's do more coordination and let's see some documents come out and information to the public. Thanks.
I just want to add, when we did, as you know, Senator Whitaker, like I said, right now we're in Frederickstead, and when we were starting that project, I actually went and spoke to the business owners that were in that immediate area, just to let them know what we had coming, the length of the process. And I mean, we have been really trying to increase our output. We've been getting on the radio, we've been pushing them out to the different social media channels. We've been asking other agencies to share information. We have been sharing the information for other agencies. So I do take that into consideration. We'll try to increase our outputs. But I do encourage everybody to also check our website. and listen out on the radios to hear when we do our public service announcements.
Thank you, Commissioner Gabriel. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to correct the record. I think when I spoke about a complete streets plan, and it is a complete streets policy. I want to make sure that's clear because I know that my good colleague to my left indicated that we're not short on plans, and he's right. So it's policy that we should require the Department of Public Works to establish a complete streets policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Gabriel and Mr. Schuster, I'm going to give you both 30 seconds to make a closing statement before we go to a break and take a vote.
Yes, well, thank you so much. What?
Go ahead, Mr. Schuster.
Okay, sorry, I just jumped right in. Yeah, thanks so much, senators, for taking your time to consider this important measure. And, you know, some interesting points were brought up today, and I'm certainly open to the recommended amendments. And let's just move forward with this and have this enacted. So again, thank you so much, and especially considering the needs of the older population, the disabled, and also the young people, as I mentioned, even a young mother who may have a young child in a stroller, you know, try to push a stroller over some of these sidewalks or through some of these streets and see how difficult it is. So this is something that's really of benefit to the entire community. So thanks again for considering.
And thank you so much for all that you do. Commissioner Gabriel, you recognize the closing statement.
Again, you know, thank you for the invitation today, Senator Blyden. Thank you to each and every one of the senators here that have been engaged with our department, particularly the bill sponsor. And I do tremendously thank you for your deliberation, because I think any opportunity we have to flesh out, you know, things that may be duplicitous efforts, things that may restrict us, I think that we should use those opportunities. And I also want to thank Mr. Schuster and his 22,000 members for their involvement in this. I do think it is critical and necessary to have the involvement in the public. We just want to make sure that, number one, it's done properly and it's done correctly. And number two, it doesn't stymie an already lengthy process. So again, I appreciate it. I thank you all, and I look forward to seeing the bill's passage.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gabriel and Mr. Schuster, you're both released. The Committee on Housing, Transportation and Technology standing recess for 2 minutes. the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is back on the record. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I come in motion, I just want to let my colleagues know in the viewing and listening audience that.
No.
Okay, my
Motion,
bad.
yeah, in a motion.
Motion. I move that bill number 34, that's 0087, an act providing for a complete streets policy and creating a complete streets task force within the Department of Public Works to aid in the development and implementation of strategies to increase the usability of all streets for all modes of travel for citizens of all ages and abilities in the Virgin Islands be favorably voted on by this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Very well. The bill number 34.0087 was properly moved by Senator Payne and seconded by Senator Whitaker, VLA, and DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yay.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. No. Senator Samuel Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr.
Yes.
Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarro. Senator K. Sarro, absent. Senator Kurt A. VLA. Senator VLA, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chairman, we have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you. The bill carries. Bill number 34.0087, an act providing for a complete street policy and creating a complete street task force within the Department of Public Works to aid in the development and implementation of strategies to increase the stability of all streets for all modes of travel for citizens of all ages and abilities in the Virgin Islands have been voted on favorably in this committee and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further amendments and consideration. Colleagues, it's now 1:15. We have our next set of testifiers there. I believe we are going to take a quick 15 minutes break, lunch break, and we'll be right back. So the committee stands in recess for 15 minutes. Good afternoon. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the next item on today's agenda into the record?
Block number 3, Bill number 34-0029, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Subchapter 2, Section 945A and I, relating to the Virgin Islands Affordable Housing Program to provide for a set-aside of affordable housing for first responders. Invited testifiers, Mr. Darrell Griffith, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, Mr. Andre Dorsey, President, IAFF, Local 2125, Mr. Melbourne Adams, President, IAFF, Local 2832, Lieutenant Aaron Krieger, President, Virgin Islands Law Enforcement Supervisors Union, Sergeant Hadea Casimor, President, Police Benevolent Association, St. Thomas, St. John.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to Bill number 34-0029?
I do, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed with the introduction of your bill, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Bill number 34-0029, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Subchapter 2, Section 945A1, relating to the Virgin Islands Affordable Housing Program to provide for a set-aside of affordable housing for first responders. This bill, the intent of this bill is purely in regards to a recruitment and retention for these first responders and keeping them in the territory, offering them affordable housing, and hoping they would sustain a great career here in our territory. These are the individuals who provide safety, security, and save lives in the territory. So that was the full intent of the bill. I also invited Mr. Irish in regards to the union for the EMS, and I had some follow-up conversations also yesterday with Housing Finance Authority. So I wanted to just put it out on the record that, again, it is for the first responders, looking out for them, recruitment and retention type legislation for them to keep those careers solvent in the territory. I ask for the support of my colleagues in this on this bill, and we'll look forward to listening to the testifiers and take all suggestions and amendments or whatever into consideration to make it a better going forward. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff, for the introduction of your bill. Let's do a mic check before we move forward. I see Director Griffith. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Senator.
I see Director Mr. Dorsey. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Is Mr. Adams online? No, he's not. I don't believe Mr. Krieger is there. And what about Mr. Casimir? Casimir? No, so we have two testifiers present. So we will proceed with the testimonies. We'll first start with Mr. Dorsey, and then we will end with Director Griffith. Mr. Dorsey, you recognized for your testimony.
Senator, I didn't have a full written statement for today's meeting. But before I start, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be invited to testify on Bill 34-0029. I would also say that both unions and the fire districts are in support of the bill. And we just look forward to answering questions. And I also wanted to say for the record, for the 34th legislature, my members start receiving their 8% today. So they wanted me to put that out to you guys to tell me thank you for the hard work that this body has been doing. We look forward to working with this body in the future as well. So they definitely told me to put that out to you. They're very, very happy. And I would also say to senators, you guys been doing a really good job. So we really appreciate what you guys been doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It definitely is a good day for many members in our community, government workers who had their wages wrongfully, withheld, and I'm glad to see that they have actually gotten a chance to get it back. I am happy for them, and it's a good day for me too, because I'm happy for them, even though I didn't get any. But nonetheless, I'm grateful that they got it. Director Griffith, you're recognized for your testimony. You're muted. Please unmute your mic and start over.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Senator Blyden, Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications Committee Chair, members of the committee, other senators present, the listening and viewing audience. I'm Darrell Griffith, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Today, I appear before you to the authority's requested testimony on the proposed legislation, Bill 34-0029, an act amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Subchapter 2, Section 945A1, relating to the Virgin Islands Affordable Housing Program to provide for a set-aside of affordable housing for first responders. First, I'd like to thank this committee and the bill sponsor, Senator DeGraff, for allowing the VIHFA to provide testimony on this bill. As the committee is aware, the VIHFA is tasked with providing qualified low and moderate income families an opportunity to become first-time homeowners. The authority would also like to remind this committee of the already existing 5% set aside for veterans and current members of the armed forces under Virgin Islands law. Adding an additional 5% set aside will bring the total set aside in every community to 10%, moving individuals such as teachers, school crossing guards, correction officers, nurses, taxi drivers, receptionists, and every other Virgin Islander further down the list. With this premise in mind, the authority respectfully does not support this bill in its current form. This proposed legislation is well-intentioned by the bill sponsor, but the authority believes that the identified class of individuals in this bill will be better served through a financial incentive. Further, the authority would like to recommend a follow-up meeting with the authority's home ownership division and the bill sponsor to allow for the crafting of legislation that closely follows the bill sponsor's intent to create home ownership recruitment and retention incentives to qualified first responders. In closing, the VIHFA would like to thank all of the bill sponsors and this committee for their unwavering support and commitment to assisting the authority in upholding its mandate of providing decent, safe, and sanitary housing to the first-time home buyers we serve. I stand ready for any questions this committee may propose, and I also have with me today my Chief Operating Officer, my Chief Financial Officer, Valdez Shelford, and my Chief Operating Officer, Darren Richardson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Griffith. Before I go to line of questioning, I just have some questions for you, Director Griffith, and concerns in respect to this piece of legislation. First, I want to thank the sponsor for trying to assist first responders in terms of retention and basically giving them another incentive to basically stay on board because of the shortage that we find ourselves in. But I know that when it comes to home ownership and home ownership opportunities, that's the most important investment anyone can make. And of course, over the years, we have been passing legislation to assist our people with home ownership opportunities. But my issue with this piece of legislation, honestly, is in terms of first responders. I want to see home ownership opportunities for all Virgin Islanders, all. Because yes, we have first responders, but what about our teachers? What about our healthcare workers? What about other frontline employees who deserve opportunities when it comes to home ownership? I must say that housing is my passion, and I believe that when it comes to home ownership opportunities, we need to find other creative ways of assisting our people. In terms of retention, I know we have been doing other measures to assure that we keep those individuals on board. I know we passed a bill, as you mentioned, Director Griffith, in terms of the percentage to basically attract and retain those individuals when it comes to veterans, etc. When I saw the bill, I was basically, of course, I support home ownership, but I was like, we need to be have more parity in response and in regards to home ownership opportunities. It is almost impossible for our folks here in the territory to buy a house. Elsewhere, you can come up with $5,000 down payment and get a home with no problem. That's why most of our children who are in college and finished college already have the home, because it's not that difficult. But here in the territory, it's almost impossible to get to basically purchase a home. That's why my colleague and I sponsored a bill several months ago appropriating $4 million to assist with the down payment, because that's one of the greatest challenges when it comes to buying home here in the territory is the down payment of those homes. So I believe that we need to take those type of programs and see how we can tweak it and assure that these individuals who are first responders and others who are frontline workers, and other, should I say, middle-income individuals, find a way that the process is simplified for them in order for them to retain a home. And I believe that in itself would assist our members of our community when it comes to wanting to stay here and continue to work here, because, number one, they have a place to stay. Because a home is, like I say, it's not just an important investment, it's a place where families meet, where they sit at the dinner table, they can talk, relax. It's a peace of mind. After a long day's work, you come home, I'm home. This is where it's at. This is where I keep my sanity. So I want to commend the sponsor for the intent of the bill, but like I said, I cannot support legislation that actually supports a segment of my constituency. I want to support all of my people when it comes to home ownership opportunities and unlocking the door to peace of paradise, because I think it's critical when it comes to housing stock here in the territory. And we know the housing stock here also is not large, but at the same time, if we can create opportunities for our people, our frontline workers, our policemen, firemen, nurses, doctors, teachers, career individuals, it will go a long way. So I just said, Director Griffith, but let me ask you first of all, do you support the legislation as written?
No, sir, not as written, and I echo your sentiments, and I think we need to tweak it. I understand the intent, and I want to see how we can work with the senator, with my team, so that we can help fit what he's trying to accomplish. But I as you know, affordable housing in the territory is very limited, and with 5% already being set aside for veterans, I don't want to put another 5% set aside again. I prefer to work with maybe some financial conditions or something we can do together as we put our collective brains together to see how we can help and how we can make it work for all parties involved.
And I believe, I do agree with you, I believe we can be creative in terms of assisting our first responders besides putting aside 5%. How is that 5% working? On what has been the response when it comes to our veterans and them taking advantage of the 5% for 5%?
We've worked closely with the veterans group, and it's not working as effectively as we'd like. And for the past, I would say 6 years, we've not had a 5% of the veterans in any community that we've built. And I say 6 years because I know the last 4 years has been basically everything storm related in terms of recovering from the storm, but we've not seen on the veteran side as a robust move to the marketplace as we'd like to see in terms of that. So usually we go ahead and release after 180 days. That's set aside so that we can get more people. We can close out the community, basically.
Have you done an analysis to find out what the reason why, though? Have you done any type of in-depth study as to why?
Well, what we've done is actually partner with the veterans group and increase the advertising with them and increase just our touch to them so that to let them know that this service is available for them and they can take advantage of it. But the reasons have been varied, everything from them owning homes or to different things. But there is not one consistent thing that we found, unfortunately, that we can pin our hat to. Mr. Richardson is on, who's our Chief Operating Officer, who's over the Home Ownership Division. Mr. Richardson, anything you would like to add on that?
Good afternoon, Darren Richardson. Not much more to what you've stated before. We've increased our outreach to the veterans groups, also going through the Director of Veterans Affairs, and increase our presence, and he's had us on his shows and everything. So like you stated, just setting aside for additional groups is going to really scramble the whole process that we have. So as far as the veterans, we're still out there working hard to get them in.
Okay, very well. And of course, as I stated, we also have recruitment issues with teachers and other professionals in the territories, so it's kind of hard for me as a housing advocate to just advocate for a certain sector of our community and not others. That's very hard for me to swallow. And also, I must add, Director Griffith, have you heard of the Good Neighbor Next Door program?
No, sir.
Well,
could you inform me a little bit about that?
Well, while doing my research with this piece of legislation, and I came across some very good news in which me and my team are pursuing the Good Neighbor Next Door program, in which HUD allows people like first responders, that the sponsor of the bill is trying to do, police officers, teachers, to buy a home in underserved areas for a discount. They only pay half the price. Okay, so if the house costs $400,000, they only pay $200,000 for the home, and HUD takes out a second mortgage for the difference, and they take care of that part. So right now, I'm trying to see how we can implement a program here for our first responders and teachers and other individuals. So I'm very excited about that, and I look forward to bringing that forward and working with your team and other individuals in that respect. But I must say that in terms of this piece of legislation, no, I cannot support it in its current form, because of parity, because, like I say, as a housing advocate, I want to see housing opportunities for all our young individuals, to include some of my colleagues who are young professionals, cannot get a home. So it's kind of hard for me to swallow that pill. But again, I want to thank you so much for your responses, and I'm going to go to the next senator. Senator Viale, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Griffith, how is the First Time Home Buyers Act going thus far? Have you received the appropriation?
No, sir. We have not received the appropriation yet.
Have you formally requested the appropriation?
No, we did not formally request it. So we have not done that as yet either.
You have a timetable to request?
No, no timetable to request. We'll jump on requesting, but as you know, we've been juggling a couple of things, but we'll definitely request those funds. And not knowing that, hearing from you guys that it's set aside and waiting for us, it'll be requested within this week then.
You have somebody designated that's going to, your plate full, or no, Mr. Griffith? You have to designate somebody to handle that. Your plate is too full. You have the Envision program and everything else. So if you can have somebody, I'm already getting inquiries in reference to the First Time Home Buyers program, individuals that would like to.
And his team.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that'll be Darren Richardson and the home ownership team. Mr. Richardson is the Chief Operating Officer, but he oversees Ms. Webster and the home ownership team. So they'll be front and center taking advantage of this and moving this forward. So we definitely will.
Okay, if we can, because as I said before, individuals called me as to whether or not the bill had passed, and I did tell them, yes, it did pass, and there are individuals that already went to the bank to be able to execute and be able to purchase. It didn't have their down payment. So if Mr. Richardson could develop a timeline and a conversation with the bank, so it could be a seamless process, because the one person I spoke to said that who they dealt with in the bank said they were not aware of the particular program. So if we can make contact with the banks and let's get this program going. And I asked that question because what we really need is we need more money in that program so that we can be able to provide home ownership for that middle income group who wants to build in St. Croix or St. Thomas or St. John and need some assistance with the down payment. So if we're able to expand out more than $4 million, then definitely we'll be able to provide home ownership for all of the various subgroups. We did have a discussion in reference to the American Rescue Plan Fund, and from the legislature perspective, we want to put aside some additional, a couple $1 million. I think it was $10 million we were looking at that would go to the first-time home buyers program. But if we set it aside and you're not ready to receive and get it clicking, then it's just that. It's just a set aside. So if we can get that executed as quick as possible, that you don't have to be responsible because your baby is now in Vision, and in Vision still in Pampers, and the Pampers need to change. So we want you to just deal with Envision alone, and then Mr. Richardson take this new baby, the First-Time Home Buyers Act. The bill is laudable. I see where the sponsor is going with the bill in terms of what he wants to accomplish, but we can carve out literally so many categories. I mean, right, looking at the bill, I can say nurses. The nurses have been on the front line in reference to healthcare, and they have problems with home ownership. I could speak to the 1,500 teachers in the Virgin Islands who has issues with home ownership. We need to collectively look at that middle income bracket, the bracket that is forgotten about. They don't qualify for any of the low income programs, and they don't make enough to be able to finance it on their own. So my recommendation to the sponsor is we just need to continue to find money to bump up that First-Time Home Buyers Act, whereby any first responder, any nurse, any teacher, any middle income individual, professional that has returned home with a degree and want a home, that we're able to provide them with housing. I don't believe that we should necessarily continue with the set-asides. I think we need to make it just more comprehensive, in which we are able to have those opportunities for those middle-income individuals. Individuals right here in the legislature, middle income, who are trying to go through home ownership and are having difficulty. And also, I think that we, at this point, I would not recommend having a specific set aside, but more dealing with that entire population overall that are middle income earners and are trying to achieve home ownership. And it's very important that we have those discussions with the banks in reference to that First-Time Home Buyers Act. Because we need to have construction loan. You know, everybody want to purchase a home that's already there. There are a lot of individuals that have a piece of land and they want to build, and that's why we wrote the bill in such a way that we want that to be a reality. So we have to find out from the bank, well, what else do we need? But we cannot continue in the Virgin Islands to not have banks that are offering construction loan. Then you're running your entire middle income population. Because you have your construction loan, if you don't have that, and then you can't purchase a home that's in disrepair and get money to repair it. So the only thing you could purchase is a development. That's not, come on, that's not what the Virgin Islands is about. You should be able to, like I did some 1992, to be able to build a house and home that you purchase. And if there's any tweak, that need to be done to the particular legislation. We need to know if there's any tweak that we need to look at for the banks that would allow them to offer, all the banks to offer construction loan. Then we need to see what we need to do. I do have a piece of legislation that I have submitted, and it is a non-judicial foreclosure for the banks in reference to construction loan, et cetera, that hopefully we'll be able to bring, if that pass, be able to attract companies that would be willing to insure those construction loans. But we'll have a deeper conversation as that. I'm still fleshing out the language, but we have submitted just a basic. But laudable bill to the sponsor, but I don't think we can carve out an exception. We have senators that need to bill. So let's do what we have to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vielle, for your responses. But you forgot one baby, though. Baby, Iraq. That's another baby they have on the plate. A real challenge. But nonetheless, thank you so much. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and good afternoon to the testifiers. I also have to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. In regards to Bill 29, I know it addresses a very important issue in our territory, specifically as it relates to available housing, and in particular for our first responders. And I must say, if COVID-19 pandemic has taught us anything, it should be how important our first responders are. Even beyond COVID-related emergencies, our firefighters and EMS, and even our police officers throughout the territory are very involved in actively saving lives and assisting us in ensuring public safety within our community. So I must say that I can feel where the sponsor of this bill is coming from, and the intent and the spirit of this bill is one that is a positive one. But just as my colleagues have shared, across the board, we have major needs, and like you said, the middle income bracket in our community is hurting and is yearning and looking for housing, and so it's a matter that we have to continue to address. This legislature has done some work to be able to assist that bracket, like the chair for the Finance Committee mentioned, and there's more work to be done. I would like to hear from the director what recommendations he might have in order for us to continue to reach out or provide affordable housing for the middle class in our territory.
Thank you, sir. One of the things I would like to see happen is that in the Virgin Islands, there is a heavy push for, governmental agencies to assist in creating first-time homeowners. The VIHFA, it looks as the primary place for first-time homeowners to go to be able to become first-time homeowners. And in the States, it's a little bit different because so many of the banks allow different percentages of down payment to be done. And here in the Virgin Islands, it's 20% down. I remember when I bought my first home when I was in Florida, in Orlando, Florida, in an area right next to it called Leesburg. I bought a home with less than 3% down. And wow, that was a great start for me and my family. And I think what we have to do is really sit down with our banks and see how they can get a little bit more creative and expand the offering without VIHFA to be able to give first-time homeowners. There are people with great credit scores, 700, 800 credit scores that cannot buy a home in the Virgin Islands because the minimum down payment is 20%. And that shouldn't be the case. All across the United States, people with those great credit scores are given the opportunity to buy their first home. So I'd like to sit with the banks, partner with the bank so that we can see how we can expand their offering to mimic what they're currently doing all across the United States.
Let me ask you, Director, in your conversations, maybe, or have you had any conversation with some of these bank institutions?
Yes, I have.
And what are the reasons that they have this stance here in the territory? In your conversations, what do you gather from those meetings?
Really, it's to protect the 20% is to protect the bank if something happens, you know, if they go into foreclosure or if different things happen. But that risk is usually mitigated by looking at the person's track record, especially their credit score, to say, okay, this person over the last 10, 15, 20 years has never defaulted on a loan, has never been late on a credit card payment. It should give them some level of assurance that this is a worthy investment so that you don't have to go all the way to the 20%. And I think it's a conversation that we as a collective group need to have. So the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority should not be the largest single family home constructor in the Virgin Islands. That's a title I would like us to lose, because I want to see other single family homes being developed so that we can house more of the people of the territory. There's no place else where a housing finance authority agency is the largest constructor of single family homes. Well, I take that back. Alaska might be close to us, but I think we're definitely the highest.
And I must agree with you. We definitely have to come to the table and continue to have these conversations and see how you know, some of these regulations that they have established here locally can change, because like you said, there's disparity. When we look at nationally in the States, you don't see the type of requirements that we see here locally. So definitely there's work to be done. Now, in regards to this particular piece of legislation, however, with all of being said, I think we must be very cautious with how we approach this matter. We don't want to offer a solution that risks more harm than it does good. I had one question with regards to the piece of legislation. I wasn't too sure if this is an additional 5% to what you already have for the veterans, or if this is included within the 5% that's been separated for the veterans. Can you clarify what's your interpretation of this bill?
Is that for Senator DeGraff or for
you,
myself?
For you, sir. What's your interpretation?
My interpretation was it was an additional 5%, and if Senator Graff would like to add something different, we would, of course, be open to hear that.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, if it's an additional 5%, then again, echoing some of the sentiments of my colleagues, that's really reducing what's available within the market, and I think we need to look at this from a holistic approach and try to find solutions for everyone in the middle class to be able to have access to a fair market and have an opportunity to be first-time home owner in the territory. I think my time has been called, so thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again, Chairman. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to all the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon to the testifiers. First off, I do join in saying that agreeing that the tenet of this bill is really important. I do support the efforts of the prime sponsor and also efforts, because I wanted just to highlight that one of the things that I have also been working on is when we talk about housing issues, it comes also down to our local contractors be able to build some of these very homes. So Commissioner, let me scroll over. Okay, Director Griffith, as it pertains right now to the current Housing Finance Authority's program for home buying, I know one of the challenges that in home buying, not only the upfront costs of the down payment, but also the closing costs. At this time, I know that was a struggle in the past. Does the Housing Finance Authority currently have that struggle still in being able to provide closing costs to individuals who come to the department for assistance?
Yes, Senator. We're able to assist with closing costs. We have a number of things that we use. Of course, we have the stamp tax, which we're extremely grateful for the Senate body for allowing us to have, and also with the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funds, we're able to build the homes and allow for a discount to individuals who purchase. So it's still a challenge. It's still there's never enough money, but currently we with the different funding sources that we have, I think we're able to meet that need now.
You serve, of course, on the Housing Authority Board. And so the question I have concerns, as you prepared even for today and as we address this legislation, do you have data concerning the amount of tenants who are public housing tenants that are first responders? Do you have that data?
No, I don't have that data from the Housing Authority. It's something I could request from the Executive Director, Robert Graham, there and see if he has it and provide it to this body if you need.
Yes, because that's one of the things that's going to be critical as we compile legislation and assist. We have to have the data, and we continue to have struggles in that area. And what, in your estimation, would be some of those challenges for these first responders, your experience?
It's similar to almost all individuals. The reason people wait, 5, 10 years, 15 years for the Housing Finance Authority to build a home and for them to get into it, it's because of one, down payment assistance, 20% down. If you're in St. Croix, it might be $200,000. If you're in St. Thomas, that's $200,000 to purchase of a home. So that's $40,000 that you have to put down. In St. Thomas, in the past, it was about $300,000 to build a home, but now it's even more for us, and so we're providing bigger discounts. And when we did a study outside of the Housing Finance Authority in St. Thomas, we will charge $300,000. It'll cost us $300,000 for the home and the land and everything else. But outside of VIHFA, it's about $500,000 for the same size of a home. So for someone working a traditional job to be able to save $100,000 to buy our first home, it's a very tall order to accomplish. So that's really one of the greatest problems. And beyond that, though, I think there's a number of things that have to be done in the territory to help us reduce the cost of developing homes. One, we have to build a cistern on almost every house that we build because there's not potable water. So in these communities, so that means that home price is increased by $20,000 to $30,000 because we have to build a huge cistern to be
Thanks,
able to.
But I'll hold you there, though, because one of the things, as the director of the Housing Finance Authority, sitting on all those millions of dollars, you and the board are at the center of some of the very monies that could be used to build these homes, right? You have the power to empower our local people in the building of the homes and to set this ship right. So, so I really, and we keep, and I wanted to also put out the mortgage assistance program as it ties into this as well. I've reached out to you in that regard, what's going on with that. But I'm gonna delve back to you, but I wanna really also ask the last question I asked to President Dorsey, if you may, Chairman. The same question I have for you, President Dorsey. What work have you been doing in support of this legislation in terms of collection of data and reaching out to your constituents, the members of your core who you're supporting today?
Good afternoon, Senator. That's a very good question. I would just say this, Senator DeGraff and my counterpart, Melvin Adams Jr., we actually had a discussion as late as yesterday prior to this meeting. And it's yesterday we really realized that the bill has a lot of foresight in terms of retaining Class 3 members across the board. So from that standpoint, I mentioned to the senator, since we're focused on government employees and the fact that I'm a trustee on the GERS board, I would like there be a way that we could merge these programs through Mr. Griffin's program, his funding, and bring it under the umbrella of the GERS system as a funding source where we could take care of all the loan programs that we traditionally had at the GERS program. And that's what I've been explaining to the members territory-wide, is that if we can get that program back up and running, this would be a win-win for the system itself, having a revenue source coming into the system, not using the system money, but using these programs and having the system be merged, this program that Mr. Griffin has and other programs be merged under that program. That concept came from the report that was done by the Inspector General from 2015 when it talked about alternative investments. And when it talked about alternative investments, it talked about the housing loan program under the GERS and having the expertise in-house. So I thought this would be a win-win. That's not exactly what the bill is doing, but I did mention that to the sponsor of the bill as it being a win-win, because I'm looking at more of a comprehensive approach to fixing this issue. So that way everybody could participate that's a government employee, whether they've been in for years or they're just coming in. They would be part of the land program, the mortgage program, a refurbishing of a house, which was just mentioned by Executive Director Griffin. They would be access to that kind of money, as well as a regular personal loan. So I think that was the way to go. But of course, I wasn't there for the drafting of this, but I just thought it'd be a win-win, because at the end of the day, we're still trying to take care of Mother Goose, which is the GRS system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And also, that's a good segue in terms of course, well, for one, when we craft legislation, we reach out to you as stakeholders, so we get all the input, and I appreciate that. Just back to one last point, Chairman, if I may, just one last point to Director Griffith. Director Griffith, which ties all into this as well, the mortgage assistance program. So you're tasked with, a huge task. I really don't, if we don't have these programs in place with the, and you're not utilizing some of those federal funds, we're going to end up down the road where you're going to say you need, whoever in your position will be, oh, we need more money to provide these programs. So here you are sitting on the monies allotted to the department. Where are we with the mortgage assistance program?
Well, where we are right now is that we're in the process of constructing homes for individuals to live in. So our first priority, we have Whispering Hills. That's we have RFPs out for Tuna, which is going to be 57 homes. We've completed the first road work over there, and we're putting an RFP as well to complete the road work and also for the home construction of 57 homes. In St. Croix, we have Estate Solitude for 20 homes, in which we're doing an RFP for too as well. We have Otley Manor, in which we have work RFP done for work there too as well, and we're also looking at Estate Bethany and Anna's Retreat for construction. So our main focus is that, unfortunately, we're not just the finance agency as is done in the States. We're also the largest home builder in the territory. So we have to create the inventory for us to be able to sell to the homeowners there. And we've been doing that simultaneously while we've been repairing homes. And as you know, the VIHFA, through our first program step, did over 8,000 homes in the territory. And with Envision, we're positioned to do a little bit over 600 homes as well.
Thank you, Director Griffith. Let me ask you, before I go to Senator Payne, in respect to homeownership opportunities, and despite the challenges we have, I see a lack of coordination and communication that can assist you right away with two things that you mentioned. The first thing you mentioned with the cistern that you've not been pushing and been on your case for a while with a waterline extension project that's funded through mitigation funds. The money is there, and what type of communication and coordination do you have with WAPA for that? Number one, I want you to expand on that. because that can bring down the costs and create a pathway for many Virgin Islanders when it comes to initial investment in a home by $30, $40, $50, $60,000 easily based on the size of the systems. And secondly, I want to speak to communication with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority when it comes to the Section 8 program and their homeownership program that they have, whereas your first 5 years of rent goes in a saving to assist you with your down payment. What type of communication is going on there in terms of them assisting your department with your homeownership initiatives? Can you speak to those two areas, please?
Definitely. With the Water and Power Authority, we've been in very close communication with that. As you know, the CDBG mitigation grant was just approved by HUD 2 months ago. And where we are in that process now is that we have to create the implementation plan, which is being wrapped up this month. And we expect to get the full approval to be able to use the funds in the latter part of January. So until that happens, we don't actually have access to the CDBG mitigation funds. But we've been in communication with WAPA about expanding the water lines. And their first priority, though, is actually reinforcing and replacing their existing lines, because they've brought it to our attention that their existing lines already have a lot of leaks and issues. So their first request to us is to fix the existing lines, and then they'll look at the expansion. So that where that is. In terms of the Section 8 program and the savings portion for the Housing Authority, we have not had recent conversation about that. So that's something I would have to sit down with them and see how much has been collected and how much has been saved, and see how we can transform that into home ownership for public housing residents.
Okay, thank you for that. Point of information, Senator Viale.
Point of inquiry, Murata. I'm trying to link everything as we move along. I know that we do have the American Rescue Plan. Were you involved in the discussions as to the spending of those monies?
Yes, from Government House, we were told that about $10 million was going to be set aside for new home construction for VIHFA. Okay. And what we're looking at with them to see is, what I asked most recently was the income limits, if that
okay, wait,
American Rescue.
Hold up one second. I wasn't asking it from that perspective. I was asking from the perspective that there are monies set aside for water expansion from the American Rescue Plan. The monies that were given to the GVI, the $530-something million, there are monies that have been set aside for water expansion. So I think the logical thing would be to meet the Housing Finance Authority. You find out where is the next development, how many homes you plan to have in that development, and that should be one of the target areas for the potable water, which will reduce the cost of those homes dramatically because you won't need a system. So if you're going to build in Solitude or expand Bonne Esperance, and so you have a lot of lots left in Bonne Esperance, you run water lines there. Correct. I then look at the infrastructure plan that was just passed that are giving us money for roads. It's also giving you money for clean water. Mm-hmm. Clean water is a large component in that particular bill. But somehow I'm not seeing that all the parts are being connected, because we have monies. Mm-hmm. But it's for, and that's why I made this request over and over. What is our overall plan? Do we have an infrastructure plan? Are we coordinating how we're going to be able to spend these monies? Because we clearly have federal monies that we could use for water expansion. And as a Senate, we sat down and we decided that we want to run water lines into as many housing communities in the Virgin Islands as possible. But we now need to connect that with the ability to provide affordable home building options or acquisition to the middle class, because we're hearing a lot about the developments that you're building, but what happened to the person that have land already? Correct. They have a half acre, they have an acre, they have a quarter acre, but they want a need to get a construction loan. We got to look at options for those individuals, and I think that they need to be specific number of individuals who are going to flesh out each option. You know, who's going to flesh out this bill back, etc. But I'll finish and then come back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viale. Senator Payne, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, 5.
Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, Edie Griffin. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Richardson, how are you, sir? I see that.
I'm fine, Senator. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I see that. We almost they work in the same offices for the past about 5-6 months. I want to publicly thank you guys, man. We've been trying to encourage some investors come into the territory to build some affordable homes across the territory. At the car, y'all guys, some ridiculous hours. Y'all are jump for team meetings, face-to-face meetings. I had to wake up Darren in the morning, 6 o'clock, call him when he having dinner with his family. Say, hey, just log into this team meeting for 10 minutes. Next year, I got 45 minutes pass by. So I want to publicly apologize to you, but also thank you for your commitment to the territory. We now have a commitment from one of the investors for 70 homes in St. Croix. Next week, we're going over to St. Thomas. The goal is to drag at 50 out of St. Thomas and clear your calendar one of these days for next week, all right? Because we're dragging them to St. John. As I know people say it's expensive, but we got to drag. They're here now, so let's drag them and let them fall in love with the beauty. All right? Okay.
Will do, Senator.
Edie Griffin, one question for you.
Sure.
Why do you believe that first responders would be better served through financial incentives versus a dedicated set-aside?
Because as I was having that conversation with the team, and one of the things that COO Richardson brought to my attention was that we are serving first responders currently right now with the different programs that we have. And the team was telling me they don't see it as a set-aside issue, but they see it as a financial issue in terms of that initial down payment, because that's where most of our effort and our energies go to, is that, and if we build a home for easy math for $300,000, there's seldom a person in that neighborhood who actually pays $300,000 for that house. They usually end up paying, $200,000 or sometimes even less, based on the down payment assistance that we give them, either through local funds or through federal funds like our home program. So moving forward, for us to be able to help even more people, and that's what we're using some of the disaster recovery funds for in that regards, is that it's that financial assistance is really what's needed to move first responders and really all Virgin Islanders into becoming homeowners.
Okay, thank you for the response. And has the Housing Finance Authority had a conversation with police officers, firefighters, and emergency medical technicians to determine which strategy best suits their housing needs?
No, not since the storm, sir. Since the storm, we've been spending most of our time just repairing homes, and we have not had that conversation. But that's a conversation I'll be happy to have with Senator DeGraff leading it.
Yeah, and lastly, is there a comprehensive housing plan established for the territory that takes into account the need of creating affordable housing for residents who occupy vital positions in our community, such as first responders? If yes, does the community have a voice in this plan?
No, we do create a 3-year plan that we submit to the Senate every 3 years, and the time frame is actually coming this year for us to submit that plan back to you. But that plan does not incorporate specific groups like first responders or teachers or any specific group. It just talks about our plans to develop affordable housing and where we plan to be in the next 3 years of doing that for the different communities.
All right, thank you very much for your responses, and I'll rally on with my colleagues and see exactly where we're moving forward with this legislation. Thank you guys very much. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Payne. Before I go to Senator Graff, let me ask you, Director Griffith, in respect to the $10 million that you said was slated for new homes, that $10 million number, about how many homes do you believe that will assist in terms of building?
I'm grabbing the calculator, sir. Bear with me. And it truly depends on the community and, which island and all of those things. So I will do across the board. St. John is by far the most expensive. If we were doing that in St. John alone, with the price tag in St. John being half $1 million, it would be about 20 homes. So in St. Croix and St. Thomas, I would say it would help us serve about 30 homeowners and 30 homes.
Okay, which is not much, and that's why it's so important. To honestly moving forward for us to really coordinate, bring all of our creative minds and suggestions together, communicate and follow through, because that's the only how we're going to start making a dent when it comes to home ownership opportunities. Senator DeGraff, sponsor of the bill, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard some great conversation in regards to my colleagues and from the testifiers. And I myself, as a first responder, was the intent of this bill, knowing that as when I left, the difficulties with recruiting, first responders. And it was just yesterday when it was brought to my attention that by doing this, it would bump teachers and individuals who may have been already on the list. That was never the intent. The intent was never to bump anyone from a list. The intent was just to try keep these career jobs and career opportunities viable in the territory by means of affording them their own home ownership. So that was the intent. So in terms of holding the bill, it isn't even a no-brainer, because again, it's not to say we pass the bill and don't care about the other government employees. It's not. But I did hear something that resonated very, very well from Director Griffith and from my colleague, the Senator at large, in terms of him bringing in individuals who may build homes in the territory outside of Housing Finance Authority. And Housing Finance Authority being the sole builder, the main builder of homes in the territory. Those are things, again, it limits the people in the territory from, you have to wait all these years for homes to be built. You tend to end up leaving. So if we end up to have more home construction, then, hey, it may be an incentive for that young individual coming out of school and say, hey, I want to be a first responder. I want to be a teacher. I want to be a whatever, and be able to contribute to the territory and be a viable thing. So it's clear to me that my colleagues support the intent, but the intent of the bill was, I say, prior to actually the bill was drafted from the 33rd legislature, but prior to even my colleagues coming with a $4 million for the affordable housing. So again, it was just to carve out a way for first responders. But now I see where we could hold this bill, go back to the drawing board, and some of the important and great information that was put out here. Let's go after the banks. Let's go after other entities building homes. So let's do that to keep our people here, give them a chance to be able to purchase property here and stay here for forever. So that's the intent of the bill, and I don't need to fight it, and it don't need. Common sense dictates this one. So if my colleagues don't mind, thank you for you've given me great support by voicing your opinions, and the opinions make great sense. So for us to decide to hold it, we don't even need to hold a huddle. I'll motion to hold the bill, and we could move forward so we could keep the meeting going. So, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, you could release the testifiers and just motion to hold the bill.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Before I release, not the testifiers, just the one, because Director Griffith has to stay for our next round. But before I go there, I just want to join the conversation with affordable homes and bringing in major developers to develop homes. I know I have had those conversations over the years with the Housing Finance Authority. But the key is the price point in terms of how much we can get each of those units for. And it must be affordable. I say 225 or less per building. So when you have those big developers who have the capacity and can buy in bulk, the price has to be real affordable. So those are some of the conversations I had at those times with developers and the Housing Finance Authority, and them coming back with whatever their recommendation was. But nonetheless, we can have further discussion moving forward. Mr. Dorsey, I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up, to give a closing statement, and then we'll take a vote, and then we'll move forward with the next block in this committee hearing.
Good afternoon again, Senator, and thanks for the opportunity to speak on Bill number 340029. I would just leave this for the body, and this is for all those who are listening and viewing. The intent of the bill was to help the members that we represent in the Class 3 ranks. But I need people to understand that I still believe the solution, even to this process of housing for government employees, as well as assisting our retirees, is to merge this system into the loan program of the GERS itself, and the service charge of that service, that would be a funding source coming back into the system. Currently, there are monies that go through this agency of Mr. Griffin's that come back into the system. And there's also monies tied to ONB that could come back into the system. So I would just leave that there. If anybody wants to have further discussion, you guys know how to get in touch with me. But I think that's the way to go. I definitely wouldn't go down the road of selling any land assets of the system to Mr. Griffin's area, because that would be depleting assets that could be used to bring in income to the system as well. Because once they go to Mr. Griffin, they're gone. So I'm just going to put that out there. Thanks again.
Mr. Dorsey, before you go, I just want to let you know, in my first term, I had those conversations with TRS board and other individuals to do just that, but it never went any place. So you're on the board now, maybe we can have further discussions. Thank you so much, okay? Have a good day.
Thank you again.
All right, thank you. Your release. Colleagues, do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Bill number 34-0029, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Subchapter 2, Section 945A1, relating to the Virgin Islands Affordable Housing Program to provide for a set-aside affordable housing for first responders be held in committee at the call of the chair. I so move.
Motion properly moved by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator Payne. Bill number 34-0029, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Subchapter 2. Roll call. Madam Chair.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yay.
Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., yea. Senator Janelle K. Sorrow. Senator K. Sorrow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vielle. Senator Kurt A. Vielle, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yea. Senator Blyden, 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0029, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Subchapter 2, Section 945A and I, relating to the Virgin Islands Affordable Housing Program, to provide a set-aside of affordable housing for first-time responders will be held in this committee until the call of the chair. So we are at the end of our agenda. Madam Clerk, can you please read the last item on today's agenda?
Block 4, update from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority on the status of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Invited testifier, Mr. Darrell Griffith, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Thank you. Director Griffith, welcome again, and you may proceed with your testimony for this portion of our committee hearing. Sorry, Director Griffith, you're muted. Unmute, please.
I keep muting myself to make sure I don't disturb what someone else is speaking. So thank you, sir. Let's start that again. And good afternoon again, Senator Blyden, and thank you, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, members of the committee, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Darrell Griffith, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Today, I'm joined and I appear before you accompanied by Ms. Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, and Mr. Darren Richardson, Chief Operating Officer of the VIHFA, to provide you with an update of the Emergency Housing Assistance Program. The Emergency Rental Assistance Program, also known as ERAP, was created to help individuals and families who have been financially impacted by COVID-19 to pay rent and or utilities dating as early as March 2020. The program can pay arrearage up to 12 months, prospective rent, or a combination of both. The maximum amount of assistance that can be paid is 18 months. In the case of application for rental assistance, persons can receive assistance whether they have a lease or they are on a month-to-month tenancy. 2 funding rounds of ERAP have been awarded so far. The territory has been awarded a combined total of approximately $39 million. The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority was selected to administer the program on behalf of the territorial government. The deadline for expenditure of the first round of funds is September 30th, 2022. The deadline for the second round is September 30th, 2025. Eligibility guidelines for the ERAP are established in the regulations developed by Treasury. The 3 eligibility criteria which must be met are as follows. Household qualified for pandemic unemployment assistance or has experienced a reduction in household income or experienced financial hardship due directly or indirectly to the COVID-19 pandemic, such as reduced hours due to COVID restrictions or industry impacts, voluntary or involuntary unpaid leave of absence due to medical vulnerability or to care for dependent children, unpaid leave due to COVID diagnosis or quarantine. Households can demonstrate a risk of experiencing homelessness or instability due to COVID-19. Household has been served with a past due utility or rent notice, a utility disconnect notice, or an eviction notice. Household owes at least 1 month of rent or utility, or household anticipates need for future rental assistance because the current income is not sufficient to pay expenses. Head or co-head is currently or has suffered loss of income or is unemployed due to COVID-19, and the household annual income is at or below 80% of the area median income. Area median income is defined by HUD annually using a methodology which considers cost of living, housing costs, and different factors. AMI varies by island and is adjusted for family size. Thus, for example, the maximum income limit for a household of 1 is less than the maximum income limit for a household of 4. So to give an example, for a household of size of 4, if you were in St. Thomas, the income limit would be $56,150. If you were in St. John, it'd be $76,150. And if you were in St. Croix, that same family of 4, the maximum income will be $48,500. The VIHFA has a microsite. If you go to vihfa.gov and click on ERAP, and it's vihfa.gov/ERAP, it's dedicated to the program, which features information about the program. The webpage content can be translated to French and Spanish at the touch of a button. The application can be downloaded from the webpage in a hard copy format, fillable and non-fillable. And there is also a portal through which many persons may submit their application. In addition to submission via email or via the portal, applications may also be dropped off at an intake center. Applications can also be completed via in-person intake at an intake center by appointment. VIHFA has partnered with a number of nonprofit partners to serve as intake centers. The intake centers are St. John Community Center, and then that's the only one in St. John, in St. Thomas Family Resource Center, Catholic Charities, Methodist Training and Outreach Center, and the Salvation Army. And on St. Croix, Women's Coalition, St. Croix Mission Outreach, Catholic Charities, Methodist Training and Outreach Center, and the Salvation Army. Approximately a little bit over 600 applications have been received territory-wide to date. The larger volume of the applications received is from applications in the St. Thomas St. John district. And this is expected given that more persons in the St. Thomas St. John district are employed in the hospitality sector, which bore the brunt of the economic impacts of COVID, and also a large number of renter households in St. Thomas St. John live in private rentals, which rents are not subsidized or adjusted with change in household income. A robust outreach effort has been undertaken in order to ensure that the community is aware of the program. At the start of the program, approximately 3,000 print brochures were distributed to various locations to include government agencies such as Department of Labor, the WAPA, the Department of Human Services, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, the Department of Health, Superior Center, and even legal services. In addition to the website, we have deployed social media ads, weekly ads in the local print newspaper, and the electronic media. We have also done static billboards, such as the one at the bottom of Rappoon Hill and Mafali Hill on St. Thomas. We've also done digital billboard ads, radio and television ads. The media outreach campaign is ongoing. The objective is to keep the campaign fresh, interesting, and most of all, informative. For example, new radio and television ads are being prepared and will be ready to roll out in early December. These include Spanish language ads that will air on popular Spanish radio and television programs. The Department of Sports and Parkside Recreation Commissioner White has graciously granted permission for us to make use of perimeter fencing at sports park recreation facilities on all 3 islands to display large 10-foot banners advertising the program. VIHFA's media team is currently revisiting the media plan with a focus on determining how additional grassroots outreach can be incorporated to include utilization of sponsorships of popular media programs and linkages with popular social media influencers. The process for approval of the application for assistance is as follows. Applications are first reviewed for completeness. Once the submission is deemed incomplete, the application is then reviewed for eligibility and processed accordingly. Processing includes contact with the landlord vendor to verify the amount owed and also to collect documentation necessary for payment. Once a decision has been reached in the applicant's case, both the applicant, the tenant, and the landlord receive formal notification of the decision that has been received. If the applicant is deemed eligible, the notification will confirm the amount of the payment that will be issued directly to the landlord or vendor on the client's behalf. Rental and/or utility assistance can be provided for payment of up to 18 months, including up to 12 months of arrearage. Note, the program cannot pay arrearage for periods beginning earlier than March 2020. The preference of the program is for payments to be made directly to a provider, the landlord or the utility company, on behalf of the eligible household. The program must make reasonable efforts to obtain landlords' cooperation to accept payments directly from the ERAP program. The ERAP statute, though, prescribes the various contacts that shall be attempted and documented. Now, if the landlord fails to respond to outreach efforts or provides written indication that he or she does not agree to accept payments directly from the program, ERAP will then be able to make such payments directly to the tenant for the purpose of making payments to the landlord. And the authority, the VIHFA, we acknowledge, there have been many frustrations regarding the rollout of the program. While it provides small comfort, the territory's journey thus far, though, is not uncommon across the nation. Many programs are just now beginning to significantly ramp up their deployment of funds. Some notable challenges with the implementation of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program has been that the program is simply new. To the credit of Treasury, they have continued to publish updated guidance. These refinements and clarifications have been helpful, but there's still a learning curve. In addition, we have discovered that many applications situations are not clear-cut. They may require further contacts in order to gain a clearer understanding of the application situation and to determine what is needed to satisfy eligibility. Another challenge has been due to ongoing challenges in staffing up. Based on anticipated volume, the VIHFA anticipated that approximately 20 to 22 temporary staff positions would be needed to handle eligibility review and also to support our existing accounting function with payment processing. Presently, we have hired 9 staff. 2 have since left. We continue to advertise the positions on the Department of Labor's website, VIHFA's website, of course, and in local newspapers. We have noted lackluster interest, especially in the St. Thomas St. John district, even though the positions pay at least $20 per hour. The IHFA continues to hold interviews to fill the additional temporary staff positions. In testimony before this body in early July, we estimated approximately 30 files will be paid out by the end of July, with significant ramp up the number of files cleared per week going forward. As of Tuesday, November 9th, we have processed payments for 100 ERAP clients. Total rental assistance payments processed has been $789,702.69 by the end of this week. The average assistance per client is $7,897. The total ERAP expenditure to date, including program administration, is $1,106,507, and this includes media advertising and staff salary costs as well, and as office supplies. ERAP funds can also be used to provide utility assistance. The VIHFA is collaborating with WAPA on this endeavor. WAPA has agreed to suspend disconnections for customers who are ERAP applicants. WAPA ledgers received to date are 33, and those were received last week. For first WAPA payments will be submitted to accounting by Friday, November 12th. Checks anticipated to be cut by the 15th. Additional, a batch of ledger requests being readied for submission to WAPA in accordance with the established protocol. We appreciate right now the continued patience of the tenants, the landlords who are awaiting payment under the program. The authority remains steadfast in accomplishing its core mission while simultaneously working to help the territory recover from the devastating effects of the 2 Category 5 hurricanes that occurred in September 2017 and this far-reaching impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, in which the Emergency Rental Assistance Plan addresses. Senator Blyden, thank you for allowing the VIHFA to testify in front of this body. My team and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have, sir.
Thank you so much, Director Griffith, for that update. We have many questions, but I'll start with a couple and then go to Senator Cardion. Okay. In respect to your efforts when it comes to the Water and Power Authority to prevent. I know, Senator Grass, you're first. I got you. In respect to your efforts when it comes to the Water and Power Authority, when it comes to disconnections for persons who have applied for the ERAP program, because I still have been receiving calls. Up to Sunday, I received a call this Sunday just passed with their service being disconnected, and they have been placed on the list from the first time they got disconnected, and we did what we had to do. What's going on with the communication on WAPA, and what do you have in place to assure that this does not continue to happen?
What's going on with the Water and Power Authority is that initially, and you were at the first meeting, Senator, what we asked WAPA to do was we'd give them the list of all the people who are part of the program and for them to not disconnect any of those individuals. The legal team came back to us and did not, from WAPA, and did not want to go that route. What they instead asked that we create a form for tenants and WAPA so that says that they have applied for assistance with us, and that was intentionally only for the Water and Power Authority, not using our standard application. So that has slowed the process down more than we'd like. And then we have to get the feedback from the Water and Power Authority. But we have been able to give them their information, and anytime someone gets disconnected, for example, we had a case in which someone was disconnected and the person called us up and they also had COVID, and it was a family of 7. And we called WAPA, and within 2 hours, WAPA was able to put the power back on and the water back on. But this is something that we're in constant communication with them about, because it is imperative, especially in this COVID environment, to keep the community safe. So this is what we're currently doing with them.
Okay, thank you for that response. And you spoke in your testimony in respect to the Spanish-speaking community, but I didn't hear anything about a Creole-speaking population and what type of engagement you have going on to assist those individuals in our community.
Well, I apologize, Senator. Actually, that website, it does both Spanish and Creole. So you can click on Creole and it'll translate it into Creole for you too as well.
Outreach? In terms of outreach also?
In terms of outreach, we had one representative that we are looking to hire who actually spoke Creole. So we're working through that right now to have somebody on staff, because we have staff members who speak Spanish, and we're working on for the emergency rental assistance program to have a staff member who also speaks Creole. But we've been working with that community too as well. I think it was a pastor that, if I'm not mistaken, that you first introduced us to, that we've reached out to the Creole community through that lens.
Oh, Pastor Eddie, okay, great. And finally, before I go to Senator DeGraff, your emergency housing regulations, have you updated them since the implementation of the ERA program or not?
When you say emergency housing, are you talking about our homes, our rental units that we do for people who have who do not have access to housing and are at risk of being homelessness?
Yes.
No, we haven't made a change to that program because of the ERAP program, not as yet, Senator. What were you thinking?
Sidebar. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What were you thinking? Just checking. Director, based on your testimony, what I was hearing is 500 applicants and only 100 were paid?
Correct. 100 have been paid so far. It's not an overnight thing, Senator. It doesn't happen right away, unfortunately.
Okay, so what was that time frame? From the time you had the 600, or I guess it continues to multiply. What is the time frame?
The time frame is that we're currently processing, as of today, about 23 checks to 23 different individuals are going out on a weekly basis. That's where we're averaging about 23 to 25 on a weekly basis. So right now we're humming about it, to be able to get out another 100 within 4 weeks to a month. But we're at 23 checks being paid out to individuals weekly.
So is you know, I don't want to be as if I'm pointing the figure or making noise, but you could see what I'm saying is. So is there a fault to be had? Is it a fault of Fair Housing Finance Authority, or is it, what is it? Because again, there are a lot of people waiting, and as you mentioned in your testimony, 600 applicants, only 100 have been paid. So is it somebody's fault?
It's the process. If you look at the recent data published by Treasury, I think a couple of months ago, they've said in the entire United States at the time when they published it, only 10% of the funds have been used in the entire country. So there is a process, and the process is not as fast as we'd like. Treasury has come back with different amendments to what they initially put out to try and increase the speed of the process, but you still have to make sure that everyone who's applied, one is that they've been affected by COVID. Make sure that the rent that they're showing is true and honest, and thirdly that they're 80% or below the income level of the area median income, and all of those things have to be checked and factored in, and a number of times tied to COVID we have to go back and forth with the individuals. So the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, like every single jurisdiction in the entire country, would like this to be a faster process, but it is unfortunately, it is a grueling process. But currently, with the staffing that we have, remember, we only have 9 people on the staff, even though we've been advertising. And we want to get to where we're getting through about 23 to 25 on a monthly basis. But so that with that pace, we need to get more individuals staffed up, and we're going to continue as we get better. We're doing 100 or more individuals.
Okay, is there? Do you have any data in regards to those 600 persons, the demographics of where they live? You know, so you could say if your campaign is getting to the community, if your advertising campaign.
Yeah, yes, we do, and I don't have it in front of me, but I can definitely get that from our director of federal programs. I'd ask Ms. Shelford if she can give us specific information. And when you say that, you're talking about by island, or are you talking about more detailed?
By island, correct.
Okay.
By island. Okay, so if you could provide that through the chair, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair,
of course.
Through the chair, you can provide that information. Because again, you know, it's a great program. You're helping many needed persons, but with the process being so slow and individuals in such dire need, it could only be spoken as oh wow, it's a waste of time. And I'm not here to say that. I'm just here to put that you get that information out to the public now while you have this medium, and while Mr. Chair gracefully, you know, put this together so that they can hear the truth and the fact of the matter, because some people really don't care. I'm in dire need. I have in my application. I did all I was supposed to do and nothing. So with the ending of my time, you could just wrap up by saying anything. You need to get out to the public to make the public be aware. Add to your advertising. Use my time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. And what I would say to the public is that most of the times for the application, missing information from the applicant. So when you get a call from the VIHFA, please respond with the information that asks for. A lot of the times it's income information that's being requested, so that we can put that in the file to make sure that we cover Treasury's demands. So as soon as you get a call from us, or if you know that you submitted your application and you go through the checklist of required information, make sure all those things are in there, and that will allow your payments to get processed quicker. Unfortunately, it's not instantaneous. It is a process, and we'll work with you to make sure that we help you pay your rent.
Director Griffith, before I go to Senator Carrion, what I meant when I spoke in that those terms, I meant the emergency solution grant, and that's supposed to provide immediate assistance, and that's outside of the ERAP program. That grant that you have, whereas I know the reason why I'm asking, have you changed your policy, because the young lady from Water Island, the elderly lady from Water Island who had a situation of being homeless, and she was referred to the program, but she still had to come to St. Thomas and go to Catholic Charities or some other Bethlehem, other agency in order to qualify. Can that grant provide immediate help without having to go through all those other areas, because in terms of streamlining the process?
No, unfortunately for that grant, as you said, we give the grant to subrecipients, and they receive the money from HFA. So they go to those nonprofit centers and apply for those assistance. HFA in that case is truly just, we do the financing portion of that. So that financing is done by us, but all the intake, all the processing is done by those other nonprofits, sir.
But in those cases, Director, for instance, that elderly lady had to find her own apartment and then come up with a down payment. Doesn't ERAP provide the down payment, because that was part of the ERAP too? Don't they provide down payment, etc., for individuals?
ERAP does, but you were speaking about the Emergency Solutions Grant. Yes, but ERAP does do that.
That's why I talk about coordination and working and communicating and working, because they should complement each other, shouldn't they?
Yeah, they definitely do, because Brenda Walwin at VIHFA, who works with the Emergency Solutions Grant, she's the director over that grant, also coordinates with Janine Hector for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and she works with that program too as well. So there's definitely in-house communications of both ESG and ERAP happening at VIHFA, but there are different rules associated with both those. So for example, on the Emergency Solutions Grant, the income limit is very low. It's only 30% of income, while ERAP allows for up to 80% of area median income. So we do work the two programs together, but we just have to make sure that the rules complement each other.
And do you know how many applicants have been processed thus far by island?
No, that was what Senator Graff had asked, and that's what Ms. Shelford is getting right now.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Senator Carrion and then come back at you. Thank you. Senator Carrion, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon once again, Director.
Good afternoon, sir.
As you know, the Emergency Rental System Program is probably the most pressing and crucial matter that we have on the table here today. And, you know, we constantly receive calls from constituents with this issue. And I think one of the major issues we have is the slow pace as it moves on. And I think you mentioned in your testimony, I do have a few questions for you today. One of them being, I know you mentioned 600 applications have been received territorial-wide. Do you have a breakdown per district?
No, that was the question that was just asked by Senator Blyden and Senator Graff.
I guess I missed that
what we said was Ms. Shelford is getting that information for us.
Okay. So, and what's the status on those applicants that are in public housing?
In public housing, they are also receiving assistance, but the good thing about public housing is that when your income is reduced, you can simply you go to the public housing institution, and they reduce your rental payments based on your reduction in your income.
Okay, because I think last time that we had housing before us, one of the issues that they were inquiring was on the status of it. I think they were awaiting payment for a few of their clients that were through our process. So have any of those been paid?
Yeah, we have paid some. But like I said before, there is income adjustment done at public housing. So the first thing that a person there has to do is bring their new income information to public housing, and their rent is reduced because of that. But any other difference, we can assist, and we have been assisting through ERAP.
And then, so I see you have a few nonprofit organizations on St. Croix that are the channels by which these applications or the intake centers, as you call them. Which ones do you have in the Frederickstead district? Because I see here, you know, Women's Coalition, St. Croix Mission, a few of them. Which one do you have on the Frederickstead district?
We have the. I'm pulling up my my testimony to make sure I say the right name for you. So bear with me. But right across from Plaza Extra in St. Croix, it's either I don't want to say Methodist Outreach. It is, bear with me. Let me just pull up my list. Salvation Army.
The Salvation Army is the only one that is in the Frederickstead area.
The only one
in the Frederickstead area.
Yes, sir.
So the other four are in the Christiansted area.
Yeah, in the Christiansted and in the middle of the island. When I say Frederickstead, we're in the heart of Frederickstead, so there's none on the same street as us. But I will double check with Janine Hector, our Director of Federal Programs, just to confirm.
Yes, please, because, you know, for transportation purposes, if these are intake centers, and we need to make sure they should be dispersed within the territory. Because from what I see, most of them
intake centers too as well. So if you know any nonprofits who would like to assist, we will be happy to expand the intake center so that we can serve as many clients as possible.
Because from what I see here, most of them, like Women's Coalition, the St. Croix Mission Outreach, and Catholic Charity, and the Methodist Training Outreach Centers are all located in Christiansted. So we need to make sure we have some intake centers in Frederickstead.
I would take your assistance in any nonprofits that you know that have the capability and would be willing to volunteer to serve as intake centers. We'll be happy to train them and add them to the coalition that's serving the people of the territory.
Well, I know in Frederickstead we have 10,000 helpers. We have My Brother's Table, if I'm not mistaken, a few other organizations I think you guys should look into, just to ensure that the constituents in Frederickstead can also have access to the services. So what happens in the case when there's a tenant that doesn't have a lease agreement?
You can also be a month to month too as well. So even without a lease agreement, what we do is we meet with both the tenant and we meet with the landlord to confirm, and then the landlord would have to put something together for us. But that's how we're able to assist, is by meeting with both sides of the equation.
Okay, because I know before you had some issues with applicants who didn't have a lease or didn't have a 1040, so that has been resolved.
Yes, by meeting with the landlord.
Okay, and with regards to, I see you providing your testimony that you have hired new staffing. What's the total staffing that you have now working on this?
We currently we've hired 9 staff, and then 2 will be leaving, so a total of 7. Initially, we wanted to get to 22, but with the number of intakes that we have, we're looking for a staff size of about 12 employees, and we continually advertise both in the newspapers and online.
12 territorial wide or per district?
Territorial wide for right now, to handle the number of applications that we have. Initially, we were looking for about 22 employees.
So what's your current staff size per district?
Our majority is in St. Croix. We have 6 on St. Croix and 3 on St. Thomas.
3 on St. Thomas. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Before I go to Senator Whitaker, Director Griffith, based on your testimony, you noted that not all applicants have a situation that is clear-cut, right? But doesn't the U.S. Treasury giving some leniency for this form of self-attestation letter, wherein applicants have an opportunity to explain their circumstances and how they have been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic? And are you making this option available to the applicants?
Definitely. That's where the ERAP 2 funding changed the language, and we're able to use the ERAP 2 portion to give that leniency to clients and allow us to keep assisting them, which was different, as you noted, from the first ERAP 1 funding that was done.
And you also noted and just spoke in respect to training with the last senator that spoke. And I know that in particular the intake center in St. John. In your testimony, you noted that the St. John Community Center is an intake center, but your website also states that the Community Foundation of St. John is an intake center. And I know they are separate entities. How many intake centers do you have in St. John?
Currently, we only have 1 intake center in St. John. Ms. Shelford, CFO, if I'm speaking on this, could you correct me?
Please correct me, because I know. Go ahead. Let me hear what you have to say first.
Ms. Shelford?
Yes, as far as I know, it's only the 1. I can follow up and see if
which one?
The other intake center that you.
Which one are you speaking to?
Give me a second. The St. John Community Center.
Okay. Okay, and there's a community center and a community foundation. So clarify that, please, and get back with us. And
Yeah.
also, and how many employees do they have in that center? Do you know?
That I do not know. I'd have to ask Ms. Hector on that
They have
one.
one employee, one, the last time I checked. So please, in terms of training, it's important that we really train those individuals, because there have been a lot of miscommunication, and folks have to submit the same information over and over and over again. So I'm just trying to assure that we are on the same page, and we can streamline the process and make it more seamless for individuals. So I just wanted to give that to you.
And Senator, I just went on our website. It is the St. John Community Foundation, the one I said in my testimony. That's the same one we have on our website.
Okay, very well. Senator Whitaker, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all. I'll take a deep breath in, because, Dr. Griffith, we've been on this journey, at least you and I, even with the chairman. It's been months and months, weeks, emails, letters, meetings, really trying to chart a course with this matter. I want to start off with the matter of reporting. One of the things that I do in my oversight responsibility is see how your agency is reporting to the federal government. The federal government has a site whereby all the states and territories' information is reported. Has the Housing Finance Authority submitted its required documents as it pertains to this program?
Yes, we have to submit monthly reports and quarterly reports, and we've been submitting those. I actually have a quarterly report that I have to submit this week.
I will ask that you, through the chair, that you send that quarterly report to this committee, because that's definitely an outstanding request, that you've furnished that information. When you send it to them, also send it to us. And checking on the site, I didn't necessarily see that, so that's also you can coordinate with them to make sure we see that information on the site. On the matter of nonprofits, do you all keep the information of the nonprofits who apply for the CDBG grants? I would assume you keep their contact information.
Yes, ma'am.
So you already have a pool, Director Griffith. You guys already have a pool of nonprofits, people, especially those who didn't award any funds. That's a prime opportunity to help them and to maybe provide, have them serve as a support for this program. And certainly, I will assist.
We've reached out to those organizations, and we've had meetings through the continuum of care for organizations to volunteer and to assist us with this. This is not something that we in no intent have tried to do by ourselves. So we have reached out to all of those organizations.
And you said you have a training schedule. So you said that there's a specific training program that right now the individuals are involved with. How often are they trained? What's the training schedule?
Well, we did the initial training for that group that's working with us now that I said in my testimony. So that initial intake training was what was done with them. And then they call to VIHFA through the Director of Federal Programs, Janine Hector, for any assistance if they run into something that they're unaware of. But that training was done, and if we have any new nonprofits that seek to enter, we'll give them that same training too as well.
Are those individuals trained to assist persons elderly with disabilities? Because of course, one of the challenges that my constituents bring out to me, and I've witnessed myself in completing forms, do you have interpreters to assist with anybody who's elderly, disabled? Do you have support for that?
Those are done by the different agencies. So if someone goes to an agency and they don't speak the language that's needed, they simply contact VIHFA, and we connect them with a sister agency to allow for translation.
And Director Griffith, when it comes now down to the timeline, we keep on harping on that. What is your goal by the end of this month? You did put in your testimony the issuance of checks. What is your goal to complete by the end of this month in the process of applications?
In processing applications, currently we're doing about 23 to 25 applications on a weekly basis. So right now with our staffing limitations of having 9 that's going to 7, we're going to be, at the end of the month, we're going to do about 100 applications. So we need to be able to increase staffing to basically double our staffing size to more than double the number of checks we're processing for this program.
And we're still, it's paper check or direct deposit?
Paper checks.
Here we go again with paper checks. We keep on drilling down with this e-government. I mean, why aren't we doing direct deposit? Why are we doing paper checks at this juncture in 2021? Why is it paper check? The seniors, years ago, the Social Security said you had to, get money direct deposit. Why are we in 2021 doing paper checks?
Because paper checks are simply easier for us to do right now. We're beyond ERAP. We're doing the $1.8 billion in community development block grant disaster recovery and mitigations. We're doing the Housing Assistance Fund, where we just funded a number of apartment complexes. We're using low-income housing tax credits. There is a simple limitation of how much one agency can do at a time. We went from an agency of 35 people managing 20 million to doing $500 million last year in this same agency. So there is a physical limitation of how many changes you can incorporate in a certain period of time. And that's not one that we're gonna put our constant focus on while we have so many bigger things to do, growing from 35 people to now 119, going from 20 million in revenue to now over $500 million in revenue in 1 year.
Director Griffith, the central government with the Department of Finance, we already have a system in place. Once somebody is signed up to get electronic file funds transfer, as you process the application and as you input them in for the vendor process, in that case, they will instantly get the check to their account. The checks add on time, they add on, you have to sort checks. I'm not sure how you're explaining to me that that going to provide direct deposit options would add more burden. The final question I have, if you may, Chairman, is one last wrap up. The point about how much, can you please tell us in the public, how long does it take to process an application? What is the average time to process one application?
It depends on the application, because the application isn't just processed. These applications have to have certain documents. So if an application has everything and there is not anything we need from the constituents after we receive the application, with the 7 employees that we've hired for this, it takes about 2 months. But usually what happens is that there's missing information that we need to get from the applicant. So there's back and forth communication until we get everything from both the applicant and also the landlord.
I would just suggest in closing that you work out not only you provide an opportunity for some training with persons coming in, and that you guys need to definitely need to speed up the processing, both from a workforce perspective, but you need to get more tactile in the process. Every day, your staff members should have a goal of completing a good number of applicants, even if they have to work overtime. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Director Griffith, my ears just went up just now when you say it takes 2 months, because I know several applicants who have applied since April and still have not heard about anything. My office have been in contact with them, and I just asked my chief of staff if they made contact with you in respect to those individuals, and they said yes. So we'll have to follow up with you in that respect and see where the miscommunication is happening with those individuals since April, and they still have not heard back anything. Let me ask you though, when it comes to the training process, can you run through the training process for the intake centers? How are you equipping them with applicants in terms of assistance, and what information are they given? And then at what stage do they play in the application process? And are they just there acquiring and submitting documents, or are they also expected to assist with assessing eligibility, etc.? Can you just go through the whole gamut for our listening public, please?
Sure. For the nonprofits that assist us, the majority serve simply as intake centers. So that means that they receive the application and they make sure that they gather all the needed information and they transmit it to the IHFA. Some of our nonprofits assist us, or like Methodist Outreach, in terms of helping to determine eligibility, and that's brought to VIHFA and allows us to process a little bit quicker. What we're doing currently in terms of training, it's just basically it's a training of how to help the clients fill out all the application and get the required documentation needed for us to be able to process the check. So that's what we're doing with those centers, and that's what's being done with them. We need to. We're always looking for additional nonprofits to assist us in this fact. So we'll be happy to do the carrying call again for assistance to expand to how many places that we can help serve, so we can increase the number of clients being served.
And how do you basically disseminate the information with the new guidelines, etc., to those different intake centers? How to get them on board and training, etc.? How does that work? What does that look like?
Well, we don't have any new ones, not yet. It's all the same ones that we had from the start. So it's those same ones.
Okay, very well, Senator Fiele, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have the breakdown of the 600 yet, Mr. Griffith?
Ms. Shelford, do you have that information? No, she says not as yet.
Okay. You said you have a total of 600 applications, and then in your testimony you said that you processed 100 for payment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that means you have processed about 16.6% of the total applications received thus far.
Correct.
How many of those 600 applications have been deemed complete?
Of the 600 applications that have been deemed complete, well, I know it's over 100 so far. Let me get that exact number because I know I have it in a recent information.
This would be in addition to
Eric.
the 100 that have been paid. How many have been deemed complete that are just awaiting payment?
Our payment process is pretty fast.
Okay.
It takes us about, after that, a week, but I'll get you the number of what's deemed complete and where we are in that.
Okay, now in terms of the process, because you have, and just so that the public can understand, you have the area medium income. And then in your testimony, you said that there are two ways that you can qualify. One, you could show loss of income, and the second is be unemployed.
Well, it has to be COVID related.
Okay,
but
so,
yes,
so the unemployment.
Unemployment simply means that your income is at below 80% of the area median income.
Okay, but the unemployment, if you're unemployed, how is the person able to show whether or not it's COVID related for the unemployment?
Remember, this is all COVID related. This emergency rental assistance program.
Okay,
so they have
the question I'm asking: are we looking at all individuals who have lost their employment? Are we correlating that with the fact that they have lost their employment more than likely because of COVID, or you have to be able to provide some type of justification as to how it's COVID related?
You have to show that it's COVID related, sir.
Are the individuals who are applying, are they having problems putting that together?
No, sir. So far, the only individuals that we've had to decline was because they were over income levels, not because of not being able to show that it was COVID related.
Okay, and if you're over income levels, and that's why I came back to the area median income. The area median income for St. Croix is very low. That's why I really wanted to know what were the numbers between islands. If your income was high, you were making on St. Croix, the median income starts at 33,950 for somebody, for one person, and then it goes up to like 43,650 for 3 individuals. If you are making more money than that, but then you lost your job as a result of COVID, you don't qualify because you are making more than that before you lost your job?
No, you qualify because your income is less than that now.
Okay, so the income is based on how much you're making at the time of submitting the application.
Correct, sir.
Okay, good. Now we have spent some $200,000 on media advertising.
Yes, well, everything to get the program off the ground in terms of creating the website, putting the software in place for the intake. All of those things account for $200,000, and I think
break it down again. The 200,000 is what? It's the website, and then what else?
It's the website, it's the advertising, it's the billboards, it's the entire process. And Ms. Shelford, CFO, if you have additional information too as well, please feel free to go ahead and let us.
Who's employed to do the advertising?
The advertising is done through the local newspapers and also through the billboard providers across the territory.
Okay, so you have somebody from Housing Finance Authority that is responsible to get that out. We didn't hire a private company to do it.
No, we do both. We have both Housing Finance Authority, and I think at the previous testimonies that I gave to you guys, we also told you that the TSG also assists us in that regard.
For the marketing.
How much? How much did the accountant, how much did TSG receive for this advertising contract?
I don't have that follow.
I don't have that exact information.
No, but we gotta get it. Somebody could find it. It's there broken out. Somebody could find it. If I don't get it today, I'm gonna move on. But need to get it. Who did the website?
I don't recall, honestly. I would have to ask my teammates in terms of who did the website for us.
Okay, is your teammate there?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Shelford, do you remember who did the website?
No, I think it all came to as a marketing strategy. Give me a second. I'm getting a call with some of the I'll get my.
I think Ms. Shelford is saying that she will get the information on who did the website and will share that with you today.
Along with the cost of the contract to TSG. And then you said we did some newspapers, you said?
Yeah, all of the local papers, we advertising them.
Okay. So, and the media advertising is still ongoing?
Definitely.
Okay, so the contracts are still in place, ongoing?
Definitely. We keep advertising in the local papers. Remember, 5% of the funds are set aside for admin and advertising and marketing and those types of things.
Okay.
So that was already.
So 5% of the funds are available for advertising and marketing. 5% of what was it? 40 million?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But thus far of what we have spent, 25% have gone for advertising and about 75% as actual payment?
Of actual payment, and that number will keep to increase in terms of what goes to payments and what goes towards advertising, because you have to advertise and set up the website and to do all of those things before $1 is given to a customer, because that's the only way you can inform them that you have the services available.
Your staff salary is pretty low, $53,791. How are you administering the program with such a low amount for staffing?
Because we don't have enough staff, sir. We need more people.
Okay, so how are the intake groups paid? They're on a separate contract. How are they paid? Are they part of the 200 and something thousand?
They're part of that processing too as well. Yes, sir.
They're part of the 53,000 or part of the 263,000?
The 263,000.
So we have So we have contracts with these intake groups.
Yes, and they're paid based on their intake submissions to us per intake.
Okay, and in terms of completion, total completion of application by these intake groups, are there issues, or are they submitting completed application, or are we going back and forth, back and forth?
On the majority of them, we have to go back and forth for additional information. The majority of the applications are not cut and dry for us to just be able to look at the application and says, yes, this is COVID related. Yes, we have all of your income information and we can process this through. We are going back and forth with that. And then, of course, we have to get information from the landlords too as well to process the application.
Okay,
Okay,
yes, go
I
ahead,
have the
ma'am.
information that they asked for before about the demographics. I don't have the St. Thomas, St. John yet. But so as we told you, we completed 100, which were paid out already. We have 70 now in final review that will be going to payment soon, between the next 2 weeks. We have 221 in process and waiting for more information from the tenants, and 133 waiting for information from landlords. So we had 627 in total in applicants.
Okay, and you didn't have the breakdown for the 100 by island, right?
No, I asked for that, so I should get that to you soon.
Okay.
Because when we pay, we just pay what's ready. So we won't pay attention to that. For
Okay.
our website, we got TSG, and we also have a communication division. They work together to develop the website.
TSG and the communication
And
division.
our PIHFA's communication
Okay.
division.
Also, your communication division doing work to develop their website in conjunction with TSG.
They work hand in hand in terms of
Now, what was the cost?
information out.
What was the cost of the contract?
Oh, I didn't get you that.
Tell them we need that.
That's James Griffith. Okay.
I can pull that up because that
You
part
should
of
be
the
able to do
contract
that.
was, remember that contract? Remember when we did you guys had the entire pairing when we awarded TSG the contract to assist in marketing with HFA?
Yes, that contract was in the amount of what?
I'd have to pull it up, but that was the same. That contract
This is an overall contract. This wasn't just for the ERAP. This is overall for Housing Finance Authority?
Correct.
Yes.
So this is a $2 million contract or something like that?
I have to pull it up to tell you the exact amount. That was the contract that we had the entire hearing about, and which you guys saw that everything was done 100% correctly.
That was our determination at the end of the discussion?
Well, at the end of the discussion, no one said anything ever again.
Get the amount for me, please. So this went through the RFP process, etc.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's make sure that we get that amount before we conclude this hearing.
No problem. Thank you for Senator Vialli. Before you do Senator Payne, let me circle back with you, Director Griffith, with my last line of questioning and training. Because I know when I asked you the question, you said no new centers, no new intake centers came online. But when you talked about training, I know that Treasury sent out new guidelines. So how are you relating those guidelines to the intake centers and assuring that they're in line with what Treasury is offering in terms of streamlining the process and making it easier for the applicant because of the difficulties and the challenges that's going through all of the intake centers, including the United States? That's why I asked you that question.
Well, when we meet with the Continuum of Care, who all of these agencies are part of, Ms. Hector, Director of Federal Programs, communicates that to them.
And how often?
And we do that.
How often do you meet?
Like practically every day. It's ongoing. They talk all the time.
Oh, good to know. Thank you for that. Thanks for the clarification. Senator Payne, you recognize.
Thank you for the time. Excuse me. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Director Edie Griffith. Have you considered outsourcing with an agency or a firm that can streamline the process and increase your payout by some 300 to 400%?
You know, we have thought about it. We have looked at at different centers as recently as well, I think it was you. so yes, we had the meeting with the different agencies that are interested in assisting the Virgin Islands in doing this, because I think the agency that we met with said that they were doing about 150 checks in Florida a week for a particular area, and I forget which. I want to say Brevard or Broward is the area that they were doing it for. So we have been in communications with agencies who work on assisting this, and we have looked at that process. But what we've seen across the board, though, unfortunately, is that in the entire United States, across the country, only 10% of these funds, when the last Treasury sent out the report, have been used, and we're unfortunately at 15%, we're right in line with what's happening across the country, and we're going to work to improve that. But yes, we don't have an issue in looking for additional assistance, but we haven't seen anywhere across the country, except maybe in Texas, where we saw some individuals that were moving faster than the national average of what was 10% just a month ago.
Okay, well, we'll have a sit down in the next week or two to ensure that you welcome this agency on board, and you can triple or quadruple the amount of payouts that you're doing presently, guaranteed. All right? So what measures are being taken to prevent and detect fraud in this program?
Really, that's the heartbeat of the program is to the determination to prevent fraud. So that's what our staff does, and confirm the information that's received from the applicant. So we get the income verification to make sure that the income that they're telling us is true and accurate. Make sure they sign off on it. We double check that through the offices locally, that the people that are putting their names down as the landlords are actually the landlords of the buildings, and we confirm all of that. So that's really, this is not our first rodeo in Treasury, and we know all of those things have to be done, because on the flip side, Treasury comes back to you. So I think that's why the pace is the way it is across the states, and the time frame that it takes, that adds to it. But all of those things are definitely being done and systematically being done by the staff of the Housing Finance Authority.
Okay, and how do applicants and landlords check the status of the application? You have a system in place for that?
Usually, a call. The employees really act as case managers for the landlords and the applicants, and they keep them in constant communication and let them know where they are. So they simply call VIHFA at our number 777-4432 in St. Thomas and 772-4432 in St. Croix, and they can get a status update. But usually the case is that we're already in communication with these clients, telling them what they need, and then we're in communication with them as well, telling them when we think their checks will be processed. As CFO Shelford said, we paid out 100, and we have 70 that are in the process of getting paid currently right now that have been approved. So those clients know where they are in this process.
So there's no way for them to actually go online and enter a special code to check for themselves and see where they are in the process?
No.
Okay. Is the ERA funds, has it been placed in an interest-bearing account?
No, it's not currently in an interest-bearing account, and we just found out from the people that you sent to meet with us 2 weeks ago, I think, that they can be placed in an interest-bearing account. But that was something that we do not have them in an interest-bearing account, because most of Treasury and federal programs aren't allowed to go in interest-bearing accounts, but this one is different.
Okay. So you're making headways towards placing it in an interest-bearing account? That's what you're saying now?
Well, we'll work with the bank to so I don't want to change account numbers to change it to an interest-bearing account, but I don't want to change the account number though.
Okay, and lastly, is the territory at risk for losing those funds if they aren't dispersed in a timely manner?
September 2022, is the deadline for the first round of funds, and September 2025 is the deadline for the second round of funds. So we have time to use the funds, but like the VIHFA, like the Virgin Islands and the territory across and the United States across the board, if Treasury doesn't make certain changes to income levels and how many people can be assisted, no one will use all of these funds. So by no stretch of the imagination, with the current rules that are set up, the Virgin Islands will not use all $39 million of those funds. So I want this entire Senate body to understand that with how the current rules are set up, we will not use all $39 million of those funds. And that is true across the entire United States. So a decision will have to be made by Treasury and the federal partners of what changes they'll make to the program so that all of the funds that have been allocated can actually be used.
All right, thank you for your response, Edie. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Payne. I have a point of information by inquiry by Senator Vialli and by Senator Whitaker, and I have a couple more questions. Senator Vialli, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Griffith, for the Envision program, I know we're not here to speak about that today, but the company that had the contract, that company was terminated?
Armored Corporation, it was the company that was doing the back office field work, for example.
Right. So they no longer have that.
Sir.
They no longer have that contract, right?
Correct.
Okay. Have we hired a new company?
No, we've put it back out for additional 2 weeks. We've received, I think, Ms. Shelford, tell me if it's, I think for the first inquiry, we received about 11 applicants and the submissions to that. So we have that back out for additional 2 weeks. And
Mr. Richardson is on. He will let you know about the bids. How many we did?
There were 8 bids.
8 bids, I apologize. So 8 bids that we received, and we've put it back out for additional 2 weeks to get some additional information from those respondents. And so that's what we're waiting for on that.
Okay, so you're waiting for some additional information from the 8 respondents that replied to the bid.
And well, we've opened it back up and given them additional 2 weeks to provide that information. So we've put it back out. So if you go to our website right now, vihfa.gov, you'll see that RFP out, and that is due in 2 weeks.
And what was the reason for putting it back out, or opening back up the entire process?
The reason we put it back out was based on the board's recommendation. About 2 of the respondents, the respondents were supposed to give a response based on a per unit cost, and they gave a response based on a total cost for each line item. So for example, if they said, that we expect to do 1,500 home inspections, and they would say it would be $300 per each home inspection, somebody would put down $300,000, and then staff would have to determine if they meant per unit or in which we said, of course, they didn't mean per unit. They meant of the entire work that they would have to do. But the board said to go back and put it back out for an additional amount of time and clarify that with all of the respondents and get additional information.
So who's running the program in the interim?
The VIHFA is in terms of that.
So the VIHF Housing Finance Authority is presently running the program without any outside contractors.
Well, we've hired a contract. The board gave us approval to hire a contractor to do 200 homes as of last week, Thursday. So we're actually in the process of finalizing the contract with them. And that's going to be that contract, if everything goes as planned, will be executed in November so that work can start as early as December on some of those homes, those 200 homes.
Who's that contractor?
Persons, LLC.
Say the name again.
Persons, like a person, but with an S, LLC.
Okay. And they're out of where?
The Carolinas. They did over 1,000 homes in the Carolinas. and in other areas after the storms.
Okay, so they have experience doing this already?
Yes, sir.
They have experience building homes in the Virgin Islands, the way our cabinets are constructed and our roof, etc. They understand the specifications relative to the Virgin Island. The homes are built different.
Well, they know how to read plans and bill according to the plans that are put out. And then, of course, we've hired construction managers since then to make sure that those rules are followed. And the staff augmentation that which you were speaking about, we have the staff augmentation team, which is going to be directly overseeing to make sure that they follow our stronger home guides in terms of how to build homes.
Okay. So the 200 homes that you were hoping to start in November, now you're estimating that we'll start them in December.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Fiale. Senator Whitaker, your point of inquiry. You recognize?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Director Griffith, you have on staff, do you have assigned staff or communications director?
Yes.
Person who handles communication, okay. And for understanding the communications contract, what is the scope of services? You indicate that you're putting ads out in the newspaper. Is that something that your communications person cannot handle? I just need clarification on that as to why you
it's creating the ads. It's not simply just putting the ads out in the newspapers. It's creating the ads and creating the design to capture people's attention and to have those things out on a timely basis. Remember, our communications person is not just working on Envision program alone. We're also working on the WAPA projects. We're working on the Housing Authority projects. We're working on projects with every single governmental entity in the Virgin Islands.
Dr. Griffith, I don't want to get into a back and forth over this, but I think you and the board need to dive in deep. That figure is not adding up, okay? I'm very much aware of communication costs, how much is to generate an ad, the skill set needed. So when you're going to hire staff that's going to be able to support the generation of flyers and ads, not that you're going to hire a contractor to generate social media ads, to generate newspaper ads. That number is not adding. It's not making any sense. And to this committee, we should receive the full contract. And I would like to drill down on the scope of work so that we look how we're spending money.
And we can send it again, though.
Yeah. The other.
We had a hearing on this already, and you received all of it, and you reviewed all of it, and it was in depth and in detail.
And the company now.
I'd be more than happy to send it again.
The company now does what's called deliverables. That's required by procurement. So in our processes, you would be providing us the information as to what they've actually executed. It's one thing to have the contract, but what they've actually executed and what we're getting for the money that they're we got to really analyze that as we dole out and use our monies efficiently. The other item I just want to delve into concerns the contractor that you've hired. What process did you and the board use through the RFP process in order to contract with this company? Was it put out for bid?
We did an RFP, and what was required was that for each of the, we give them the RFP, and there were all 200 homes, scopes of work of what had to be done to repair the home was given to all of the contractors that applied. And then the contractors submitted a price, and the price covered their scope of repairs, how much that would cost, lodging, transportation, and admin.
To the chair, I would like a copy of not only just a contract, but I also want the entire RFP process, all the scope of work, and all the deliverables to date. Thank you.
It's on our website. It's at vihfa.gov.
I'm always on your website, sir, and I'm still having to send letters and emails and so on. So trust me, I'm always on your website. Thanks.
But that information is already on our website, but we'll be more than happy to send it to you, though.
Not the deliverables.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitaker. Director Griffith, let me ask you, in respect to, like I said, I know of two individuals, one who was on a program for 6 months and nothing has happened, and her landlord harassed her so much she actually left the unit because he was being stressed to the bone. For individuals like those, what plans do you have? Because I'm sure there are others that I don't know of. What plans do you have to assist those type of individuals? Because I know it comes to a point where some people just give up. You know, they really do. I know of two thus far. What plans do you have to assist those types of individuals moving forward throughout this process?
The plan that we have is to increase our staffing capacity to do more for all of those individuals, and also to remind them that don't give up, because the 100 people that we've given checks to and the 70 that we're about to give checks to as well, were you're in your exact same situation a month ago, and now they've been paid and they've been caught up with this program. The program is not instantaneous. It's not going to happen overnight, but it will happen. And stay the course, stay in communication with us, and we will assist you to be able to pay your rent.
And let me ask you one more question in respect to your program. Staffing. Can you speak to and let the listening and viewing audience know exactly what type of individuals you're looking for? What type of experience do they need, since you need staffing so desperately, and there are many individuals who are looking for work so desperately? What type, do you need special skills? What type of experience do they need?
The first thing I would tell, let me start that off by saying, the first thing I would like them to do is go to vihfa.gov, and then when they go to About, just simply click on Employment Opportunities at VIHFA. That's the first place that I want individuals to start. And the type of skills you need for this program, it's varied, because we've hired people who've had teaching experience, people who've had medical skills experience, and people who've a varied background. What you need is the ability to be able to organize data and simply put it in a format to follow. And for example, if you when you go to the website, you'll see a temporary ERAP, emergency rental assistance program eligibility. And what we have there is that the knowledge and skills and abilities you need excellent customer services. If you're bilingual, that's even a plus for Spanish or Haitian Creole. You need knowledge in the area of intake interviewing and eligibility determination, ability to multitask, and basically work collaboratively in a team-oriented environment and problem solve. Computer literate is a must. You need to be able to work with Microsoft Word, Excel, and Outlook. And you need to be able to communicate orally and writtenly with skills and analytical abilities. And of course, to be flexible and work under pressure, because individuals are coming stressed and burdened with the enormous situation that they're facing, and everything else we'll be able to train you and teach you on. But those are the things that we ask for. And if you can provide prepare draft correspondence to applicants and providers, and those are the simple things that we need. And the salary is $20 per hour.
And lastly, I'd like to add this to your plate, Director Griffiths and your team, because honestly, what's happening in that space is that many of the landlords are getting frustrated and having to wait so long before they see any type of income coming in from the tenants. They just take the apartment offline and put it on Airbnb or elsewhere, and that's affecting us also. And I'm kind of afraid of what I'm seeing happening. So I'm just asking that individuals who heard you apply for those positions, trying to see if we can get those positions filled so we can streamline the process, because it's critical, it's crucial in many instances.
It definitely is, and you're 100% correct, Senator Blyden.
Okay, we're going to see if any one of my colleagues have any burning questions before we wrap up. Senator Carrion, you recognize.
Thank you once again. Director, I just have a question in regards to your outreach efforts. In your testimony, you said robust outreach efforts. What about the Spanish radio stations? What radio stations you have your ads playing on?
I would have to ask staff that. I do not know which radio stations that we have. If Ms. Shelford can communicate with Ms. Hector and find or Ms. Kiva Muller to find out which radio stations. But for me to tell you which Spanish radio stations that we're on, I would be making it up if I answer that for you right now, sir.
Okay, because I haven't had the opportunity to hear any of the ads, and I was inquiring and to see which stations you have ads on, and to my knowledge, there's none on the Spanish radio station. You have Latino, which is Papi Love radio station, 91.9 FM, and others, and there's no radio ads advertising the program on any of those stations. So I would suggest you look into that to be able to reach out to the Hispanic community of the program and the services that are available.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Cavion. Anyone else? That's it. Okay, thank you so much. Director Griffith, I want to thank you for your responses, and I know your cup runneth over, but I'm urging you and your team to continue to work, but at the same time, let's try and be even more aggressive, even though you're short staff. You have a lot on your plate, and let's continue to communicate, collaborate, and work with each other on behalf of the people of these beautiful Virgin Islands. I'm going to give you 1 minute to give a closing statement before we conclude.
Thank you, Senator Biden. I'd just like to say thank you to the staff of HFA, because I know they listen and they work on a daily basis trying to assist these clients. And I know the hard work that's involved in the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. So thank you to the staff of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program for every day coming in and working to assist over 100 individuals in the territory in such a short period of time. We know that our cup runneth over, but we know the important task of having 600 people who are unable to pay their rent. And we know how frustrating and that is for them, and how sometimes empowering it feels. We're here for you and we're gonna work with you. It's not gonna happen overnight, but we're gonna come in every single day, Monday to Friday, and put in full day's work to get you the money you need so that you can pay your rent. Senator, thank you for giving us an opportunity to come and share what's happening at the VIHFA with the territorial public. It's always appreciated, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication would like to thank media, staff, central staff, my colleagues for being here all day, the viewing and listening audience for tuning in. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication is hereby adjourned.